Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lee, you can't do this to me. Are you trying to get me killed? Loki sprang up from the ground, pale and trembling. The difference in strength between him and Thor was glaringly obvious, and if they ended up in the same sports events, he knew he wouldn't survive either the competition or his brother. Thor looked at Loki with a flicker of disappointment. He had hoped his younger brother would have some pride, a fighting spirit. But now? That hope was fading. Then let it be as you wish, Thor said with a nod, turning away. Isn't this a little harsh, Lee? Even Harry stepped in, uncomfortable with the sight of Loki practically begging for mercy. He's about to cry. Harry still remembered the agony he felt after crossing the finish line. Loki's expression reminded him of that moment, except 10 times worse. It's fine, Lee Ji said calmly, brushing it off. Odin's not the kind of father who lets his sons die. Trust me, he probably left Loki a dozen backdoors just in case. I'm not worried. Harry gave Loki a helpless shrug. Sorry, man. I tried. Lee Ji turned back to Thor. So, have you made your decision? What did Peter and Harry choose? Thor asked. They signed up for the 5,000-meter long-distance run. Oh. Thor raised an eyebrow. What a shame. The hardest one is already taken. Very well then, I'll take the 1,500-meter run, weightlifting, shot put, hammer throw, and javelin. Peter and Harry nearly choked. Wait, hold on, Thor said suddenly, looking puzzled. What exactly are shot put, hammer throw, and javelin throw? Peter blinked. You picked them, without knowing what they are? Lee Ji patiently explained each event. As Thor listened, his brow furrowed deeper. They're all throwing events, he muttered. Are there no other types of competition? There are, Lee Ji said. But they require more technical skill. And you don't have the time to master those. I chose events where strength gives you a fighting chance. Thor gave a resigned nod. He could work with that. Loki, meanwhile, looked like his soul had left his body. Just hearing 1,500 meters, again, made his legs twitch. He had nearly passed out running 100. Add a few punches from Thor on top of that, and he was already preparing himself mentally for the underworld. Lee Ji knew full well that Loki was better suited for technical events, agile, clever, quick on his feet. But making things easy wasn't in the cards. Loki's shoulders slumped. He could feel it. Lee Ji didn't like him, and now he was trapped. And with an unreasonable older brother and an equally unreasonable trainer? There was no escape. Only suffering. Lee, Thor said, glancing at his brother, I'm confident in my events, but I'm not so sure about Loki. Could you help train him? At least make sure he doesn't humiliate himself too badly. He is representing our class, after all. No need to ask, Lee Ji said, patting his chest. I was already planning on giving him special training. You know me, I've got a strong sense of class pride. Peter and Thor burst into laughter. Harry did his best to hold it in. Loki didn't laugh at all. Mostly because he had just fainted. Slap. 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 Loki's cheek stung. The world was spinning. His eyes blinked open to find Thor looming over him, delivering mild slaps. If you wanted to wake me up, you could have just said my name, Loki groaned. He sat up, dazed. Wait, why am I here? Wasn't I napping in class? You're insane. Thor shouted. There's no time for naps. Lee said you're starting devil training today. Devil what? You've got 5 events to compete in. But you're in no shape to handle them. So, training. Lots of it. Loki's face hardened. No. I never agreed to this. I never signed up for any sports event. This must be a mistake. Yes, that's right, I never said I wanted to join the sports meet. He looked Thor square in the eye with faux sincerity. Loki, Lee Ji said, suddenly appearing beside them, you're really going to pretend to have amnesia now? I'm not pretending. Loki said innocently. You're Lee. He's Thor. That's Peter. And that's Harry. See? Memories intact. Lee Ji narrowed his eyes. I was going to go easy on you. Just 2 rounds of devil training. But now, since you're clearly not pitiful, let's make it 3. I remember.
Loki dropped to his knees.
I remember everything. Every painful, horrible detail. Loki's biggest problem wasn't strength, it was stamina. Despite being stripped of his powers by Odin and reduced to a mortal state, Loki still retained the physiology of a frost giant. His body, though no longer magical, was still fundamentally different from that of an average human. He was faster, stronger, and more agile, just not for long. The problem was endurance. During a previous training run, Loki had actually led the group for the first 200 meters. But by 400 meters, he was dead last. He barely completed the first lap. By the time Thor, Peter, and Harry had finished their third, Loki was still struggling to finish his second, and failing. Li Ji wasn't surprised. He had seen this before. And to him, stamina was one of the easiest problems to fix. Back in Kunlun, while training under Master Lei Gong, he had learned to brew ancient Chinese stamina reinforcement tonics, powerful herbal concoctions designed to build internal energy and restore vitality. Of course, Li Ji never needed them himself.
He was a Saiyan.
But they came in handy for his junior disciple Daniel. And now for Loki. Li, what did you just buy? Loki asked as Li Ji returned with a paper bag filled with strange ingredients. The moment Loki peeked inside, he recoiled. That looks disgusting. Inside were cicada husks, silkworm droppings, chrysalis skins, and a few items that Loki couldn't identify, and didn't want to.
Li Ji grinned.
This is for you. Loki's expression dropped like a rock. I have to eat that? Your stamina's abysmal, Li Ji said matter-of-factly. This brew will help you last through training without collapsing in 5 minutes. Loki looked to Thor, silently begging for backup. But Thor had already defected to the enemy. He just smiled and looked away. Relax, Li Ji added, chuckling. You're not eating the ingredients directly. They'll be brewed into a medicinal tonic. Just a bowl. Drink it down and you'll be fine. Loki sighed with relief. Well, if it's just a bowl, I guess it's manageable. Back at the villa, Loki's hopes died a second time. Li, why are you setting up a stove in the yard? Loki asked, watching suspiciously. To boil your medicine, Li Ji replied casually, tossing firewood into a metal burner. Why outside? Why not in the kitchen? I'd rather not have the house smell like death for a week, Li Ji replied. The aroma of Chinese medicine is persistent. Li Ji tossed the herbs into a black clay pot, added water, and sealed the lid. Then, pressing his hands together, he made a few complex seals and infused the brew with strands of phoenix force. Normally, he would have used internal chi, but the phoenix's energy carried even stronger restorative properties. It would supercharge the medicine's effects.
All right.
Your job is to keep the fire steady.
Add wood as needed.
Boil it for 2 hours. You're leaving this to me? It's not complicated, Li Ji shrugged. This isn't a delicate decoction like most traditional Chinese remedies. Heat control isn't a big deal for this one. Just don't burn the house down. Truthfully, the real reason Li Ji wasn't doing it himself was because of the smell. The scent of traditional Chinese medicine was already tough to endure, but this one?
It was infamous.
When he used to brew this for Daniel, he needed 5 wet towels just to survive the fumes. Loki didn't know what he was in for. Sitting alone on a small wooden bench, Loki stared at the bubbling pot.
This thing's hideous, he muttered.
Maybe if we painted it, it'd at least look dignified. He was still blissfully unaware of what was to come.
And then, it began.
A rancid smell wafted into the air. It hit Loki like a punch to the face. Oh gods, what is that? He choked, clamping his nose shut. The bitterness of ancient herbs, the sourness of insect husks, and something else, something rotting, combined into a horrifying aroma that seemed to cling to his very soul. His eyes watered. His nose ran. His throat felt like it was closing. He wanted to flee, to run back inside. But the fire burned fast, and someone needed to keep adding wood. So Loki sat there, eyes red, nose dripping, black smoke swirling around him like punishment from the heavens. Every 5 minutes felt like a war.
He cried. He coughed. He suffered. But he did not leave.
Because in the back of his mind, Loki imagined what would happen if he did. Li Ji smiling.
A bigger pot.
A stronger brew.
A longer training session.
That image alone was enough to keep him rooted to the bench, tears and all.
When 2 hours passed, Li Ji walked into the yard and saw Loki with a grey face, red eyes, and tears streaming down his face. He actually felt a sense of unbearability in his heart. Loki looked so miserable. If he hadn't known that he was Loki, Li Ji might have even thought of him as a beggar on the street. However, sympathy is sympathy, and training is still indispensable. What's more, Li Ji quickly found a reasonable reason for Loki's appearance. Loki is the god of lies. He must have deliberately pretended to be so pitiful to defraud him. My compassion. In fact, Li Ji's guess was not wrong, or he was half right. Although Loki was very miserable when he was decoction, it was not so tragic. Some of the performances did go through Loki's artistic processing. After all, true and false, false and true, half-truth and half-falsehood are more likely to confuse people. It's just a pity that he met someone like Li Ji who is very good at making excuses for himself, so his pretense was in vain. Drink it. Li Ji put on a gas mask and poured the medicine into a bowl. Even through the gas mask, the pungent smell of the medicine still penetrated Li Ji's nose. Drink this. Loki looked at the large dark bowl of potion in Li Ji's hand, and a strong desire to survive surged from the bottom of his heart. He felt that after drinking this bowl of potion, he might return to his soul again. Heim is in the underworld. Yes. Li Ji didn't talk nonsense. He was also trying his best to endure it. In his previous life, he couldn't stand the taste of Chinese medicine. Every time he drank Chinese medicine, he had to pinch his nose, drink a large bowl of water, and then eat it. A few grains of rock candy, but I didn't expect that I would become a Saiyan in this life and smell more Chinese medicine than in my previous life. Can I not drink it? You give me those medicinal materials, and I eat them raw, and the effect will be about the same. Loki was really scared. He would rather eat those cicada sloughs and silkworm excrement raw, and was unwilling to drink this bowl of fatal potion. No, Li Ji refused sternly. Those medicinal materials had not been specially processed. If eaten directly, they would not exert their medicinal properties. They had to be made into potions to be effective. Loki's eyes were crying. He took the potion tremblingly and wanted to spread more of the potion. He thought to himself, I just need to keep my mouth shut and don't drink the potion. You have to drink all the medicine. Not a drop is spilled, not a drop is left. Li Ji rarely endured the pungent breath and said a long string of words. Loki knew that his little juju had been seen through by Li Ji, so he could only hold his knee pads in despair and prepare for the final struggle with the potion. When you wake up, take the bowl to the nearby community trash can and throw it away, as well as the casserole and stove. Li Ji walked into the villa. Yes, he didn't plan to take any of these items that came into contact with the medicine. Wake up, what do you mean? Loki looked at Li Ji who walked into the room, a little confused as to what Li Ji was talking about. Loki drank the potion as if he was dead, and fell unconscious instantly. Li Ji saw Loki's reaction from the window. It seems that the effect of this potion is pretty good. Although I haven't prepared it for several years, my method of refining the potion is still good. Although the potion has a strong taste, the effect of the potion is indeed first-rate. Although it can't help Loki relieve his physical fatigue and pain, it does help Loki's physical strength significantly. Originally, Loki's limit was 800 meters. After drinking the potion, he ran 4,000 meters without any problem. The only problem was that it was slower. He kept following behind, running half-dead, and was beaten by Thor, Harry, and Peter Swang 4 times. Is it really okay for Loki to do this? Even Thor was a little worried about his younger brother. Of course, he was not worried about Loki's safety, but worried about whether he would bring shame and honor to the class. Discredit. No problem. Li Ji nodded. Loki's biggest problem is his lack of endurance. His physical fitness is up to standard, so he only needs to train his endurance, and this medicine can greatly enhance Loki's endurance. In the process of training, Ji will gradually improve his physical fitness. Although it is difficult to help him improve to Thor's level, it is more than enough to cope with the sports meeting. A few days later. Ready? Run. Rocky rushed out first and took the lead. He has very good short-distance explosive ability and knows how to jump ahead, so he has an advantage in the early stage. Of course, this is also related to Peter's hiding. If Peter runs seriously, Loki will have no chance to grab the leading position. Rocky performed very well in the first 200 meters, but after 200 meters, Rocky began to slow down. His body still couldn't support the long burst, but he still clung to the back of the team, and finally finished the meters 30 seconds behind Thor. Loki, the training results are nothing. It seems that my devil training these days has taken effect. Li Ji looked at him and smiled, which made Loki feel a little numb. Good practice. Li Ji threw a bottle of sports drink to Rocky. Didn't you say that athletes can't drink drinks? Although Loki was breathing heavily, at least he wasn't out of breath like before. This is a sports drink, which can quickly replenish energy, but you still have to drink less. But tomorrow is the sports meeting, so it's okay to drink some, Li Ji said disapprovingly, with a hint of slyness in his eyes, but Loki was already tired. But I didn't see it. Thank you very much. Loki looked at the drink. The drink was green in color and full of natural flavor. He opened the cap of the bottle, took a sip into his mouth, and spit it out immediately. What is this? Loki stuck out his tongue very long, a bit like a pug. His whole face turned red, and he kept retching after he finished speaking. This is a sports drink made of chili juice. It can stimulate the internal circulation of athletes' bodies and enhance the detoxification effect. It is really a rare sports drink. Li Ji was shocked when he first saw this magical sports drink, and then he bought it for Rocky to drink. Loki's eyes were red, and the intense spicy smell made his tears and nose run out uncontrollably. He quickly ran to the beverage vending machine nearby, bought a bottle of liters of mineral water, and started gargling. Lee, don't bully Loki too much. I think he has been bullied badly by you, Harry said a little unbearably. Why didn't he see that Lee Ji loved teasing people so much before? It's not easy for Loki. He's been training so hard, and you still give him pepper water to drink. Peter also came over and said, but as he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Peter, is your smile intentional? Harry said. Hug, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, but I really didn't mean it. Peter walked aside angrily. Games. Everyone, come on. Several people gathered around and shouted slogans. Definitely, definitely. Okay, don't yell, make noisy, hurry up and get over. Lee Ji stood aside and said with a smile. When you and Chalice cheer for us, be louder. Peter rolled his eyes at Lee Ji and walked into the playground. You guys are so mysterious. What are you doing? You still let me go home alone every day. Are you doing something shameful? Seeing the others walking away, Chalice asked. Didn't I tell you before? We are in special training. Lee Ji said helplessly. Of course I know there's special training. I'm just curious about the content of your special training. Chalice said dissatisfied. He felt that Lee Ji was perfunctory with her. Don't worry about the content of the special training. Just look at the results of the special training. Lee Ji smiled. The meter long distance race finished first because there is only one preliminary round in this race. There were only 32 students in the school who signed up for the meter long distance race, so they simply finished the race together. Peter, I didn't faint this time. Harry lay on Peter's shoulders. This time he synchronized with Peter throughout the race and crossed the line together. No one was faster than 0.01 seconds, and even the referee was in trouble. It was finally determined that the two men ranked first together, winning 2 gold medals at once, and also pioneered the awarding of 2 gold medals in one game. In the 5 events Thor participated in, including the meter run, weightlifting, shot put, javelin throw, and hammer throw, he won all of them with an absolute advantage. Some projects are even close to the world record, which makes the record keepers who record the results a little doubtful about life. As we all know, the world's top athletes can often achieve impressive results in only one sport, because training for one sport has already consumed their entire life's time and energy, but Thor is firing on all cylinders. It's unbelievable that top athletes have achieved results in so many different fields. In comparison, Rocky's performance was much worse. Among the 4 events of weightlifting, shot put, javelin, and hammer throw, he was eliminated in the preliminary round. Although his results were not at the bottom, they were not satisfactory. Of course, his results were much better than before without training. Only in the men's meter long distance race did Rocky hold on to Thor, crossing the finish line just 4 seconds behind Thor, finishing third, and winning a bronze medal for the class. Although it is only a bronze medal, it is also proof of Rocky's hard work these days. When receiving the award, he even shed tears, and this time his tears were sincere and glorious. Loki, congratulations, your training results are not bad. Let me explain the reason why I stopped updating yesterday. I had a quarrel with my girlfriend yesterday. It was very violent and lasted for a long time. After the quarrel, I felt so confused that I sat beside the computer in a daze, unable to write anything. Lee, come here with me. Before Lee Ji and Peter could celebrate, Chalice suddenly pulled Lee Ji aside. What's the matter, Chalice? Lee Ji followed Chalice into the woods. I feel the breath of those people, Chalice said. At the sports meeting, Lee Ji's eyes suddenly became serious. This group of people is not ordinary. No, I suddenly felt it when I passed the podium just now, Chalice said. That's it. Lee Ji narrowed his eyes. In other words, he is watching the game near the rostrum. Lee Ji said. Well, that's probably the case. Sailasi nodded. Are you still here? Lee Ji asked. No more. When I felt his breath, he was no longer on the rostrum. Chalice shook her head helplessly. This is quite troublesome. It's the first time I felt his aura after such a long time, but I didn't see anyone. Lee Ji frowned. Lee, can you help me find him? Shalizi's eyes were full of prayer, which made Lee Ji unable to bear to refuse. I really want to help you, but whether I can find it depends on my luck. Lee Ji lowered his head and said. It'll be great if you are willing to help me. A sunny smile appeared on Shalizi's face. Yeah. Lee Ji didn't know what to say for a moment. Shall we go look for it now? Chalice asked. No, since you said he is no longer on the rostrum, it would be in vain for us to go. Lee Ji shook his head. When? Chalice was immediately discouraged. Let's wait until the sports meeting is over. During the sports meeting, there will be a camera recording the whole process at the rostrum. We will get the videotape then, copy it and analyze it slowly. Lee Ji said. Oh. Shalizi followed Lee Ji obediently. The sports meeting was coming to an end, and there were only some award ceremonies and final closing speeches. Lee Ji and Chalice didn't wait long before the sports meeting was over. Harry, Peter. Lee Ji shouted. What's going on? Harry and Peter were playing football and they turned around and asked. Let Thor and Loki stay at your place tonight. Chalice and I have something to do, Lee Ji said. Harry's expression suddenly became dull, and he even forgot to kick the ball at his feet. You, what do you want? Lee Ji saw Harry's expression and knew that he was thinking wrongly. It's not what you think. I can't tell you what it is specifically. After saying that, Li Ji took Shalizi to the school archives. These commemorative videotapes will be sent to the archives for storage. What are they going to do? Peter and Harry looked at each other. I don't know. Harry shook his head dully. It was obvious that he was still thinking wrongly, even more wrongly. Archives. The door to the archives room was open. The person who sent the videotape had just entered the archives room. Li Ji and Shalizi followed them in. Li. In the archives room, an exclaimed voice echoed throughout the room. Hello, Wendell. A difficult smile appeared on Li Ji's face. Li, why are you here? I thought you had dropped out of school. Wendell walked to Li Ji and held Li Ji's hand. Ever since she heard that Li Ji suddenly ran out of school and did not return for several days, she thought that Li Ji had dropped out of school due to illness. After Li Ji returned to New York, he originally sent a group message to report that she was safe, but after seeing Wendell's last message wishing him a speedy recovery, he deleted her contact information, and he also deliberately avoided Wendell at school. Dale, so Wendell never knew that Li Ji had returned to school. Li, have you fully recovered? Wendell groped up and down Li Ji's body with joy in his eyes. Li, what's recovery? Are you sick? Shalis asked stupidly, but although she was a little slow, there were some things that were not slow. She grabbed Li Ji's clothes and pulled him aside. Only then did Wendell see someone beside Li Ji, a pretty girl. She pulled up her hair and said, Hello, I am Wendell, a junior in high school. I'm Shalizi, and I'm in the same class as Li. Shalizi said with a smile. Wendell's face suddenly showed a trace of bitterness, and she seemed to know why Li Ji ignored her. But in fact, Li Ji simply thought she was annoying, so he deliberately ignored her. Of course, if she found out, it might be more hurtful than she guessed now. Do you have anything to do in the school archives? Wendell quickly recovered and her expression changed. She looked at Li Ji and Shalis and asked, We want to copy a video of today's sports meeting to make a video. Just as Shalis was about to speak, Li Ji said first, Make a video. Wendell didn't believe it. It's true. Once it's made, it will be uploaded to YouTube. You know, that new social networking site. Li Ji blinked. Oh, okay, I'll get you the videotape. Thank you, Wendell. I'll go back and copy the video today, and I'll hand it back when I get to school tomorrow. Li Ji took the video and said with a smile. No need. The archives only open after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wendell's voice was laced with sadness, but Li Ji couldn't hear it. Of course, even if he heard it, Li Ji wouldn't pay attention. Li, why did you say we want to make a video? Shalis asked unhappily as she walked out of the archives room. Do you want her to know your secret? Li Ji asked, and Shalizi was speechless for a moment. Stark Building. Why are you here? Shouldn't you go back and copy the video? Walking into Stark Tower, Shalis' expression became obviously a little reserved. What are you nervous about? Li Ji could clearly feel that Shalizi's body was shaking a little. When I was a child, I entered a building like this. It was a bad memory. Shalis' eyes were a little dim. Really? Li Ji didn't reply directly, he just asked. Salis didn't speak. Then this time, I should give you a good impression. After all, Tony and Pep are both good people. Li Ji walked directly into Thor's laboratory, where Pep was passing documents to Tony. Hey, Gage. Tony saw Li Ji with sharp eyes, and he waved to Li Ji. Tony, is something wrong? Li Ji walked over. I want to go down and study. Please help me deal with these documents. Tony put the documents into Li Ji's hands. For him, these contracts, letters of intent and the like were all burdensome. Sorry, Tony, I'm not here to help you handle the documents today. Li Ji handed the documents back to Tony, poured 2 glasses of Sprite aside and gave one to Shalizi. Only then did Tony notice Shalis. Is this your girlfriend? Calculate the time, you will be 18 years old in 1 week. Are you looking for a girlfriend now? I think back then, when I was 9 years old, I have 2 girlfriends. Tony was boasting, and Pep's expression gradually became dull. But you have good taste, and this girl is also very beautiful. But have you really decided to hang yourself from a tree? We, the Stark family, are destined to own the vast forest. Tony also went to take the cup. Drink, took a sip and said. Shalis's cheeks were hot, and her whole body was blushing to the root of her neck. Tony, don't introduce your love philosophy to me. I believe if you give Pearson $1,000,000, they will be happy to publish a book about your love philosophy. Li Ji drank the Sprite in one gulp. Salis is not my girlfriend. I brought her here for business this time. Lend me Jarvis for a while. You can handle the documents first. Li Ji said. Jarvis can serve multiple people at the same time. Thor spread his hands and looked at Li Ji with disdain. Gage, you are so old and you don't have a girlfriend. I'm ashamed of you. Sew your mouth shut with a zipper and go deal with your documents. Li Ji walked into the laboratory. Jarvis, extract the video files from this hard drive. Li Ji connected the hard drive to the computer. Okay, Mr. Gage, Jarvis said, his voice seeming to have a little more emotion than before. Li, are they really okay with them looking at us like this? Shalis blushed and glanced back from time to time. More than 10 meters away, Tony and Pep were looking at the 2 of them. Don't worry about them. Li Ji was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 people who loved gossip. Soon, Jarvis extracted the video file. There were 4 videos in total, namely the rostrum, the main perspective of the playground, the overlooking perspective of the playground, and the campus perspective. Jarvis, call up the video from the rostrum's perspective. Li Ji gave the order again. Okay, Mr. Gage. Jarvis showed the perspective of the rostrum. Extract the beginning and end of the video, and the audience standing in front of the podium, and organize it into a large chart. The instructions given by Li Ji this time were very difficult. Even if it was completed by a real person, there would be a lot of difficulties. It's difficult, but for Jarvis, it's a piece of cake. After only 10 seconds, a large icon appeared in front of Li Ji. Jarvis extracted the appearance of all the audience members who appeared in front of the podium and created a three-dimensional model. Shalizi was dumbfounded. In fact, Li Ji was also a little surprised. Jarvis's level of intelligence was actually so high. Jarvis, the person who searched the internet for the football teams in the communities near Midtown High School, listed them in charts, and then merged the two charts to leave the overlapping parts. Li Jideo. Mr. Gage, what is the positioning of nearby communities? Li Ji's instructions were not very clear, and Jarvis finally ran into trouble. With Midtown High School as the center, all the football teams in the nearby communities 3 kilometers away will be searched. Okay, Mr. Gage. Jarvis entered search mode. This command is slightly more difficult. Of course, this is not due to Jarvis's lack of processing ability. The main problem is that the homepages of these community football teams and community rugby teams are very difficult to access, and it takes half a day to read the articles. Although Jarvis is powerful, he is not powerful enough to help other websites solve network bandwidth problems. After waiting patiently for several minutes, Jarvis finally captured the character information of all the community football teams and community rugby teams near Midtown High School, and then compared it with the character list that appeared on the podium, and finally listed out comes the second chart. 19 people. Li Ji was a little surprised. The number of people was a bit beyond his expectation. Jarvis, grab the information of all students from our school's internet and remove the parts that overlap with students. Li Ji saw a boy in school uniform and quickly understood the problem. Most of the students in the school come from nearby communities. Some students also love rugby, but if they are not strong enough to enter the school team, they will choose to join some community rugby teams and train themselves in order to meet the requirements of the school team. The school's network was also terrible. Although it was much better than the network of those community football team websites, Jarvis also needed to retrieve more information, so it took several minutes. Only 4 faces are left on the screen, which makes it much simpler. Jarvis, distribute the video containing these 4 people according to 2*2, listed on the screen, and play it at 60 times the speed. Jarvis quickly followed suit, and a 2*2 video grid appeared on the screen, playing at an extremely fast speed. An ordinary person would probably not be able to see these 4 videos clearly, but Li Ji and Shalizi were not ordinary people, and he took in all the information in the videos. One of the videos was long and only lasted a few seconds, which meant that he only stayed under the rostrum for a few minutes. The other 3 were longer, with the shortest one lasting 30 minutes. Shalis, think about it carefully. What other details are there about the person who uses that kind of power? Li Ji reminded. Sailisi watched the video again and sat aside to think. He is more familiar with power. The power I felt next to the podium was very weak, and it was not triggered intentionally, said Salis. What do you mean? Li Ji asked. I remember you said that this kind of power will only escape during intense exercise. Li Jideo. Yeah, Shalis nodded. It's possible that this kind of power no longer escapes during intense exercise, otherwise I wouldn't have felt their messages for so long. Shalizi added. So, will this power be triggered only in an unconscious state? Li Ji asked. I don't know. Sailisi didn't know to what extent the group controlled the power. A simple analysis, even if they can control the power to send and receive freely, but driven by some instincts, they may also use that power unconsciously, and the driving instincts can also be called unconditioned reflexes. Li Ji said. Unconditioned reflex refers to the innate fixed neural connection between external stimuli and the organism's response. Unconditioned reflex is an innate instinctive behavior of human beings. It is the basic reflex of all human survival activities and does not need to be learned. Reflex activities such as hand withdrawal reflex, knee jerk reflex, blink reflex, and urination reflex are all unconditioned reflexes. Since the unconditioned reflex does not require the cerebral cortex to participate in the work and can be completed by various centers below the cerebral cortex, he is likely to produce unconditioned reflexes when he receives certain stimulation, thereby unconsciously using the same reflex as Shalis. Of that power, start reflex. Shalizi looked at Li Ji, and the two of them thought about it together. The startle reflex generally refers to the Moro reflex, which is a type of reflex in human infants. Sudden stimulation will cause the baby to have a startle reflex. The baby's arms should be straightened, fingers spread, back stretched or bent, head tilted back, legs straight, and arms hugging each other. This reflex disappears within 3 to 5 months after birth. But the startle reflex does not only refer to the Moro reflex. For example, the blink reflex is a type of startle reflex. When people are frightened, some phenomena of the startle reflex still remain. This is something built into your genes. Jarvis, open the first video on the second line. Li Ji said. In this video, he remembered seeing a startle reflex. Jarvis opened the video and still played it at times speed. Stop. Just when the video was about to end, Li Ji called out. The man in the video suddenly jumped up, and beside him, a shot put hit the ground. Jarvis, compare the other videos and find the record of this section. Several videos were quickly cut out. In the video, you can clearly see that Thor held the shot put high in both hands, flew over the crowd, and landed next to the podium. It seems it's him. Li Ji looked at Shalizi, and the two of them nodded in unison. Jarvis, retrieve this person's information. Li Ji shouted. Soon, this person's information was retrieved. This man is a member of the football team named Uncle Louie in the West Free community. His name is Leighton Eddy. Other than that, there is very little information about him, even his age and gender. Nothing. Invade the US population system and retrieve personal files. Li Ji frowned and said again. Sorry, the character file has not been archived. Jarvis quickly replied. Huh. Li Ji frowned. In other words, this identity is fake. Li Ji lowered his head, pondered for a few seconds, and then said, recognize facial features and compare with population database data. Jarvis fell into a tedious search. Since the US population system belongs to the internet, it is not too easy for Jarvis to invade. Of course, the biggest problem is still the network problem. After all, it is an internet, and the network bandwidth between the internet is naturally not too fast. Based on data comparison, no suitable partner was found. A few minutes later, Jarvis said again, did you disguise yourself? Or did you have plastic surgery? Li Ji had no choice now. Obviously, this person's identity was fake, and he might even have had plastic surgery. In this way, he wanted to find this person through official channels. Human information is difficult. Maybe it's not the disguise or plastic surgery, maybe he's a stowaway. Sailasi said at the side. This provided Li Ji with a new idea. Yes, there are many stowaways in the United States. Most of these stowaways do not have official American status and usually hide. Once they are discovered, they will either be imprisoned or sent back to the country. Naturally, their information cannot be found in these population systems. It seems that I can only investigate by myself. Li Ji felt that things were a bit troublesome. Jarvis, find me the specific registered address of Uncle Louie's Big Sausage Really Delicious football team. Li Ji asked. Grand Crossing, 925 George Avenue. Jarvis answered quickly. This was a faster query. Thank you, Jarvis. Li Ji led Shalis to Tony and Pep, who were watching the show. Have you finished processing your documents? Li Ji asked. That's not important. What's important is that the man named Leighton Eddy offended you. Tony's mouth moved, and the expression on his face was a bit rich. That's right, but it's not a big deal. I can solve it myself. Li Ji said. If you need anything, just tell me, whether it's money or people. Tony blinked unnaturally. You feel really inferior when you say this, as if you were a nouveau riche in the Western Gold Rush. Li Ji smiled. That's different. I was richer than the nouveau riche when I was born. You should say that I am as elegant as a king. Tony said. Okay, Your Majesty the King, your prince and princess affairs are finished. Do you want to read these documents again? Pep said to Tony while holding the documents. Oh, by the way, my prince, these documents. Tony wanted to throw the documents to Li Ji, but found that Li Ji and Shalis had already walked away. Well, I'd better leave this matter to you, Prime Minister. You know, the current king actually has no power. You know the constitutional monarchy. Tony stuffed the document back into Pep's chest. Your Majesty, you are a centralized authority in the company. Pep threw the documents back to Tony. It was not that she couldn't handle these documents, but Tony's performance tonight made her feel a little uncomfortable and she didn't want to help Tony to deal with these tedious matters. Oh my god. Grand Junction, 925 George Avenue. Uncle Louis Big Sausage. Li Ji looked at the name of the sausage shop with a strange expression on his face. Is there anything strange about the name of this store? Shalis asked. No. Li Ji thought for a while and decided not to tell Shalizi these connotations. By the way, Shalis, you need to disguise yourself, your appearance. Shalizi had fought with that gang before, and Li Ji was worried about her being recognized. No, I always wore an eye patch when fighting them. Before I could use my power, they seriously injured me. Then I fell into the Hudson River, and the eye patch was washed away with the current. Shalis said a little embarrassed. After all, that battle was a bit difficult to talk about. She was tricked before she could explode her strength. Yeah, I almost forgot about the blindfold. Why don't you wear the blindfold now? Li Ji suddenly went off topic. Because of that battle, my strength has also grown, and I can control my strength better. Shalis murmured in a voice like a mosquito. So that's it. Li Ji nodded. But it's better to wear a hat. Girls with silver hair are not common, and they may arouse alertness. Li Ji said. Yes. Shalizi nodded and put on the hat of her sweatshirt to cover her hair. After helping Shalis put on her hat, Li Ji and Shalis walked out from behind the bus stop and walked towards the sausage shop called Uncle Louis Big Sausage. Beside, Li Ji somewhat understood why the football team was called Uncle Louis Big Sausage is so delicious football team. It was almost late at night, and there was only one bearded man still open in the store, who looked a lot like Uncle Louis on the door sign. Li Ji walked to the cashier and said, Boss, look at the menu. The bearded man pointed to the wall on the left. There was a blackboard hanging on the wall, and the menu was written in chalk on the blackboard. There are only 2 dishes on it, Uncle Louis Big Sausage and Uncle Louis Extra Large Sausage. The prices are not cheap, the big sausage is $10, and the extra large sausage is $15. Are these 2 the only ones? Li Ji asked. The rest are sold out, I wiped them out. Big Beard said impatiently. In fact, he was already ready to go home, but Li Ji and Shilis happened to walk in. A sausage in the United States usually costs $1 to $3. The price here is 5 to 10 times higher than the normal price. However, the main reason Li Ji came here was to investigate Uncle Louis's big sausage is so delicious situation, so the price is a little more expensive. Even if it is ripped off, there is nothing you can do. 1 big sausage, 10 extra large sausages. Li Ji said. Young man, have you thought about it? The sausages we have here are not the pitifully small ones sold outside. There was a hint of joy on the bearded expression. He didn't expect that he could do a lot of business before leaving. However, out of integrity, he still kindly reminded me. Li Ji didn't say anything, but took out $200 bills and put them on the counter. Give me some iced carbonated drinks, and the extra money will be treated as a tip. The decoration of the store is very quaint, if not a bit shabby. Li Ji and Shilis chose a table far away from the cashier and sat down. Li, why didn't you ask about that Uncle Louis's big sausage is so delicious thing? Shilis asked anxiously as soon as she sat down. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I have to get closer to my boss first. Li Ji said softly, don't worry, Shilis, we will get the information we need. The grilled sausages you want. The boss quickly brought the grilled sausages over. Indeed, as the boss said, these grilled sausages are simply Big Mac level compared to the grilled sausages on the market, especially the extra large grilled sausages. It is almost twice the size of the largest sausage on the market, but this still cannot support its price. After all, twice the price of $3 is only $6. Black pepper and various seasonings are available on the table. You can add more according to your own preferences. The boss presented 4 huge bottles of ice-cold Sprite, which was Li Ji's favorite. Li Ji poured a glass of ice-cold Sprite for Shalizi. Eat first, Shalizi. Shalizi looked at Li Ji with some confusion, but in the end she remained silent and buried herself in eating. After taking the first bite of the sausage, Li Ji understood why the sausages in this Uncle Louis Big Sausage shop were so expensive. The reason was because the sausages here were all made of fresh meat, and ordinary grilled sausages are actually made of frozen meat, and there is a huge difference between the two. It's actually grilled sausage made of fresh meat. The taste is different from ordinary grilled sausage. Li Ji praised it, and the best thing was that there were still drippings of oil on it. The boss heard this, smiled, and sat on the table next to Li Ji. I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable. Yes, our Uncle Louis Big Sausage shop always uses sausages made from fresh meat. This is completely different from the sausages outside. It tastes really good. Li Ji sprinkled in a ring of black pepper and a ring of chili powder. Boss, is that Uncle Louis on the sign at the entrance of the store you? Li Ji looked at the boss and saw that he was very similar to the person outside. It's not me, that's my grandfather. The boss shook his head. My grandpa opened this sausage shop 55 years ago. Now that he has passed away for many years, I have taken over the sausage shop, the boss said. No wonder you look so similar. Li Ji had already devoured an extra large sausage, while Shalizi had only eaten less than 1/10 of the large sausage. Li Ji looked at the surrounding layout, and there seemed to be nothing related to the rugby team. He had to work hard again, thinking in his mind, so that he could bring the matter to the rugby team. Uncle Louis's big sausage is so delicious. Come up. The way you eat the sausage looks like you're a member of my football team, the boss suddenly said. Li Ji almost choked. He hadn't thought of a reason yet, but his boss actually took the initiative to say it. You have a rugby team. Li Ji deliberately pretended not to know. Yeah, the name of my football team is called Uncle Louis's Big Sausage is Tasty Football Team. How about it? Sounds good. Oh, Uncle Louis's Big Sausage is so delicious is a good name, with connotation and depth. Beside, Li Ji praised against his will. Ha ha ha, right, that's a good name. The boss obviously didn't hear the teasing in Li Ji's words, and said very proudly, which made the atmosphere on the court a bit embarrassing. Actually, not only is the name good, the record of the Uncle Louis Big Sausage is so delicious football team is also very proud. Their fans often come to my sausage shop to eat. I originally thought you two were the same. What? The boss said with a smile, his smile full of confidence. So boss, why did you choose to own a football team? I like football more. Li Ji asked very naturally, provoking the owner of the sausage shop by the way, so that he could get more information. Humph, what do you know? Football is the most exciting and passionate sport in the world. Football is nothing compared to rugby, the boss said very excitedly, already taking the bait. But around the world, football is much more popular than rugby. Li Ji argued without giving in. Humph, once you watch a rugby game seriously, you won't like football anymore. Rugby is much more interesting than football? This is one of the reasons why I invested in a rugby team. The boss's voice was hysterical and he was drooling, flying around. Fortunately, he was still some distance away from Li Ji, so his saliva did not reach Li Ji's voice or the sausage. One of the reasons? So, you originally wanted to invest, right? Li Ji said with a smile, that's right, football is not a good choice. Investing in football is likely to make your small store famous in the world. You can become famous all over the world, but you can't do that in rugby. Of course it's not for business reasons. The boss blushed. What's the reason? Li Ji stood up. That was almost 2 years ago. The boss's voice suddenly dropped an octave, and Li Ji understood that he was going to talk about the origin of the rugby team. Li Ji wisely said nothing. After all, he came here to find out about the rugby team. Nearly 2 years ago? It seems that the time is right. Li Ji thought of the lost potions that Professor Bob said. It was a few months before the battle between Li Ji and Hulk. Calculated according to the current time, if so, it was 2 years ago. A group of young men came to me and wanted me to invest in them and said they wanted to build a rugby team, the boss recalled. I felt very strange at the time why they chose me as an investor. After all, although my store has been established for decades, because the price of grilled sausages was too expensive, there were not many customers, so my income at the time was also not very high. They said they had eaten sausages in my store and thought they tasted good, and there were always replays of football games on the TV in the store. They found out that I was also a loyal fan. I hope I can invest in them so they can free sausages. After saying this, the boss smiled and seemed to think this reason was a bit far-fetched. I was very unhappy and kicked them out. My business was getting worse and worse. In fact, there were a total of types of sausages in my store. At that time, by this time in the evening, I could sell out at most one type. Grilled sausages, and the cheapest ones. Although I am very interested in rugby, I think the more important thing is my income. After the boss said this, a look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face, just a little bit away from investing in the Uncle Louie's Big Sausage is So Delicious football team. Although they were rejected by me, they did not give up. Every few days, they would come over and ask. I was annoyed by their questions, so I told them that if they could win against the community rugby team of the Glen community, I am willing to invest in them. The boss said. Li Ji's eyes were a little cold. It turns out that the Uncle Louis Big Sausage is So Delicious football team is not a community football team, so their origins are even more suspicious. They readily agreed and made an appointment with the community rugby team of the Glen community. In that match, they completely defeated the community rugby team of the Glen community and won the identity of the new community rugby team. At the same time, they also won my investment. The boss missed those days a little. You may not believe it, but the name Uncle Louie's Big Sausage is So Delicious was given by them, not me, because they thought my sausage was really delicious and to help me promote it. That's why we came up with this name. The boss laughed. Ever since my sausage shop named their football team, they got my annual investment of US dollars and the right to eat barbecue sausages for free. My business is getting better and better, and I often have people who admire me. The fans who come to my sausage shop to spend money, and they also ask me to give gifts to the football team on their behalf. So, do you think rugby is better than football? Let's not talk about that for now. Point 90 XS Li Ji shook his head, not planning to talk to his boss about which one is better, football or rugby. It seems you have a guilty conscience. Football can't compare to rugby anyway. The boss laughed. Boss, I heard you tell me that your rugby team was not originally a rugby team from the Glen community. Li Ji asked. Well, it wasn't true at first. When my rugby team replaced the original rugby team and became the Glen community rugby team, some people still came to my sausage shop to protest. But now, they have all stopped. It smells great, and my football team has become the pride of the Glen community and the pearl of the entire community. The boss said very proudly. Are the members of your rugby team from this community? Li Ji asked. Huh? Why are you asking this? As long as the rugby team is from this community, what does it have to do with whether they are from this community? The boss felt that Li Ji was looking for trouble. In fact, Li Ji was not looking for trouble with him, but get ready for trouble with the Uncle Louie's Big Sausage is Tasty football team. No, I'm just curious. A legendary rugby team has been built from scratch so quickly. I'm just curious about the players. Li Ji quickly found a reason. Shalizi looked at Li Ji with admiration. His ability to tell lies with open eyes has really reached a certain level. Haha, actually just knowing the boss is enough of a legend. There is no need to get to know the boys on the team. The boss laughed. But since you're so curious, I'll introduce it to you. The boys on the team are not from this community. They moved here around the same time as the team was established, but they integrated into the community very quickly. Now speaking of it, they are already the pride of this community. The timeline is clearer. A glint flashed in Li Ji's eyes. Why are people in the community willing to introduce them? Is it just because they play good rugby? Or are there other reasons? Li Ji asked. Of course there are other reasons, and their generosity is also an important reason. Just like you, they often spend a lot of money in the community, and over time, everyone will accept them. The boss explained. A generous offer. Li Ji suddenly heard something strange. According to what the boss said, Uncle Louis's Big Sausage is so delicious. The reason why the sausage shop is named is also because I want to eat the sausage for free, so I don't look like someone who can spend a lot of money. Sorry, boss, I would like to ask, if they are very rich, why would they ask you to be their sponsor? Li Ji asked. I asked them this question, and they said they thought the sausages from my sausage shop were so delicious, and they wanted to help me become famous, so they gave me this honor. The boss smiled. Flower. Li Ji frowned. For such a reason, just lie to ghosts. There is no hatred without reason, and there is no love without reason. The excuse they chose to help the boss was so lame that Li Ji couldn't stand it anymore. Boss, do you know their origins? Li Ji asked. The origin? What's the origin? The boss asked. It's their accent, place of birth, etc. Li Jida said. I don't know about this, but the accent really doesn't sound like New York. Let me think about where exactly it is from. The boss fell into deep thought. Oh, by the way, one time while drinking, I thought I heard that they are from Virginia, and their accent is a bit like a Virginia accent. There are more than a dozen accents in the United States, among which the accents of New York and Pennsylvania are the roundest. The representative of the Southern accent is the Virginia accent, which has a characteristic upturned final sound. Virginia. Li Ji thought, Glen Allen seems to be in Virginia. It seems that their origin is almost certain. A picture appeared in Li Ji's mind. Glen Allen's gangster accidentally drank the D-type potion made by Professor Bob using Solace blood, and gained the same abilities as Solace. After acquiring superpowers, this gangster kid was a little afraid of being discovered, so he quietly left the gang and came to New York. Along the way, due to several unavoidable circumstances, he had to use his superpowers, which attracted some followers. After arriving in New York, they didn't have much money to settle themselves, so they found the Uncle Louis Big Sausage shop in the Glen community closest to the train station, hoping to get help. Although they were rejected, they also discovered the hobby of the owner of the sausage shop, so they trained for a few days, and with the blessing of superpowers, they defeated the community rugby team of the Glen community, thus receiving funding from the sausage shop. After receiving funding from a sausage shop, they settled down in New York. Sidu. The boy who was lucky enough to get the superpowers got through the initial anxiety and began to use the superpowers to improve the quality of his material life. During this period, he got in touch with the Arthi group. Maybe this kid did it on purpose. After all, the medicine he used had the logo of the Arthi group on it. Or maybe it was unintentional. In short, he had a relationship with the Arthi group, but this relationship shouldn't be too deep, otherwise he would have become Mirando's experimental subject. Since the Arthi group once produced D-type potion, it can be confirmed that they used Solace as an experimental material, and the boy who gained the superpower also learned the news. He knew that there were still people in this world. A person with the same power as himself. Out of some unknown psychology, he decided to kill this person who had the same power as himself, and this was the scene where he chased Chalice. With the cooperation of Arthi group, he easily lured out Chalice. Due to his initial show of weakness, he successfully led Sailasi to the vicinity of the Hudson River, and suddenly burst out with the same power as Sailasi, breaking Sailasi's moonlight shield and attacking her. The silk caused serious damage and entered the Hudson River. In this way, many mysteries will be clarified. Li Ji frowned. What's wrong, can't you eat any more? The boss frowned when he saw that Li Ji didn't eat any more sausages, and asked with concern. Although he knew that the grilled sausages in his store were delicious, he also knew that if he didn't eat any more, delicious food will make you feel greasy if you eat too much, especially grilled sausages, which are very greasy in nature. Oh, no, I was just thinking about something. Li Ji grabbed a piece of sausage and stuffed it into his mouth. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. Seeing that Li Ji had no desire to chat anymore, the boss walked back to the cashier. Li, what's wrong with you? Chalice asked with some concern. Seeing Li Jibu's answer, Chalice continued to ask, what's going on? Tell me. Li Ji pointed to the sausage stuffed in his mouth, which he hadn't finished yet. Now he is not eating like he did when he participated in the sausage contest. He eats relatively slowly. Li Ji finished an extra large sausage. I just ate, so anxious. Chalice blushed a little, didn't I pay attention? Don't worry, I'm just thinking about something, and there's something I can't quite figure out. Li Jideo. Oh. Sailasi said obediently. The Arthi group can even expel people like Bob. Logically speaking, the current Arthi group is Mirando's voice, who can mobilize the power of the Arthi group without alarming Mirando. What Li Ji couldn't understand the most was this. Who, under Mirando's eyes and ears, called on the power of the Arthi group to attack Chalice together with the boy from Glen Allen. The entire Arthi group is now controlled by Mirando. In order to eliminate dissidents, he even conducted a general cleaning of the company. At least half of the people left the Arthi group. But now, Li Ji discovered that there are still some people in the Arthi group. Someone is no longer in Mirando's control. If the boy from Glen Allen is collaborating with Mirando, it is impossible. Li Ji knows very well what kind of person Mirando is. Not to mention cooperating with Mirando, even if Mirando only knows what special abilities this kid from Glen Allen has, then he will either become a member of Mirando's basement training warehouse, or directly maybe offering sacrifices to evil gods. Li Ji finished the last piece of sausage, drank all the drinks, and stood up. Chalice also stood up immediately. Boss, by the way, you said there is someone on your rugby team who looks very similar to me. What is his name? Li Ji originally wanted to walk out of the sausage shop, but suddenly remembered something. His name is Joe Fabio. The boss said, you are welcome to visit Uncle Louis Big Sausage next time, and you are also welcome to watch the Uncle Louis Big Sausage is So Delicious football team's game. If I have time, I will go and see it. Li Ji walked out of the store and muttered, Joe Fabio is really a name with the style of Glen Allen. Li, what did you say, Glen Allen? Chalice asked curiously. It's nothing, it's just the origins of those people. Li Ji said. Those people. Chalice had some doubts, but suddenly realized, are they those people on the football team? Are they that group of people? They should be inseparable. Li Ji nodded. Then why didn't you ask the boss for their address? Chalice's business suddenly became a little cold. The matter hasn't been figured out yet. Why are you anxious? Li Ji looked up at the starry sky. They can't run away, they're fine. Oh. Although Chalice was not very happy, she still responded. Rumble, the engine roared, and Li Ji drove away in the car. After sending Chalice home, Li Ji drove to Stark Tower alone. Sidu. Tony looked at Li Ji with a strange expression. Li Ji, who usually didn't come to the company once a month, actually came to the company twice today. Gage, are you here to help me process documents? But unfortunately, I have already all signed. No. Li Ji shook his head and thought to himself, you think I'm stupid? Come here and help you handle the documents. Then what are you doing here? Tony was a little unhappy. Tony, show me all the documents between you and the Artha group. Li Ji said. Huh. Tony felt a little strange. What's wrong? Let me think about the girl you brought here before. Tony was lost in thought for a long time, and then suddenly said, is it the girl from Sandra's orphanage? It's her? Li Ji nodded. Sorry, I don't agree with this marriage. Tony shook his head quickly. Tony, I don't have time to joke with you. Li Ji was a little anxious. Oh. Tony shook his head. Why would you fall in love with a girl who came out of an orphanage? What's wrong? Are you discriminating against her? Li Ji asked. Oh no, I don't discriminate against her. But I think if the identity and social status of two people are too different, they won't be able to get along for a long time. Tony shook his head. Is it just like you, changing mistresses every 3 days? Oh, no, I almost got you into trouble. She's not my girlfriend. Li Ji's explanation was a little panicked, and was very weak in Tony's eyes. Oh, forget it. Tony poured a glass of Coke, but Li Ji grabbed it and poured it into his mouth. Tony, show me the documents between you and the Artha group. Li Ji said sternly. You go to Jarvis to get it. Your authority is at the same level as mine. Just ask Jarvis for any documents you want. Do you still want me to go to the archives to look through it for you? Tony asked. You stored all these files in Jarvis. Li Ji was a little surprised. Otherwise, it's only $1,000,000. Do I still need to keep the documents myself? Li Ji blinked. Okay, you have money and you are awesome. Li Ji walked towards the laboratory and suddenly remembered something. Tony, since I have the same authority as you, how did you freeze my bank card? You can defrost it yourself? But I know you won't do that. Tony smiled, and Li Ji understood. He was tricked by Tony and gave him a middle finger. Jarvis, help me print out all the documents about the Artha group. Li Ji quickly issued an order on Jarvis. Okay, Mr. Gage. Jarvis quickly printed out all the documents and bound them separately. Li Ji took the documents in his hand and opened them one by one. These documents are mainly the contracts previously signed between Stark Industries and Artha Group, as well as some transfers and income certificates for each allocation. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Li Ji frowned. These documents were quite normal, and the disbursement of the money was always close to the maximum time. There was nothing unusual. It stands to reason that the Artha Group should have given that boy from Glen Allen a lot of money. Li Ji fell into deep thought, but soon he figured it out. By the way, I seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Li Ji suddenly had an idea. There is one thing that I have overlooked. For a boy from Glen Allen, $1 million may be a lot of money. Although the Artha Group is short of money now, it is not impossible to get even $1 million out. Tony, if Artha Group asks you for money, remember to ask them to take a look at the income and expenditure statements for the last 2 years. Li Ji put the document into the shredder and walked to Tony's side. Huh? How do you know that Artha Group is asking for money again recently? Tony asked a little strangely. What's wrong? Didn't we just allocate $1,000,000 to them 2 months ago? Did it burn out so quickly? Li Ji suddenly felt something was wrong. That's not true. Since we at Stark Industries always ignore their funding requests, they are now used to applying for funds months in advance. Tony spread his hands. This is actually Li Ji's responsibility. Tony, then you can ask them to bring over the income and expenditure statement now. Li Jideo. Oh, okay. Tony walked to the computer, clicked a few times, and sent an email to Artha Group. 30 seconds after the email was sent, the other party responded with an email. At the same time, the attachment contained the Artha Group's income and expenditure form for the past 3 years. So fast. Li Ji was originally going to go back directly, but he didn't expect the Artha Group to be so efficient. The file is a bit large. I'll print it out for you. You can take it back and read it slowly. Tony said. Why do you want me to take it back? Can't I watch it here? Li Ji asked. I have to start working. I can't concentrate on designing while you are here. Li Ji shrugged. Okay then. The Artha Group's accumulated expenditure form is very long. After printing, it has more than pages. It feels a bit heavy in Li Ji's hand. Sidu. I don't know whether the paper is too heavy or the value represented by this information is too heavy. Li Ji returned to his villa with the form, lay down on the sofa, and flipped through the pages. Consumption expenditures a year and a half ago are meaningless. Li Ji flipped through it casually. A year and a half ago, the Artha Group was still a wealthy man. At that time, he spent money lavishly, spending tens of millions of dollars casually. Of course, this level of richness cannot be compared with Tony. Invest $1 million in China, invest an additional $1 million in China, and invest an additional $1 million in China. Li Ji looked at the 3 largest expenditures on the first page. This should be the time when the Artha Group planned a blood sacrifice to Sheningjia and used Hulk as a carrier to summon Kunos. Li Ji recalled the battle with Hulk and the tragic ending of the demon god Kunos. It seems that Alves was detained by Mirando for a period of time because of excessive losses this time. It has been almost 2 years since I returned to the United States. When I first returned to the United States, I didn't have much clarity. Now it is much clearer, just like why Alves never contacted Li Ji before the economic crisis of the group. Previously, Li Ji thought that Alves was too powerful and automatically filtered out Li Ji when he didn't know Li Ji's identity. Later, he found out that it turned out that he had suffered excessive losses and was imprisoned. In the first few pages, the data of the the group were relatively healthy. At that time, Professor Bob had not separated from the the group. Although the the group had done a few stupid things, the funds could still be turned around. On page 11, a huge outflow of self suddenly appeared. Personnel changes cost us $1 billion. Li Ji could probably guess that this was the expenditure incurred by the group when Professor Bob separated from the group, or in other words, from Mirando. Although the half of the people that Professor Bob took away can be regarded as breaking with the group, they are still Hydra's hospital. Therefore, the group's severance and separation pay still have to be paid. This billion US dollars is not a lot in total, but because it is working capital, the pressure on a research and development company like the group is indeed great. No wonder we are looking for investment from Stark Industries. The capital chain from here on out is very unhealthy. Although RD's R&D investment has been reduced a lot after cutting off Bob's team, at the same time, because Bob's team took away a lot of patents, they were determined not to license them to the the group. As a result, many of the products being produced by the the group had to be withdrawn from the production line. Many profitable products could not continue to be produced, and the group was unable to make ends meet. Mirando played a bad game. Li Ji smiled. When he was unable to completely control the situation of the group, he forcibly expelled Bob. As a result, a large number of personnel were lost, and the group's capital chain also in trouble. Although Li Ji didn't have much contact with Mirando, he knew him fairly well. Mirando is a person who has a strong desire for control. Yes, that is the adjective exuberant. His pursuit of mastery is just like many men's pursuit of ape-lust, fanatical and strict. In fact, he had long been unhappy with Professor Bob. After Hulk escaped, he followed the trend and expelled Professor Bob from the group. In fact, it was just a plan he had made a long time ago. However, it is precisely because of seeing the tragic situation of Professor Bob, the veteran of the group, that many people feel sad. They feel that if they stay, they will be purged by Mirando in the future, so they simply follow Professor Bob. Gone. This incident had such huge consequences that even a group as big as they could hardly bear it. I wonder how Hulk is doing now. Li Ji lowered his head. Oh no, maybe I have to call him Professor Banner now. Maybe he's still Hulk, huh? Continue reading. In the next few months, the group managed to survive with its strong capital. However, a few months later, as several large contracts signed by Professor Bob for the group expired, they completely stuck in a tight situation. At this time, Mirando found out Li Ji's identity from somewhere, so he asked Alves to contact Li Ji. It was also at this time that Li Ji officially contacted the group. The next data is the highlight, because this is the data generated after Stark Industries invested in the group. Such large-scale investments are the most likely to produce moths. With the huge inflow of funds, you want to get something out of it. It couldn't be easier to come and line your own pockets or do something else. Li Ji carefully checked the file, and within a few pages, he discovered a data anomaly. Scientific research expenditure, $1 million US. It neither mentioned the project nor introduced the scientific researchers. This data is not quite right. Li Ji's pupils contracted. Connors was in a bad mood. 0.90 XS. After squatting next to Harry's house for a few days, he saw Harry appearing with Peter every day, which made him feel two things. The first point of anger is that Peter and Harry are together, so he can't do anything to Harry. The second point of anger is that Peter clearly agreed to help him find the whereabouts of Richard's notes, but he and Harry live together. Connors didn't believe that Richard's notes would be left at Harry's house, but he had investigated them. Damn, vain guy. Connors cursed in the dark sewer. I need to remind him that he can't forget what he promised to others. Connors emerged from the sewer and returned to his secret base. Tomorrow morning, I will wait at the gate of his school tomorrow morning. In the morning, Li Ji woke up from the sofa with a very elegant posture. On the ground beside him, the financial table of the group had already slipped. I actually fell asleep on the sofa without taking a shower. Li Ji touched his hair. Not taking a shower or washing his hair didn't affect his handsomeness. Fortunately, I am a purebred Saiyan, so I don't have to worry about my hairstyle. Li Ji picked up the group's financial table, put it on the table, and took a plate to cover the financial table. It's a good thing that I'm a Saiyan, otherwise I would have caught a cold if I slept like this. Li Ji smiled, took clothes and bath towels from the cloakroom, and walked into the bathroom. Although his hair is not messy, for Li Ji, who is mildly misophobic, it is still a bit uncomfortable not to take a shower for a day. Even in the harsh conditions in Kunlun, Li Ji still insisted on taking a bath every day, let alone such a wealthy and sufficient life after returning to the United States. After taking a shower, Li Ji drove to Shalice community, picked up Shalice, and headed for school. Li, did you not have breakfast today? Shalice asked suddenly. Li Ji gave her a strange look. How could you tell? My stomach doesn't seem to be growling. Humph, don't worry about how I figured it out. Why didn't you have breakfast? Shalis asked. I don't have time to do anything. I took a shower in the morning, Li Jida said. Then why don't you buy breakfast? Shalis continued to ask. Okay, I'll buy it when I get to school. I'll buy it when I get to school. Li Ji felt that he might not be able to defeat this girl, so he could only give in. By the way, you said last night that things haven't been clarified yet. How are things understood now? Shalis asked. There has been some progress. I have some guesses about things, but I don't know if they are correct, Li Jida said. Oh, Shalizi said. Midtown High School. Li Ji parked the car on the roadside at the school gate and walked to a breakfast shop. American breakfast is relatively simple. In addition to bread, it is a hamburger sandwiched with bread, or it is pie. In short, it can be easily made at home. Therefore, breakfast restaurants are not very popular in the United States, and breakfast is rarely seen in the United States. Shop, the most is just a food truck selling in the morning. The breakfast shop Li Ji went to was the only breakfast shop near the school. A sandwich, a glass of fresh milk, and a whole egg. Thank you. Li Ji didn't order too much, which seemed a little inconsistent with his personality, but the main reason was that this breakfast shop was not very delicious. If it weren't for Shaliz reminded him several times in the car that he would never buy it. In fact, it was still early, there were still about 10 minutes before class, but this time was definitely not enough for Li Ji to make breakfast at home, so he went out on an empty stomach, but unexpectedly, Shalis saw through it. When Li Ji and Shalis walked into the school, Connors arrived at the school gate. Li Ji passed by Connors again. If Li Ji saw Connors, he would naturally know what tricks Connors was playing, but unfortunately, Connors appeared near Li Ji several times without being seen by Li Ji. A few minutes later, Harry arrived at the school in a Rolls-Royce. Hey, Peter, look at that man. Does he look like the man who came to see you last time? Rocky, who was sitting in the back seat, was the first to notice Connors. He patted Peter on the shoulder and pointed at Connors. Huh. Peter looked in the direction Loki pointed and happened to see Dr. Connors. Oh, yes, it's him. Peter nodded. Harry, stop the car and I'll go see him. Peter shouted. Harry also glanced at Connors and felt that the man seemed familiar, but Harry failed to recognize him. After all, when Dr. Connors worked at the Osborne Group, he was actually just an ordinary employee, at most a middle-level employee. Although Harry met him a few times, he always passed by in a hurry. Harry stopped the car and Peter got out. Harry, just park the car next to this. Don't drive in. We'll wait for Peter on the side. Loki said. Yeah, okay. Harry moved the car and stopped on the side of the road. Professor Connors, why are you here? Peter walked to Dr. Connors and said politely. Oh, it's nothing. I passed your school during my morning jog and suddenly wanted to come over and see you, so I'm waiting for you here. Connor's expression was very calm and composed. Peter lowered his head, rolled his eyes secretly, and thought to himself, you think I'm stupid for sneaking past my school during my morning jog just to ask about formulas? Peter raised his head with a sunny look on his face. Professor Connors, thank you very much for your kindness, but I have to go to class soon and have to go to the classroom. How about we have a meal together during lunch? Connors didn't want Peter to run away just like that. He just gave a random reason. In fact, he came here just for Peter. He urgently wanted to know if Peter had gone to find the remains left by Richard Parker. Notebook, I also want to find out whether Richard Parker left the notebook behind. Wait a minute, Peter, I have something to ask you. Connors looked at Peter walking towards the school gate and stopped him. Dr. Connors, is there anything else? I have class soon. Peter came back helplessly. Quickly, it only takes a minute or two. I just want to ask a question. Connors said. Well, Dr. Connors, if you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything. Peter looked at Connors, but he felt a little confused. That's right, I want to ask. Have you found the notebook I left with your father? Connors asked directly without any pretense. As expected, are you still thinking about that formula? A trace of pride flashed in Peter's heart, as if he was somewhat proud of having seen through Connors's mind. But this must not be said to Connors. Peter didn't want Connors to see anything unusual. Sorry, Dr. Connors, I didn't find that notebook. Besides, I'm staying at my classmate Harry's house these days. I'll look for it carefully when I get back from Harry's house, Peter said. Oh, okay. Connors looked at Harry, Tony, and Loki who were watching more than 10 meters away, his eyes a little evasive. After you find it, let me know as soon as possible, okay? Connors said. Okay, Dr. Connors, Peter responded. Connors jogged away, pretending to be presentable. After all, it was a morning jog. In fact, the main reason why he left quickly was because he saw Harry. Harry was not familiar with Connors, but that didn't mean that Connors was not familiar with Harry. He recognized Harry's identity at a glance and knew that if he didn't hurry up, if he walked away and Harry recognized him, he might get into trouble. Peter, who is that person? Loki asked like a curious baby. Although he told Peter that Dr. Connors was looking for him last time, he did not know the identity of Dr. Connors. A friend of my father's. Peter didn't say too much. It's better not to tell others about some things, otherwise it will easily add to the confusion. Why do I feel that that person is familiar? Harry muttered. Really? Maybe he's more popular. Peter spread his hands. He didn't know Dr. Connors' past. Probably. Harry scratched his head and didn't think much about it. Peter was relieved when he saw Connors leaving, because the booklet containing the 2 formulas left by Richard Parker was in his bag. He always carries this book with him. Firstly, it is convenient for him to carry out calculations and research at any time. Secondly, it is also helpful for preventing theft. Night. Peter sat in front of the computer and kept inputting various variables into MATLAB to perform calculations. During the day, he suddenly thought of a special formula derivation method, which was the inverse method. Although the inverse method is simple and has a wide range of applications, Peter has never used it because this formula has never had a suitable variable. But during class during the day, Peter was doing calculations in his mind, and a magical number suddenly appeared. Peter felt that through this number, he would be able to deduce the entire formula. This is why Harry's family can be so willful. After all, the amount of calculations required after inputting this number is huge. Sitting in Harry's room, Peter could hear the roar of the host fan in the computer room. He was obviously caught in a lot of trouble. In operation. Peter's fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard, constantly correcting variables and reversing the process, and moving step by step in the direction he expected. It's so noisy. Harry, who was already asleep on the bed, was woken up. Sorry, Harry, it will take a while, and the first formula will be deduced in a while. Peter apologized. So fast. Harry rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up from the bed, walked to Peter's side, pressed the del key, and the screen instantly went black. Harry, what are you doing? Peter was shocked and worried. He finally reached 70% of the calculation, but when Harry pressed a key, the screen went black. It's overclocking. It's normal to have a black screen. It will recover after the calculation is completed. Harry yawned. The computer screen has been black for a long time. 0.90 XS. Harry, will it really recover? Why do I feel like I'm dead? Peter fell into doubt. How could it crash? Have you ever seen a supercomputer crash? Peter asked. Peter lowered his head. Apart from this supercomputer, he had never seen another supercomputer. How could he know whether the supercomputer would crash? On the other hand, the computer he usually uses at home often crashes. At this time, Peter usually just pulls out the power of the host computer. Don't worry, Peter, wait patiently. Didn't you wait for so long before? Harry said. How about we have an exciting game of Ludo? No, Harry, thank you. Peter was not in the mood to play Ludo at this time. By the way, what are you calculating? Even my computer is fully loaded. Last time I downloaded 10 viruses and kept Fisioning in the computer without taking up all the computing power. Seeing that Peter was not interested, Harry switched to another one. Topic. Oh my god, Harry, you actually downloaded a virus into your computer yourself. Peter felt that Harry's behavior was simply unreasonable. In order to prevent the computer from getting viruses, Peter didn't even enter the small website. Harry spread his hands and said, my father purchased a $1,000,000 defense system. I will test the capabilities of that system. Peter couldn't understand Harry's willfulness, just as he couldn't understand why he wanted to buy a $1,000,000 defense system. I'm working on the reverse of the formula and using huge data to prove the correctness of the formula, while building a formula model. That formula, is it so difficult to calculate? Harry was a little surprised. Well, maybe the method I chose is not quite right, but it can still be done. Peter said. The method Peter chose is indeed the stupidest, but it is also the only way he can prove formulas at this stage. Otherwise, when he advances to the next stage, he will face a headache that even the world's top mathematicians will face. Math problems. Although Peter is a genius, his genius is limited to the aspect he has studied. For some systems that he has never been exposed to, no matter how talented he is, he still needs to study for many years. It would be great if it can be completed. If it can be completed, I will definitely be able to help you calculate it. If it cannot be completed, it may really be like you said, and it will crash. Harry said. If the supercomputer really crashes, this is actually not a problem with the supercomputer, but a problem with Peter's mathematical formula. If there is a problem with the formula and the calculation enters an infinite loop, the calculation result will never appear. After overclocking, all the computing power is used for calculations, and even the monitor screen goes black, which is actually a disguised crash state. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with the formula left by Richard Parker. After the screen continued to be black for a few minutes, the screen suddenly projected a blue light. At first glance, Peter thought it was a blue screen on the computer, but at the second glance, the blue screen was gone. It has become the previous interface. The noise coming from the originally noisy computer room also became much quieter. Harry yawned and got into bed again. You can continue to calculate, but I hope you won't do any more large calculations tonight. What is super calculation? Everything is fine, but it's too noisy. After saying this, Harry fell asleep. Peter glanced at Harry apologetically, and then turned his eyes to the screen. Sure enough, it is exactly as I expected. After back reduction, the current result is perfectly connected with the part I calculated. Peter felt a little excited and a little proud. If Harry hadn't fallen asleep, he may even shout with joy. The formula has been verified, but I still don't know the function of the formula. Peter suddenly realized that he seemed to be a bit neglectful. He just wanted to study the effect of the formula before, but he kept verifying the authenticity of the formula. But it's okay. While verifying the formula, we also built a formula model. With a little testing, we can study the effect of the formula. Peter pulled out the formula model, only to find that it was in a chemical model. Why is it a chemical formula? Shouldn't this be a physical or mathematical model? Peter was a little shocked. In fact, this is the brilliance of Richard Parker. He used a special method to hide the chemical model in a mathematical formula. If this formula cannot be deciphered, the chemical formula he really wants to leave behind will not be found. This can actually be regarded as a retreat left by Richard for Peter. But what is saddening is that Richard passed away suddenly before the world knew about his great research. Connors, the only one who knew about it, also embarked on a path different from his goals, so the great research was sealed for nearly 20 years before it was inherited by his son, Peter Parker. Mathematical and physical models focus on application scenarios, while chemical models are more intuitive. Each chemical model has a very intuitive effect. The function of this chemical formula is activation. Peter frowned. I only heard before that physics is calculated, but now even chemistry, oh no, seems to be mixed with a little bit of biological knowledge. Can such a thing be obtained through calculation? Peter fell into endless thinking. 90xs. Sure enough, is the universe made up of mathematics? Then after I was bitten by a spider, I gained the ability of a spider. Is this also related to mathematics? Peter quickly thought of himself. Oh, by the way, there is also Uncle Ben's resurrection. Can it be understood as the continuity of a function being interrupted and then continued? And human life and death, can it be understood as the continuity of a function from Euclidean? What happens when Riemannian geometry is transformed into Riemannian geometry? Peter's thinking spread out, and he found that this formula seemed like the devil's door. The more you think about it, the less real and existential the world becomes. Oh, no, I can't associate it anymore. If I continue to associate it, I might become a madman. Peter quickly suppressed his divergent thinking and returned his attention to the formula. The effect of this formula is activation. So what is activation? What is the function of activation? Although Peter understood the effect of the formula after converting the mathematical formula into a chemical formula, Peter was still confused about the specific effect of this effect. Still half-informed. In the definition of chemistry, activation mainly refers to the activation of molecules. For a chemical reaction to occur between reactants, their molecules and other particles must first collide with each other. Most of the collisions are ineffective, and only a few of them have intermolecular. It takes a collision to trigger a chemical reaction. Collisions that can produce chemical reactions are called effective collisions. Molecules that undergo effective collisions are called activated molecules. Could it be that the function of this formula is to convert ordinary molecules into activated molecules? Peter did not study chemistry deeply. He could only use the knowledge of chemistry he had learned to barely understand this state. Oh, no. Generally speaking, activation just makes the molecules carry enough force to tear the chemical bonds when they impact. Most of the time, this can be accomplished by heating. Even if heating cannot be accomplished, it can also be accomplished by catalysts, lowering the activation energy and tearing the otherwise strong chemical bonds. If this formula had such an activation effect, Connors would not come to me with such a big fanfare. Peter closed the computer and lay on the bed. What exactly does it do? Peter gradually fell into sleep, but even in his dream, he was still thinking about the specific role of this formula. Early the next morning, Peter woke up. By the way, I don't know what this formula does, but Connors should know it, otherwise he wouldn't come to me. Peter suddenly thought of a compromise. Connors covets this formula. This is a good opportunity. I can give him the original formula, and then ask him to learn it and deduce the formula with him. In this way, I can not only figure out the specific details of this formula, you can also learn a lot of new knowledge. Peter suddenly thought of a wonderful way. Of course, the best way is to do experiments by himself, but with Peter's current conditions, it is really difficult to do scientific research. Peter, you're not asleep yet. Harry sat up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. No, Harry, it's already morning. It's time to get up and go to school. Peter said, if you go to bed later than me and wake up earlier than me, you will die suddenly sooner or later. After Harry finished speaking, he got up from the bed. By the way, Harry, I have to go back today. Peter said, what's wrong? Peter, are you not used to living here? Or did what I just said make you unhappy? Harry suddenly felt a sense of crisis. During the past few days when Peter was here, he slept well and felt at ease. If he left, he would bet that he would return to his original state of mental weakness. Oh, no, Harry, I just went back to get something. Peter could see the pleading in Harry's eyes and said quickly, then after school tomorrow, I will go to your house and look for it with you. Harry said, this is not good. Although Peter really had no intention of leaving Harry's house, after all, he still had a second formula to deduce. After tasting the benefits of the supercomputer, Peter wanted to complete the second formula in one go, get it out. However, Harry still felt a little flattered by being so polite. Nothing wrong. Harry put on his slippers and walked into the bathroom. School in the afternoon. I'm really just going home to get a few things. Peter walked into the utility room and squeezed in at the end, followed by Harry. What are you getting in here? Harry asked. Something from my father. Peter was looking through the bookcase. He wanted to find an old notebook and the handwriting left by his father. After all, in Connor's memory, what Richard left behind was a complete set of dramas. The formula was written in a notebook, and Peter decided to imitate Richard's handwriting and send Connors a notebook. Hey, this small leather notebook is really nice. Besides, Harry suddenly pulled out a notebook from the bookcase. The notebook looked very delicate, and there was a badge-shaped bookmark in the middle. Huh. Peter took the notebook and opened it. There was no text on the notebook, it was a blank new notebook. More than 20 years have made the paper in the middle of the notebook a little yellowed, but no paper has been damaged. Richard Parker and Mary Parker used to be employees of the CIA, and the things they used were all customized by the CIA, so they were naturally relatively high-end. Fortunately, there is a blank notebook here, otherwise Peter might have to spend money to find a rare notebook in a second-hand bookstore. Is this the notebook you are looking for? Although it is quite exquisite, it doesn't seem to be anything special. Harry asked with some confusion. Well, it's an unexpected surprise. Peter continued to search. There were many notebooks on the bookcase. Peter took them out one by one and opened them, but unfortunately, he did not find the notebook where Richard Parker originally made calculations. It seems I have to imitate the handwriting and write it myself. Peter scratched his head, selected a few notebooks with more mathematical formulas and symbols and put them aside, and stuffed the rest into the bookcase. What are you doing looking for these? Harry kept asking like a curious baby. Harry, do you remember the man you met yesterday morning? Peter asked. Oh, remember, that person is a bit strange. Harry nodded. I seem to have seen him a few times somewhere, but I didn't have a deep impression on him. He wants the formula left by my father. He has something in his hands. I don't want to give him the formula, but I need the things he has in his hand. Do you understand? Peter didn't hide much. Except for some details, he told Harry directly. Oh, my God, don't believe him. He must be trying to defraud you of the formula left by your father. Harry said quickly. Indeed, I think so too, but the information he holds is very important, and I have to cooperate with him. Peter said. So are you going to copy a formula and give it to him? Harry quickly figured it out. Yes. Peter admitted very generously. Interesting. Harry smiled playfully. If you need my help, just ask. Well, I won't be polite. Peter put all the other items in their places and walked out of the utility room with Harry. Uncle Ben and Aunt May are not at home. When Peter talked to them on the phone a few days ago, they said that they are doing volunteer work outside these days. It seems that because Peter is away from home, they have more time to do some meaningful things. After walking out of the door, Peter stamped his feet, and the lights in the corridor turned on. Peter suddenly felt a little cold on the back of his head. He subconsciously touched the back of his neck, but he instantly realized that it was his spider sense that sensed danger. Peter looked at the stairs warily as Martin Lee slowly walked up. Hey, Peter, long time no see. Martin Lee greeted happily. Uncle Martin, long time no see. Peter responded. It was indeed a long time. Peter had not seen Martin Lee for at least 3 months. Uncle Martin, are you here to see Aunt May and Uncle Ben? They are not at home. Peter said. No, I rented a house upstairs, and now I come to stay sometimes. Martin Lee smiled and pointed to the upstairs. Uncle Martin, you are a rich man, why do you live in a place like ours? Peter didn't quite understand. He asked very cautiously. Of course, the biggest reason why he asked this was that the danger sensed by the spider sense seemed to be getting closer and closer. As if danger emanated from Martin Lee, Peter eagerly wanted to know the reason why Martin Lee moved here. Don't be nervous. Martin Lee smiled, showing his beautiful teeth. We Chinese people have a saying that wealth should not be revealed. Although I am rich, I also follow this principle. That's it. Peter relaxed a little. Peter, is this your classmate? Martin Lee suddenly looked at Harry. Well, yes, this is Harry, my desk mate. Peter introduced. Hello, little classmate Harry. Martin Lee greeted warmly. Hello, Mr. Martin. Harry said politely. Are you going to go out to play? It's already dark, and it's quite dangerous outside. Martin Lee said with concern. I'm staying at Harry's house these days. I came back today to pick up some things, and now I have to go back to Harry's house. Peter explained. Haha, that's it. No wonder I said that Ben and May's volunteer time has increased recently. Martin Lee laughed. Then I will go up first. You should pay attention to traffic safety outside. Okay, Uncle Martin. Harry, do you have a pen at home? Peter sat at the table, trying hard to imitate Richard Parker's handwriting, but it was almost impossible to imitate. Using a gel pen to imitate the pen's handwriting was really weak. So, I have to go to the study to take a look at this. Harry walked out of the room. He usually uses gel pens, and only Norman Osborn often uses fountain pens. Soon, Harry came back from the study with a pen in his hand. I don't know which one is better, you can choose it yourself. Harry threw the pen on the table, sat on the bed and listened to the music. Peter looked at the large number of pens. None of them were worth less than $5,000, and Harry violently threw them on the table. Peter carefully tried the pen and finally chose one, Parker. No other reason than this Parker is cheaper. Ever since Peter discovered that he was too strong, he switched from fountain pens to gel pens. After all, gel pens were cheap and the pen tips were not easy to break. Now let Peter write pens again, and he has to consider the problem of pen tip wear. Any pen is a limited edition. Peter only felt that the gap between people was so big. After writing on the scratch pad for a few times, Peter finally became familiar with the feeling of this pen. The Parker pen writes very softly and smoothly, and the sluggish feeling that he used to imitate Richard Parker's handwriting is gone. It's very easy to imitate. It seems that my power control is very good now. After writing for a while, Peter breathed a sigh of relief after finding that there were no signs of the pen tip breaking. Although this Parker is the cheapest pen that Harry got, the price is more than $5,000. If the pen is really broken, Peter cannot afford to pay for it. Let's start copying. Peter practiced handwriting for a while and confirmed that the handwriting was very similar to Richard Parker's, and finally took out the precious notebook. I hope Connors has the information I need. Peter began to copy. Peter didn't act smart enough to make changes to Richard Parker's derivation process. He still couldn't understand some of the content. If he tried to change it wisely, the secret might be exposed. The derivation of the formula seems very long, but it is actually relatively fast to write. Peter was a little frightened at first. He started writing very slowly, but as he copied, his speed became faster. It only took him more than 3 hours to copy all the first formulas into his notebook. It's finally finished, but it looks a little unharmonious. Peter looked carefully at the formula he copied. Although the handwriting was no different from Richard Parker's, and the notebook also existed nearly 20 years ago, but the ink on it is still too new. Just bake it over the fire tomorrow, and then go find Connors the day after tomorrow. Peter knew that Connors probably knew what the formula really did, otherwise he wouldn't have come to Peter. The effect of this formula is definitely not ordinary. Peter is eager to know what effect this formula has. Day 3. Hey, Peter, have you found my notebook? Connors asked with a smile when he saw Peter. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Sorry, Dr. Connors, I didn't find your notebook, but I did find one of my father's notebooks, which also contains a formula. I don't know if it is the formula you are looking for. Peter took out his preparation good notebook. Connors took the notebook, flipped through a few pages, and thought to himself, it doesn't seem to be the one I've seen before. In that notebook, Richard Parker made very detailed annotations and calculations, and there were also traces of alterations. But there are none of those in this notebook. But the handwriting is indeed Richard's, and the formula is also the one that Richard derived. Richard probably rearranged the formula later. But this is a bit troublesome. Originally, with some of Richard's annotations and calculation processes, I could quickly combine the formula with my research, but now I have to derive the formula. Connors was a little unhappy, but he didn't let Peter see it. He smiled and said, it seems that Richard has reorganized my formula. The formula in this notebook is indeed what I am looking for. Thank you, Peter, you've been a big help. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Oh, no, Dr. Connors. In fact, my biggest curiosity is what this formula does. After I found this notebook the day before yesterday, I looked at it all night and couldn't understand it. I hope Dr. Connors, you can help me figure it out. Confused. Peter said sincerely. No wonder the two of them came back late the night before yesterday. It turned out that they went to find a notebook. Connors looked at Peter, and the muscles on his face swelled slightly. Peter, the function of this formula is very complicated. It is difficult for me to explain it to you in such a short time. After thinking about it, Connors still did not directly tell Peter the function of the formula. So Dr. Connors, can you take me on as your assistant? Stark Tower. Point 90 XS. Tony, is there anything going on in the Artha group this week? Since Li Ji suspected that there were people in the Artha group who were against Mirando last week, he asked Tony to step up surveillance of the Artha group. Jarvis was always analyzing the cameras arranged by Li Ji, trying to find the members of the Artha group who were in contact with Joe Fabio. You should ask Jarvis about this kind of thing. I don't have time to help you keep an eye on it. Tony said very rudely. Li Ji rolled his eyes at him and transferred the topic to Jarvis. No, Mr. Gage, Artha group rarely goes out this week. Moreover, due to the expiration of some patents, several products of Artha group cannot be sold. There are even fewer people coming to Artha group to discuss business. Geoweiss replied. So, did the person I asked you to pay attention to appear near the Artha group? Li Ji asked. Li Ji was almost certain that the lucky person who drank the D-type potion and gained the same abilities as Chalice was Joe Fabio. So he asked Jarvis to pay close attention to Joe Fabio's developments. Sorry, no, Mr. Gage. Have you seen all the previous surveillance videos? Is there no video of Joe Fabio appearing near the Artha group? Li Ji asked, still unwilling to give up. After all the investigations, Joe Fabio was not found. I think the transaction between Joe Fabio and Artha group was probably carried out through a third party. Jarvis expressed his inference. Oh, that would be troublesome. Li Ji slumped down on the sofa. If there is a third party, then anyone who appears in the Artha group may be an informant. Although Jarvis's analytical ability is strong, it is not that strong. What's the trouble? Haven't you already identified a target, Joe Fabio? Tony suddenly came over and handed Li Ji a cup. Li Ji took it and drank it casually. Damn, it's iced coffee. Li Ji spit out the coffee in his mouth. Ha ha ha, I knew you would think it was Coke. Tony giggled. Tony. Li Ji's voice was a little fierce. Forget it, I won't joke with you. Tony smiled. Don't you have a target now, Joe Fabio? You just catch this target, and then force him to tell you about his relationship with the Artha group. Isn't that the relationship between them? Tony, it's not that simple. Li Ji shook his head. Tony was like that. He didn't think too much about the consequences of anything he did. At best, he was willful, at worst, he was conceited. Then tell me, are there any other key points? Tony brought another Coke over. Our main target is the Arthe group. Although Joe Fabio is also a target, his priority is much lower than that of the Arthe group. Li Ji said. Well, I understand this without you having to tell me. Tony looked at Li Ji as if he were a fool. I don't want to arrest Joe Fabio directly, mainly to prevent alerting the enemy. I still don't know how many people Joe Fabio has, and how many of these people have contact with the Arthe group. Once if you take action against Joe Fabio, you will probably be discovered by people in the Arthe group, and in this case, some clues will be cut off. The reason why Li Ji is tied up now is not because he is not strong enough, but because a lot of the other party's information is not clear yet, and a single move can affect the whole body. Li Ji is worried about some chain effects. Sounds reasonable. Tony nodded. But I think you are too timid. You are a coward. Tony smiled. You are so cowardly that you don't even dare to investigate in person. You look forward and backward, and you seem to be cautious, but in fact you are just cowardly. Tony suddenly said sharply, and his words were like a knife, piercing into Li Ji's heart. If it were me, I would go directly to investigate the Arthe group and Joe Fabio. If they discovered it, I would kill them directly. With my financial strength, I can definitely do this. Gage, I know that your personal strength should be much stronger than mine. I also know that you are different from ordinary people in many ways, but you are too preoccupied with things. Many things are not that complicated at all. When the car arrives, there must be a road before the mountain. Instead of looking forward and backward, it is better to attack with anger. The Stark group will help you. Glen Community Rugby Ground. Datsudo. The football field in Glen Community is very simple. Even the grass is a bit tattered and the mud is clearly visible. Because it had just rained, the players on the court were covered in mud and water, but the athletes did not care at all about the harsh competition environment and were full of energy. The game has entered a hygienic stage, and the two teams are still deadlocked. It seems like a shame for the New York OS, a semi-pro team. Although they have been playing Uncle Louis Big Sausage really delicious rugby team, the opponent is just a community rugby team, which cannot even be called an amateur. In terms of the score, it is evenly divided. For New York City, this is in terms of face. It seems a bit overwhelming. New York City launched an attack. There are still 1 minute and 45 seconds left in the game. This attack by New York City should be the last attack of the game? Can this attack help them score a goal and kill it at the last minute? Li Ji stood on the edge of the court, watching the game between the two teams, and next to him was a somewhat exciting, and even noisy commentator. The commentator was shouting hard. It seemed that he should be a supporter of New York City, but unfortunately, the result of this game was destined to disappoint him. The sausage team is really good at acting. Li Ji felt this way after watching the audience. Uncle Louis' Big Sausage is so delicious. The football team is far more powerful than the New York City team, but it seems to be hiding it in order to reduce its own attention. Uncle Louis' Big Sausage is so delicious. It's not surprising that the football team has such strength. After all, at least one of them has a superpower. Compared to the New York OS team, which doesn't have superpowers, it's simply crushing strength. If it weren't for the people behind it who don't like to show off, this team even has the strength to compete for a national championship. But in the eyes of others, the Uncle Louis' Big Sausage is so delicious football team is a community team. To put it harshly, it is a no-name team that is not even as good as the school team. This no-name team can barely withstand the offensive of the semi-professional team New York OS. This is something that many people did not expect. The time is now the 14th minute of the fourth quarter, the score is 14-14, and the New York OS team has launched an all-out attack. Uncle Louis' Big Sausage is so delicious. The football team seems to have some physical problems, and they cannot keep up with the New York OS the rhythm of the team. Are we going to score? The New York City team has scored within the last 10 yards, and the football team only has the number 8 player in this area. He is alone and helpless. What should he do? Defense. New York City passed the ball, but the pass, oh my god, was intercepted by the number 8 player on Uncle Louis' football team. Why was he so fast? It was like a bolt of lightning. Before I could see what he was doing, the ball was already in his arms. The commentator on the side roared hysterically, and Li Ji blinked and put on his sweater hat. Although the sound insulation effect is not very good, it is better than nothing. Now that the New York City team is all on the line, the defense is extremely empty. Uncle Louis' Big Sausage is so delicious. The number 8 player on the football team only needs to pass the ball to easily resolve this offensive crisis. Oh, my god, he didn't choose to pass the ball? Instead, he chose to dribble the ball himself? The New York team reacted quickly. 4 players had already outflanked them, but under the pressure of the 4 players, Uncle Louis' Big Sausage is so delicious. The number 8 player on the football team rushed out of the tunnel. Oh, my god, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to believe that this is the speed of a human being. His speed was so fast that not only the New York City team couldn't catch up with him, but even his teammate, Louis Uncle's Big Sausage is so delicious that the rest of the football team can't catch up with him. He scored? Oh my god. Scored directly? New York OS Team 14-19 Uncle Louis' Big Sausage is so delicious football team. There are only the last 15 seconds left in the game. New York OS team has no chance. God? Well, congratulations to the Uncle Louis' Big Sausage so delicious football team for defeating the New York OS. It's an incredible feat. I probably said more oh my god calling this game today than I did the previous 5 games. This ending was a big surprise for me as a New York OS fan. It's a little hard to accept, but after seeing the wonderful performance of the number 8 player on Uncle Louie's Big Sausage So Delicious football team, it doesn't seem so hard to let it go. The countdown is over. Let's congratulate Uncle Louie's Big Sausage So Tasty football team for winning this game. Also, thank you to the New York OS for giving us a wonderful performance. Most importantly, thank you to Uncle Louie the Big Sausage is so delicious. Player number 8 on the football team, your performance is phenomenal. Lee Ji quietly walked out of the stadium. It seems that number 8 should be that Joe Fabio. Hey, your boys are really good. Can you introduce them to me? After watching their performance, I feel like I am about to turn from a football fan to a rugby fan's Sito. After the game, Lee Ji found the owner of the Uncle Louis Big Sausage shop. He was serving sausages for everyone next to the stadium. After watching the game, eating a delicious fresh meat sausage is simply the ultimate joy on earth. The owner of the sausage shop was stunned when he saw Lee Ji. Obviously, he didn't recognize Lee Ji, but after hearing Lee Ji talk about football, he remembered, let me tell you, what's good about football. It's a barbaric sport, look at rugby, how beautiful and scientific it is. Lee Ji shrugged angrily and thought to himself, if this was posted on the forum in my previous life, your store would be smashed. Of course, you can't say this in front of the owner of the sausage shop. Lee Ji smiled, laughing, so sir, can you introduce me to the members of your team? Especially number 8, his performance just now was so cool. Of course, Joe Fabio is our ace. By the way, he is a big eater just like you. I think you must have a lot in common, the owner of the sausage shop said happily. Oh, really? That's so clever. Although Lee Ji said this, he really confirmed Joe Fabio's identity again in his heart. It is indeed him, that's right. Now I will continue to sell sausages, and I will introduce them to you in the evening. They are celebrities now. Without my introduction, it will be difficult for you to get to know them. The owner of the sausage shop said a little boastfully. Lee Ji shrugged angrily and did not refute him. After all, Uncle Louis Big Sausage is so delicious. The players of the football team are all blocked by their fans, and they feel like stars are shining over the moon. I'll come over again in the evening. Although Lee Ji was a little dissatisfied, he didn't feel too much. Then you can go directly to Bego Club tonight. Today is the first time that the team's boys have defeated a semi-professional team. We have discussed it before. If we win today, we will hold a celebration cocktail party. Grilled sausage, said the shop owner. Okay, when will the cocktail party start? Lee Ji had long wanted to escape from the noisy football field, but the bar at night would probably be even more noisy and chaotic. Just arrive after 7 o'clock. When you get to the door, just say that Louis asked you to pass, and they will let you go. After the owner of the sausage shop said that, he pushed the sausage cart and entered the crowd. Many people are already salivating. Louis? I thought Louis was his grandfather's name, but it turns out it's his family's surname. Night, Bego Club. Sir, are you here for a drink or a reception? As he walked to the door of the club, Lee Ji was stopped by a girl with a hot figure. Her skin was brown and she looked like a black man. White mixed race. Louis asked me to come here. Lee Jida said. Oh, please come this way. The girl took the initiative to lead the way. Lee Ji followed the girls into the club. The party was on the second floor of the club. The lobby on the first floor was still a place for guests to relax and rock out. Is the management of your club so loose? I just said that Louis asked me to come here, and you brought me in. Don't you need to confirm my identity? Lee Ji asked boredly. Mr. Louis said that an Asian man will come over. It is rare for Asians to come to our Bego bar, and it is even rarer for an Asian to speak English so fluently, with a pure New York accent. The girl was very generous. Replied. Is that so? Lee Ji glanced around, seeming to be thinking of ways to resolve the embarrassment. Yes, that's it. And I will take you to Mr. Louis. If Mr. Louis recognizes that you are not the guest he invited, I will kick you out. The mixed-race girl laughed. Oh, that's too violent and not suitable for a girl like you. Walking upstairs, Louis saw Lee Ji at a glance. Hey, my friend, you are finally here. Lee Ji scanned the seats upstairs. Only a few people were seated, and no members of the rugby team were seen. Louis, where's your team? Haha, they are dancing down there and they won't come up until later. Louis said with a smile and handed a menu to Lee Ji. What do you want to drink? Do you have Sprite? Coke is fine too. Lee Ji took the menu but did not open it and said. Your taste is really unique. Louis glanced at Lee Ji and said mockingly. Carbonated drinks are the ladder of human progress. Lee Ji sat on the sofa. It would be better if you still have your sausage. This beautiful lady, give him a glass of Sprite. After Louis said to the girl, he walked aside and opened a small cabinet, which turned out to be his sausage. I still agree with the second half of what you said. Louis handed Lee Ji 2 sausages. Sitting on the sofa, eating sausages, drinking the freshly served Sprite, and chatting with Boss Louis about the football team, Lee Ji suddenly felt that the bar seemed less noisy. Beside. But that feeling was soon broken as members of the football team emerged from the dance floor. I don't know where they got so much energy. After playing a hard game during the day, they could still sweat out a sweat on the dance floor at night. A dozen young men came up from downstairs, smelling of sweat. Their bodies were still stained with sweat. It was obvious that they were from the excessive disco dancing on the dance floor just now, rather than the accumulated sweat from the afternoon rugby game. Chen Han. Li Ji blinked a few times in disgust, but the beauties following them did not dislike them. They walked up to the second floor and began to hug each other. It was so exciting that some even put their hands into their clothes. Boss Louis, why don't you introduce me? Li Ji asked. It could be seen that the owner of the sausage shop was a little embarrassed when he saw this scene. Of course, his eyes expressed more envy. Oh, the owner of the sausage shop finally came to his senses. Seeing the beauties all the rugby members were hooking up with, he was a little lost for a moment. Daddy Louis, I told you to find a female companion. You don't believe it. A tall boy came over with a smell of sweat. He went to the cabinet brought by the owner of the sausage shop and took 2 sticks. Sausage. One was stuffed into his mouth, and the other was forcefully inserted into the throat of his female companion. He also blocked both of his female companion's hands with one hand to prevent her from taking away the sausage. The female companion was stuffed for about 10 seconds, almost crying, and then he let go. Li Ji originally thought that his female companion would scold him, but he didn't expect that she just took out the sausage and said with a forced smile, "You are so rude. This thing, ahem, is a bit spicy when stuffed in your throat. Don't be so barbaric." "Well, haha, don't you like it?" The man laughed. "Later tonight, I won't brush my teeth or rinse my mouth, so you can try this spicy taste," the woman said with some dissatisfaction. She held the sausage in her hand, stretched out her tongue to lick it, and did it a few more times. A hesitant movement, the scene is really unsightly. "Then try it and see if I can pour chili oil on you," the man replied nonchalantly, and both of them laughed. To be honest, this was the first time Li Ji had seen this scene. Although I have long been aware of the little naughtiness between celebrity athletes and nightclub girls, I have never seen this scene before. Ahem, cough, cough, please pay attention to the impact. Boss Louis coughed a few words. After all, today's reception was hosted by Boss Louis. The girl did not continue talking, but the boy said unceremoniously, "Dad Louis, are you envious? Do you want me to introduce you to someone?" "Adam, stop joking," Boss Louis finally said loudly. Okay, no more joking. Boss Louis, who is sitting next to you, is he a newcomer who wants to join our rugby city?" Adam looked at Li Ji. Before Boss Louis could answer him, he said to himself, "Hey, newcomer, if you want to join our team, you have to prove your charm first. Go down below and find a female partner. We are a popular team, no welcome unpopular guys." "Adam, stop talking nonsense. This is Li, a rich Chinese young man. As long as he is coaxed, the bus sponsorship your team has always wanted will be available." Adam's character has always made Boss Louis a little unhappy. Although he didn't know Li Ji's identity, he guessed that Li Ji should be either rich or noble. After all, he could see the car Li Ji drove. "Since you are a child from a wealthy family, shouldn't you find a female companion to have fun with? Do you want me to introduce a few?" Adam said with a smile, a bit flattering. "Stop making trouble, Adam. Those who have girlfriends are much prettier than these female companions you are looking for." The words of Boss Louis aroused public outrage, and the girls on the side stared at him fiercely. Regardless of whether what Boss Louis said was true or false, no girl could accept the idea that she was inferior to others. Boss Louis also felt something was wrong, and his back felt a little cold. "Dad Louis, is this the Chinese young man you said before, who is very similar to me?" Just when Boss Louis felt a little overwhelmed, a man stood up and said. This man seemed to have great authority in the crowd. When he stood up, everyone turned their attention to him, which was a relief for Boss Louis. Yes, that's him, Joe. As I told you before, he eats a lot just like you," Boss Louis said quickly, but suddenly realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing again. "Dad Louis, if you say I eat too much, I will be sad." Joe Fabio shook his head and walked towards Li Ji. "Hello, Joe Fabio." Joe Fabio introduced himself. Li Ji. Joe Fabio's accent was very strange. It was difficult for him to pronounce the word Li Ji correctly. All the pronunciations had a slight upturned final sound. .90xs. Sure enough, it's a Virginia accent. Although not many Americans can pronounce the word Li Ji with a clear accent, the characteristic of the upturned final sound is still very obvious, especially the feeling of the upturned tongue band. Just like the crooked neck tree in Virginia. "Well, this is my name." Li Ji nodded and took another sausage. No wonder Papa Louis brought 1/3 more sausages than usual today. Joe Fabio smiled, also took a sausage and bit off half of it in one bite. "Are you interested in rugby?" Joe Fabio left the girl he brought with him and sat next to Li Ji. What's slightly better than Adam before is that Joe Fabio doesn't smell much of sweat and doesn't seem to be sweating much. Didn't he jump much? Or was it the physical advantage that the superpower brought to him? Li Ji glanced at him. Both possibilities were plausible, but Li Ji was more inclined to the second one. "Li, are you a rugby fan?" After thinking about it, Joe Fabio decided to call him Li Ji Li. After all, the word Li Ji sounded too strange. He looked at Li Ji and was a little wary. He had to be vigilant at all times for a rich kid who approached the team for no reason. Li is not a football fan. Before Li Ji could speak, Boss Louis intervened. Joe Fabio's pupils shrank instantly. This was what he feared the most. If Li Ji was interested in rugby, it would still make sense to him, but this is not the case. Li Ji smiled and said nothing. Since Boss Louis took the initiative to answer the conversation, he would definitely continue talking. "He was a customer who came to my store last time. When he came to eat sausage last time, he said he liked football. This was unacceptable to me. I had to tell him that football is the best in the world. Sports. Boss Lewis said proudly. So that's it. Joe Fabio raised his voice and finally felt relieved. In his eyes, Li Ji changed from a red enemy character to a green friendly character. So Li, did you watch today's rugby match? Joe Fabio asked with a smile. Of course I did, otherwise why would I come to the celebration reception? Li Ji said with a half smile, but in Joe Fabio's eyes, his smile was still relatively gentle. In the last minute, you descended from heaven, intercepted the pass from the opponent, and then brought the ball into the scoring area alone. It was so cool. Seeing Joe Fabio a little proud and seemed to want to brag, I gave him a few compliments at the right time. Ha ha ha, it's not such an exaggeration. Li, you are flattering me. Joe Fabio said that Li Ji was flattering, but his expression was full of laughter. By the way, how did you know I was number 8? I was so dirty at the time, I shouldn't have been able to tell. Boss Lewis has introduced you to me a long time ago, of course I know. Li Ji smiled. Joe Fabio walked back to his female companion, said a few words in her ear, and sat back next to Li Ji, chatting happily with Li Ji all the time. Li Ji found that although Joe Fabio's accent was a bit strange, his ideas and knowledge were still good, and Li Ji didn't have many communication barriers when communicating with him. However, when it comes to something slightly more private, Joe Fabio's answers are always very conservative and ambiguous, which makes it a bit difficult for Li Ji to speak in a formula. By the way, Li, Father Lewis said that you are, well, a rich man. I would like to ask, is this true? Joe Fabio said a little shyly, but you can see the shrewdness hidden under his shy face. It stands to reason that the money given to him by the Artha group should be enough for him, and he doesn't look like a high-spending person. Could it be that he doesn't dare to spend that money? Li Ji thought in his mind. It's inappropriate to say he's from a rich family, it's a bit exaggerated. Li Ji thought for a while and did not deny the statement. I think he is an ordinary middle-class family. If he wants to sponsor a team bus, there is still no problem. Oh, my God. Joe Fabio shouted in disbelief. So, do you have any plans to donate? After the shock, Joe Fabio continued to ask. Well, this depends on your performance. Li Ji smiled. Quick, serve wine to Mr. Li. Joe Fabio shouted at his team members. Sorry, I don't drink. I'll just drink some Sprite. Li, can we talk about sponsoring the bus now? In a small, airtight room, Li Ji and Joe Fabio sat face to face. Joe Fabio was a little drunk and couldn't even speak clearly. Okay, then I'll make a long story short. After pouring several bottles of ice water into Joe Fabio gradually woke up. The scene in front of her made her feel very bad. He subconsciously activated his powers and wanted to resist. 0.90 XS. Joe Fabio's reaction speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, a moonlight shield appeared on his body. However, his reaction speed could not be faster than that of Li Ji. Although Li Ji's body was illuminated by the moonlight, it was a bit uncomfortable, but he still subdued Joe Fabio in an instant and dispersed his condensed superpowers. Be honest and answer me a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I won't do anything to you. Li Ji said unceremoniously, although the conversation with Joe Fabio left him with the impression was not bad, but after all, Joe Fabio was the person who attacked Solace, and Li Ji understood the difference between closeness and distance. If Joe Fabio knows what's going on, Li Ji can let him go, but if he doesn't cooperate and seeks death, Li Ji doesn't mind sending him on his way. Sure enough, I knew that a rich guy like you must have bad intentions when you approach our team secretly. Joe Fabio said with some regret. He had long felt that something was wrong. Satisfied, but with Boss Lewis as a guarantee, he took Li Ji for granted as a good person. Stop talking nonsense. If you have any questions next, I'll ask you. If your answer satisfies me, I won't mind letting you go and giving you a team bus as a gift. Li Ji said coldly. Joe Fabio's eyes were gloomy, but he had to lower his head under the eaves. He was now completely under Li Ji's control, so he could only say, I promise, as long as I know, I will tell you. Tell me about the origin of your superpower. Li Ji sat on his seat. Don't attempt a sneak attack, and don't try to secretly pass on the information. Otherwise, it will be your responsibility if innocent people are affected. To be honest, Li Ji didn't take the lives of Joe Fabio and his men seriously. They were not good people after all, and Li Ji was not the Virgin White Lotus. Their lives are a kind of bargaining chip to Li Ji. To Li Ji, this kind of bargaining chip is worthless, but in the eyes of Joe Fabio, it is worth tens of thousands of gold. He really didn't intend to answer Li Ji's question honestly, but after Li Ji said so, he had to think carefully. Although he could bet that Li Ji couldn't distinguish between true and false, he didn't dare. Li Ji deliberately asked him how he obtained the superpower, and also wanted to test whether he was honest or not. If he was not honest, he would probably find other reasons to prevaricate Li Ji. After all, using potions to obtain superpowers is of great importance and cannot be done. Revealed easily. But if this is the case, it is playing into Li Ji's hands. Li Ji will definitely give him a thumbs up and let him remember it for a long time. Li Ji silently expected Joe Fabio to speak, so that he could remember it for a long time, but Joe Fabio's answer was a bit disappointing. This is about 2 years ago, when I was in Glen Allen. I woke up after taking a potion called Permanent Type D. Joe Fabio answered. Li Ji didn't expect Joe Fabio to be so cowardly and directly confessed his past. Generally speaking, wouldn't villains mock the decent ones like crazy and then commit suicide? Why did it become like this when we got here? For a moment, Li Ji didn't know what to ask Joe Fabio. How did you obtain your type D potion? After a long time, Li Ji thought of the second question. I was working as a gangster in Glen Allen. One time when I was out, I found a car rolled over into the river. I went over to check and saw no one in the car, but I found a car in the trunk of the car. The box contains dozens of potions, divided into 4 types, A, B, C, D, and the D-type potion I use is one of them. Joe Fabio answered. Vehicle rollover? Why does this sound familiar? Li Ji suddenly remembered that it seemed that when Harry was robbed at Glen Allen, it was also because of the vehicle rollover. Then why did you choose type D potion? D. It has the lowest score at first glance. Li Ji originally thought that Qiao should have found this potion, but according to Joe Fabio, he found this potion. Then Li Ji couldn't understand why Joe Fabio left Glen Allen after taking the potion. Originally, I didn't want to tell the boss about the potion, but I didn't dare to swallow it easily. After all, the origin of these potions is unknown. Although the potions are said to be very powerful, they always give off an aura that cannot be trusted. But somehow, the boss found out about the potion. He found my potion and took it directly, gaining powerful powers. Only then did I realize how much of an opportunity one had missed. Because I secretly hid the potion, I was sentenced to beheaded by the boss. The day before the execution, I sneaked into the place where the boss kept the potion, got the last permanent potion, and left Glen Allen. Then your boss is stupid enough. You, a person who is about to be dealt with, still know where he hides the potion. Li Ji smiled. Have you ever thought about taking revenge on him? I heard that he has been dealt with recently, so he helped me take revenge. As Joe Fabio spoke, his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that you are? That's right. Although I didn't do it myself, my friend took care of it. After all, I'm still your benefactor. Li Ji smiled, understanding what Joe Fabio was thinking. Benefactor. Joe Fabio said with a bitter smile. Okay, don't worry about this. Next question. Li Ji chose skip. You ask. Joe Fabio could only cooperate. After thinking that Li Ji might be the one who dealt with Glen Allen's gang, he was even more afraid to disobey Li Ji's will. Because according to his information, Glen Allen's gang was dealt with by a large company, and in his eyes, this large company was most likely the Arthe Group. He knew that the Arthe Group was divided into 2 factions. When he first arrived in New York, Professor Bob had not yet left the Arthe Group, so he naturally regarded Li Ji as another faction of the Arthe Group. Although he has gained a lot in the Arthe Group and has deep relationships with several people, he would never dare to participate in such a factional dispute in a large company. People in the Arthe Group did not fully trust Joe Fabio, otherwise he would not have been kept in the dark for so long. Professor Bob had fallen out with the Arthe Group a long time ago, but he did not know such important information at all, otherwise he would not have regarded Li Ji as a member of the Arthe Group. Nearly half a year ago, you attacked a silver-haired girl. Who gave this order? Li Ji finally asked the key point. The panic in Joe Fabio's eyes was even worse. Li Ji actually knew such secret information. Now he was even more convinced that Li Ji was a member of the Arthe Group. Joe Fabio suddenly fell silent, and Li Ji frowned. What? You don't want to say? Joe Fabio looked helpless. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't know who the other party is. You don't know who the other party is. Li Ji suddenly felt that Joe Fabio was a bit funny. Someone gives you money and tasks, but you don't even know who the other party is? You are being a killer? Yes, I don't know the other party's identity. Joe Fabio lowered his head. As far as I know, he gave you millions of dollars, and you don't even know his identity. Joe Fabio's body was shaking a little. He had 2 secrets in total. One was his identity as a superpower, and the other was the millions of dollars in savings. Unexpectedly, Li Ji knew them all. Indeed, he gave me millions of dollars. Joe Fabio did not deny the money. But those were all anonymous transfers. I have never even seen him. We all contacted him on the internet. Joe Fabio said helplessly. Li Ji's brows furrowed even more tightly. Be honest? If you don't even know the other party's identity, then how did you fool your followers into attacking that girl with you? The other party told me that there is a girl who has exactly the same powers as me. She is the source of my powers and a failure of their experiment. They told me that they will not allow the failure to continue to survive in the world. If you attack that girl, I will not be eliminated as a byproduct, and I will be given a large amount of money. I thought about it and finally agreed to this suggestion. Joe Fabio shook his head and said, Huh. Li Ji raised his voice very high. This has nothing to do with you fooling your followers, right? I made some cosmetic changes. I told them that the girl and I were old enemies, and without her in the world I would be gone, so they were willing to follow me and launched the attack. Chief Joe Fabio, take a breath. It's really a twist. Li Ji's voice became a little cold. Then how did you contact the Arthe Group? Li Ji asked. Did you contact the Arthe Group just because the medicine had the Arthe Group's mark on it? No, when I picked up the medicine safe, I also picked up an envelope. There was only a website in the envelope. I couldn't log into that website in Glen Allen. I barely managed to log in after arriving in New York. Joe Fabio suddenly revealed information that Li Ji didn't know. What website? Li Ji asked. Why didn't you tell me before? I thought this was not very important before, so I skipped it. Joe Fabio hesitated a little. Come to think of it. Li Ji touched his chin. It seems that the people who contact you are very cautious. Everything was so coincidental. Li Ji felt that this seemed to be a conspiracy arranged by someone. An RTH Group truck rolled over in Glen Allen, but it did not attract the attention of the police. Instead, it was discovered by a gang member. The goods transported by the truck are not ordinary goods. These medicines that can change people's genes and give people supernatural powers must be top secret products of the RTH Group. However, they are simply placed in a common place. In ordinary safes, there is not even a password set. While obtaining these potions, there was actually a website address among them. Moreover, this website is not the official website of the RTH Group. It is obviously a non-public, regional contact website, and this website is probably produced by a third-party force lurking in the RTH Group. If this is really the case, then this person has a big agenda. Li Ji thought, if there was no special conspiracy, he would not be so secretive. Tell me what the website is, Li Jida said. Joe Fabio reported a website address. How many machines have you logged into this website on? Li Ji thought for a while and asked again. Some websites precisely control the IP addresses of visitors. Li Ji is worried that logging into this website from other machines may alert the user. Joe Fabio closed his eyes and meditated, obviously trying to remember. If you include login attempts outside of New York, there are about a dozen machines. Sorry, some things have been too long and I can't remember them clearly. Joe Fabio recalled it a bit hard. Who remembers how many machines they have surfed the internet on? Doesn't it count outside of New York? Li Ji asked. Then there should be only one machine. Joe Fabio answered more firmly this time. After arriving in New York and finding a place to live, he bought a computer, and he logged into that special website on that computer. In this case, that possibility cannot be ruled out. Li Ji murmured to himself. What's the possibility? Joe Fabio asked. Nothing. Which device did you log into that website on? Take me there to have a look, Li Ji said. Oh, Joe Fabio didn't expect Li Ji to let him go so easily. In his opinion, Li Ji was able to subdue him because of the favorable location. After all, in a small closed room, his powers cannot be fully utilized. However, he didn't want to attack Li Ji again. Although he was confident in his own abilities, he was not sure of victory. Li Ji has too many things in his hands. If Li Ji is offended and some things are revealed, Joe Fabio's situation will not be good. The two came to a nearby community, where Joe Fabio rented a two-bedroom apartment. Originally this was the place where he lived with a dozen brothers. Now that the rugby team was established and everyone gradually had some money, they gradually moved out. Now only Joe Fabio lives here. The computer was in his bedroom, and he opened it for Li Ji. Although Li Ji has average computer skills, he still understands some basic computer operations. Soon, he found the IP address of the computer. It's a static IP, which is okay, otherwise it would be a little troublesome. Li Ji smiled and asked Joe Fabio to walk out of the room. Why, this is my room, Joe Fabio said very innocently, but when he saw Li Ji's expression, he wisely walked out. This room was about the same size as the room where they had talked before. In such a closed place, he thought he couldn't deal with Li Ji. Li Ji is not worried about Joe Fabio's exposure. Since he usually relies on the website to communicate with the RTH Group, it means that he has no other channels to get in touch with the RTH Group. There is a high probability that this website restricts IP login, and now, this IP is in the hands of Li Ji. Of course, it is not ruled out that Joe Fabio deceived him, but Li Ji felt that the possibility of this situation was unlikely. After all, Joe Fabio told the truth about the rest. Li Ji dialed Tony's cell phone. Hello? Why did you take the initiative to call me? Is there any trouble for me again? Alas, trouble comes to your door every time you contact me. As soon as the call was connected, Li Ji was criticized by Tony. Tony, quickly hand the phone to Jarvis and let Jarvis answer the phone. Li Ji responded unceremoniously. Anyway, Jarvis is enough for what he wants to do, and Tony is not needed. Take action. You. Tony was almost speechless with anger. After a long while, he said, Jarvis, take the call. Okay, Tony. Jarvis took over Li Ji's signal. Mr. Gage, may I be of service to you? Jarvis, take over the computer under this IP. Li Ji told Jarvis the IP. Okay, Mr. Gage, the takeover has been successful. So fast. Li Ji was a little surprised. He had just reported his IP address when Jarvis took over. But thinking about Jarvis's terrifying data throughput ability, Li Ji was not surprised. Jarvis, I will log into a website later and get in touch with the people on the website. When I log into that website, you will take over the main authority of the computer and detect the IP of the information source on the other side. If you can find nearby surveillance equipment, give me a picture of what's on the other side. Li Ji said again. Okay, Mr. Gage, I'm ready. Jarvis still answered instantly, and Li Ji shrugged. I'll hang up the phone first. You maintain your authority to take over. Don't interrupt. Before Jarvis could reply, Li Ji hung up the phone, opened the door, and called Joe Fabio in. Is there anything else? Joe Fabio said anxiously, feeling a little regretful as to why he didn't take the opportunity to run out. Come here, log into the website, and contact your contact person, Li Ji said. This. Joe Fabio instinctively wanted to refuse, but it was obvious that Li Ji would not give him a chance to refuse. You don't have any secret code for contact? Li Ji asked. No, no, Joe Fabio said tremblingly. This website is already secretive enough, so naturally it won't leave any special contact codes. Well, then you can contact me. In fact, Li Ji doesn't care. As long as he can receive the information from the other side, no matter what the information is, Jarvis can track the location instantly. Asking him if he has a password is just a matter of Li Ji. Joe Fabio is just exerting psychological pressure. How should I contact him? Joe Fabio sat next to the computer and thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of a reason to contact the other party. Didn't your rugby team just challenge a semi-professional team? Just use this excuse to ask him for sponsorship. Li Ji said disapprovingly. This reason is too simple. Joe Fabio hesitated. Then you think about it yourself. Do you want me to help you make excuses? Li Ji asked. Joe Fabio did not dare to say anything anymore and silently opened the website. Li Ji checked the electronic equipment around him and made sure there were no surveillance cameras before saying, "Okay, you can contact the other side." It's said to be a website, but it's actually like a dedicated dialogue box. Joe Fabio thought about it for a while, but still didn't directly talk about his team. He just asked, "Are you there?" A few seconds later, the message from the other side came back. "Here, what's the matter? My football team won an important victory, and I want to share my joy with you." Joe Fabio typed word by word. "Are you looking for me in the middle of the night just for this trivial matter?" The other person was obviously very dissatisfied. "At this time, if you don't have a party with girls one by one, why are you looking for me?" Joe Fabio was speechless for a while, thinking that he had finally gotten rid of the female companion he had found and talked about sponsorship with Li Ji, but in the end he got involved. "Actually, the team we defeated today is a quasi-professional team. The team is now very well known. Many teams from other places invite us to participate in games, but our team does not have a bus, so I wonder if you can sponsor it." A bus. After thinking about it, Joe Fabio still used this lame excuse. "Are you sick? Talk to me about sponsorship in the middle of the night? You must have drunk too much. Go and sell your butt yourself for sponsorship. I won't talk to you anymore. If you contact me during the day, I may agree to your sponsorship demand. Now, don't even think about it." Joe Fabio was scolded so much that the website on the desktop was automatically closed. It seemed that he should have been kicked out of the chat room. Mr. Li Ji, he refused to communicate with me," Joe Fabio said very uneasily. Li Ji spread his hands. "In fact, this is normal. Not everyone is like Tony, who is a workaholic when he has no female companion. Okay, it's none of your business. I'm leaving first. Remember, you must not tell anyone what happened today," Li Ji warned. I understand." Joe Fabio breathed a sigh of relief, finally sending this plague god away. After walking out of Joe Fabio's rental house, Li Ji dialed Tony's number again. This time Tony didn't answer the call and directly transferred the call authority to Jarvis. "Jarvis, have you detected the IP address on the other side?" Li Ji asked. "Hello, Mr. Gage, the information you requested has been sent to your mailbox." Li Ji hung up the phone. There is something wrong with this world. There are no smartphones in this era, so you can't send pictures anytime and anywhere. After driving back home, Li Ji opened his mailbox. There was an email from Jarvis in the mailbox. The email contained the specific information of the detected IP, and the attachment to the email was a picture in JPG format. What is he? Li Ji couldn't believe it. It was Alves who appeared in the picture. The Alves who was so obedient in front of Mirando and didn't even dare to breathe. How could it be Alves? Could it be that this matter was designed by Mirando from beginning to end? Li Ji was a little shaken. He originally thought it was the person who was against Mirando, but he didn't expect it to be Alves. Alves was Mirando's #1 loser who dared not say anything after being banned by Mirando for more than half a year. Something's wrong. If it was Mirando's design, he had no reason to put such an excellent experimental subject as Joe Fabio out. The experiment he wanted to do was very exaggerated and required a large number of experimental subjects, and Joe Fabio bio can form a good contrast with these experimental subjects. Li Ji once again denied this idea. Mirando is a very ambitious person. Joe Fabio can definitely become an important puzzle piece in his ambition map. It is impossible for him to place such an important chess piece outside the chess game. So, is Alves a rebel against Mirando? Li Ji's eyes flickered a little. It stands to reason that Alves should have been in confinement during the time when Joe Fabio contacted Alves. How did he contact Alves? Li Ji couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that Alves was not the one who contacted him at the beginning, but another group of people? Li Ji analyzed. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Joe Fabio knew that the Arthi group was divided into two factions. In other words, when he came to New York, Bob had not completely separated from the Arthi group. Did he contact him at that time? Is it Bob? Li Ji couldn't help but guess. Bob developed 4 potions, and then arranged for someone to roll over the car while Glenn Allen was there. He deliberately left the website behind and planted a hidden secret for himself. Li Ji analyzed. It's not very reliable. I remember Bob told me that the potion was accidentally lost. Bob should have no reason to lie to me. He doesn't seem to be a scheming person. Li Ji finally rejected it. Bob's suspicion. So, someone in Bob's team planted the secret, but Bob and the Arthi group separated, so that person roped in Alves and asked Alves to replace him and contact the secret. A context gradually appeared in Li Ji's mind. But it doesn't make sense. Why did you bury this insignificant secret? Why did you win over Alvas? And why did you let this secret attack Chalice? Li Ji collapsed. Although he had a good mind, in fact, it is not material for reasoning. It would be great if Gwen was here. Her reasoning ability is suitable for this scenario. Li Ji fell on the bed. But if someone is really trying to win over Alvas, then that person's ability is enough to be called a master of the universe. Not only must he hide it from Bob, but he must also hide it from Mirando. Bob is a research-oriented guy, and I don't know much about these things, so it's okay to hide them from him, but that guy Mirando is a very good person. Li Ji fell into deep thought again. Perhaps this is the bait Mirando deliberately threw out to make us fall into this kind of contradictory conjecture. Li Ji couldn't help but think of another possibility. Actually, Mirando is very aware of some of our Stark group's little moves. He also knows what we are planning, but he needs our funds, so he has been playing tricks with us. It is not surprising that he would do such a thing. Oh, no, this is back to the starting point. It is impossible for Mirando to give up such an excellent experimental material as Joe Fabio. This possibility can basically be ruled out. Li Ji looked up at the ceiling and suddenly thought of what Tony had said to him. I fell into a misunderstanding again. I can't understand something. I always want to analyze it clearly. Why should I analyze it clearly? If there is anything I don't understand, I can just ask someone to clarify it. Alvas is now, doesn't it come as soon as you call it and go away as soon as you wave it? Li Ji was not worried about Joe Fabio leaking secrets to Alvas. In fact, Joe Fabio did not have the courage. Li Ji still can't figure out how he mustered up the courage to attack Chalice. Hello, Alvas. Li Ji dialed Alvas' phone number. Alvas answered the phone and wanted to curse, but it was already 2 o'clock in the evening. He felt that anyone who called at this time had cerebral palsy. But after hearing Li Ji's voice, his attitude immediately changed. Hey, Li, why did you call me suddenly? I saw your company's financial expense statement last time. There were some problems with some of the accounts, but the problems were not major. Tony asked me to handle it and give it a try. After all, I have to gradually learn to handle the company's affairs. Let's talk tomorrow night. Let's talk. The place is the Tropic of Cancer Cafe. Alvas's face changed, but he still said very flatteringly, okay, at what time tomorrow night? I will book a box in advance. 7 o'clock, remember to order me an iced Coke. Tropic of Cancer Cafe. Coke? Sir, we are a cafe here, not a roadside fast food restaurant. Hearing Alva's request, the waiter said very displeasedly. Tropic of Cancer Cafe is an elegant coffee shop that is very famous among the middle class. The waiters working here have received professional etiquette education, so they pay special attention to the culture and atmosphere of the cafe. No Coke. Alva seemed not to have heard the waiter's words. No, sir. Although he was very unhappy, the etiquette cultivated in the academy still forced the waiter to calm down. If not, wouldn't you buy it? Alvas asked. Sir, we are a cafe here, not a fast food restaurant. If you want to drink Coke, the KFC, McDonald's, and Burger King at the intersection may be more suitable for you. The waiter said through gritted teeth. Do you have enough money? Help me go to the place you mentioned and buy a few Cokes. Alvas put a stack of US bills on the table. There were about a dozen of them, all of which were $100 bills. Sir, even if you give me money, I won't. Before the waiter finished speaking, Alvas took out another stack of US dollars, which was thicker than before, and placed it on the table. There were about 50 or 60 US dollars stacked together. What now? Is that enough? Sir, I'm glad to serve you. Coke contains caffeine. In fact, strictly speaking, it can also be regarded as a coffee product. How many cups do you want, sir? Do you want to add ice? The waiter said with a smile on his face. More than $1,000, even if he works in a high-end cafe, this money is enough for his 2 months' salary. Salary in 06. About 10 cups, with ice. By the way, remember to order 2 cups of coffee at the front desk. The taste is whatever you want. Just pour it out after you serve it, so that no one will say that I am occupying the space in the cafe and don't order coffee. Algas warned. Although he was defeated by Alva's money offensive, the waiter was still a little angry when he heard what Alvas said. But looking at the stack of US dollars on the table, he calmed down instantly. He walked forward, took the US dollars, stuffed them into the small pocket of his suit, and walked downstairs. In fact, Alvas did not need to order 2 more cups of coffee. He had already spent $1,000 to book this box. According to the rules, this box belonged to him today. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Ji arrived at the Tropic of Cancer Cafe on time. Li, you're here. Seeing Li Ji, Alvas stood up to say hello. Li Ji is now the god of wealth and cannot be neglected. Looking at the 2 cups of McDonald's Coke on the table and the dozen or so cups in the small refrigerator next to it, Li Ji couldn't help but smile. Alvas, you just bought the Coke directly at McDonald's. There's no way, this store doesn't provide Coke, so I had to ask the waiter to buy it for me. What's wrong, don't you like McDonald's Coke? Alvas asked with some anxiety. He knew that people who like Coke are divided into there are 3 types. One is Pepsi Coke, one is Coke, and the other one likes both. If Li Ji happens not to like McDonald's Coke. No, I like it very much, but I think it's weird to drink Coke from a paper cup in a cafe. At least use a glass cup. Li Ji smiled and sat down. Waiter, please bring 2 crystal goblets. Alvis shouted immediately. Soon, 2 crystal goblets were delivered. Li Ji looked at the glasses for drinking red wine and blinked. Forget it, I think it's good to drink Coke from paper cups. We chatted casually and got to the point. Li, you said there is a slight problem with our Arthy Group's accounts. What exactly is it? Alvis couldn't help but ask. Li Ji took out the Arthy Group's account book and flipped through several places where expenditures were made. Well, here and here, the expenditures in these places are not clear enough and have not had the desired effect. We at Stark Industries have doubts about these expenditures. Li Jideo. Alvis's face suddenly changed, but in just a moment, it returned to its original state, even feeling a little dazed. Li, I don't know much about these expenditures. They may be Mirando's experimental expenditures. Although Alvis's expression changed quickly, Li Ji still caught it. It is indeed him. Moreover, what moved Li Ji was that the first payment was made when Bob was still in the company, but when he saw the amount of money, Alvis's appearance also changed. In other words, that amount of money Alvis Gas knew it too. Therefore, it is very likely that Alvis was also responsible for spending the money. In this case, it is worth pondering. Is Alvis a member of Professor Bob's side, or an additional third party? Originally, Li Ji had not considered the possibility of a third party, but now it seems that Alvis is not very honest. If that's the case, it's a pity. I can only confront Mirando. If the chapter is wrong, click here to report. Hearing Li Ji mention Mirando, Alvis could no longer hide the panic on his face. He hurriedly said, Brother Li Ji, don't do this. Li Ji smiled. It seems that the relationship between you and Mirando is not as harmonious as it seems. There seems to be some contradictions or discord between you. Alvis's expression was uncertain, as if he didn't know how to answer. After a long time, he said, It is true that there are some differences between Mirando and I. Why is that? I think you guys seem to get along well. Li Ji asked. Mirando dominates Arthy now. If I don't follow him, I will probably be kicked out of the group. Alvis said with some frustration. This is indeed a question. Li Ji nodded and drank a cup of Coke in one gulp. But you haven't answered yet. Why are you and Morand so seemingly inseparable? I have been under house arrest by Mirando for almost a year. This year I have not been able to go out. I can only do anything in that small room of less than square meters. It is more painful than a prisoner in a prison. No matter who it is after being imprisoned for a year, isn't it normal to have some resentment in your heart? Alvis suddenly roared, and a few crystal tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Li Ji was a little frightened when he saw Alvis reacting so strongly. He was imprisoned for a whole year, and after he came out, he had to work for Mirando. It was normal for Alvis to have resentment in his heart. You're right. It's normal for you to have resentment in your heart, but how you concealed it from Mirando is worth pondering. Mirando is not a fool. How did you prevent him from discovering your feelings? Where are the resentful ones? Li Ji asked. No, I didn't hide it from Mirando. On the contrary, Mirando has always been aware of the injustice and resentment in my heart. Alvis shook his head. Oh, then why? Before Li Ji finished speaking, Alvis said, I know what you want to ask. Why does Mirando dare to use me even though he knows that I am resentful of him? This is all thanks to you, Li Ji. If I hadn't met you on the plane and you happened to have this identity, I would have been imprisoned by Mirando until death. There was a hint of gratitude in Alvis's eyes, and a bit of emotion. Oh, you still have to be grateful to me, Li Ji asked. I really should thank you. If I hadn't gotten to know you and Arthy Group needed funds, maybe I would have died of severe claustrophobia. Alvis closed his eyes and shook his head to himself. It's not that exaggerated. Li Ji smiled. Maybe. But I did meet at the right time. Li, maybe you don't know that the Arthy Group was originally divided into 2 factions. One faction supports Mirando, and the other supports the former second-in-command of the Arthy Group, Bao Professor Bo. In order to convince Li Ji, Alvis took the initiative to reveal the composition of the Arthy Group. Oh, tell me carefully. Alvis thought that Li Ji didn't know the composition of the Arthy Group. In fact, Li Ji knew very well. Professor Bob, the former second-in-command of the Arthy Group, is now working under Li Ji. Professor Bob and Mirando have great differences, and their research directions are different. Professor Bob is committed to genetic modification, while Mirando is more inclined to genetic mutation. Both parties have their own factions in the Arthy Group, and power opportunities totally consistent. Speaking of which, I was the one who harmed Professor Bob. When I went to China, I lost an important experimental item. Not only was this experimental item valued by Mirando, Professor Bob also extracted a special kind of experimental item from it. The genes are used to make potions. Professor Bob originally had 4 experimental subjects, but 3 of them were lost in an experimental disaster. The one I brought to China was the last one. The loss of the experimental subjects caused Professor Bob's experiment to stagnate. Although everyone knows that Mirando must have done some tricks, but there is nothing he can do about it. Professor Bob's people even think that I lost the experimental subject on purpose. Alvis said helplessly, but this aroused many deep memories in Li Ji. Experimental subjects? One of them is Hulk, one is Chalice, and the other 2, who are they? If you didn't mention China, I would have almost forgotten the good things you did in China. Due to the lack of progress in the experiment, Professor Bob lost ground in the competition with Mirando. In the end, he had no choice but to lead the team to leave the Arthy Group and set up his own business. However, it is said that the current economic situation is also very poor. Therefore, the Are the group your vitality is severely damaged. Lee, do you still remember the first time you visited the Are the group? Alvis asked. I remember it was very depressed and deserted. Li Ji nodded. Well, yes, because Professor Bob took away nearly half of the company members. Li Ji fell into deep thought again. If this is the case, it means that Alvis and Professor Bob also have conflicts and are unlikely to reach cooperation. So what is the reason for his arrangement? After thinking for a long time, Li Ji still couldn't come up with a suitable reason. Alvis, tell me, how did you spend this expenditure? Li Ji pointed to the initial expenditure of $1 million. He had confirmed this amount with Joe Fabio. It was indeed transferred to him. When Alvis saw the time spent, his eyes kept rolling, as if he was compiling a suitable reason. Alvis, I want to hear the truth. Why were you able to communicate with the outside world and misappropriate the company's assets while you were imprisoned? Li Ji said displeased. Sorry, Li, this is a little bit of my ability. You should know that it's the kind of, weird ability on TV. Alvis replied at a loss. Ability. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, but he didn't expect Alvis to be a superpower. Yes, the ability to enter the online world, communicate with the outside world, deploy some things, and transfer money. I all achieve this through this ability. Alvis replied firmly. The more critical Alvis's attitude becomes, the more unreasonable Li Ji feels. An ability to enter the online world? Li Ji had heard of some strange abilities. When he was at Xavier College, there was a person whose ability was hacking. Hacking capabilities can invade all servers in the world, but that can only be achieved with a network and equipment. Later, after this man graduated, he seemed to be taken away by the military, and Li Ji never saw him again. Then why did you arrange for a car to roll over in Glen Allen? And I heard that there was a handwritten URL note in it. You wouldn't tell me that you could still use it after entering the online world. Can you write by hand? Li Ji asked doubtfully. Damn, how come he even knows this? Alva's inner defense almost collapsed. He didn't expect that Li Ji had so much information. What? You stopped talking? The robot that can connect to the online world has malfunctioned. Li Ji asked. Robot, yes, it's a robot. Alvis suddenly found an excuse. I used the internet to control the robotic arm that was loading and unloading items. I used the robotic arm to write a note and put it into the box for transporting medicine. Alvis breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had found a reason to prevaricate. Li Ji became even more suspicious, but he didn't know how to refute. Then tell me, why did that car roll over in Glen Allen? After thinking about it, Li Ji changed the focus of the question. Because Glen Allen is very chaotic and the car is rolled over there, the possibility of being discovered by gangs is much greater than that of being discovered by the police. Alvis answered fluently. This reason was indeed why he chose Glen Allen's reasons, so he answered fluently. Oh, why did you answer this question so quickly? The rest of the questions were so hesitant. Li Ji discovered a blind spot. Because, that memory is a bit old. I just tried hard to recall it. Alvis tried his best to speak smoothly. Is that so? Li Ji found that Alvis was a bit like a turtle shell. Although he had weaknesses, Li Ji did not find a good attack method. Aren't you worried that the car rolled over in Glen Allen and no one noticed it? Or, the person who found it was the police? Or, the person who found it didn't come to New York? But I know that the website only has you can log in only if you are in New York. Even if all the other conditions are met, how can you guarantee that the person you discovered will definitely contact you after coming to New York? Li Ji asked several questions in a row, but they played into Alvis's mind. He had considered these questions. According to my estimate, there is a % chance that the rollover vehicle will be discovered, and the person who discovered it has a % chance of being a gangster. Since it was discovered by a gangster, there will inevitably be internal strife. Those who struggle, and those who fail, are about half as likely to come to New York. How did you estimate these probabilities? Li Ji asked, especially to come to New York. Can't they go anywhere else but New York? The potion has the trademark of our Are the Group. After a little search, you will know that the Are the Group is in New York. If the magical potion is not one, of course there is a high probability that it will come to New York. Alvis explained. So when I come to New York to contact you, I'm sure of it. Li Ji then asked. That's right, yes. Taken together, I have a probability of more than % that I will receive contact. Alvis said. 30%. Li Ji nodded. It's neither high nor low. For your situation, it's really worth it. Alvis's heart was beating hard, but his expression still had to be calm. He didn't dare to let Li Ji see anything unusual. Most of the things he told Li Ji were true, but some were false, and the part he concealed was the most important. If this part were known to Li Ji, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, Li Ji didn't seem to be ready to delve deeper, which made Alvis relax. Li Ji thought for a few seconds and shifted the question to another focus. Alvis, the only thing I don't understand is why you attacked that girl. Li Ji asked. Which girl? Alvis didn't know who Li Ji was talking about. It's that girl with silver hair. Don't tell me that you have no impression of her. Li Ji said. Oh, she is one of Professor Bob's 4 experimental subjects. He escaped from the Are the Group in an accident. But she is a little different from the other 3 experimental subjects. The ability of this experimental subject is Professor Bob's. I haven't figured it out yet, but Mirando has done more research on her, so she is a shared experimental subject for both parties. The reason why I attacked her is very simple, because Mirando found her whereabouts and wanted to bring her back to the company to continue the experiment. You are also aware of the conflict between Mirando and I. The team sent by Mirando at the same time. I asked Gigi to take action, originally wanting to stop Mirando and take the girl away. But I didn't expect that the girl was so powerful that she actually dealt with the team sent by Mirando. Then a fight broke out between Gigi and the girl. Gigi won by luck, and the girl fell into the Hudson River. Alves explained that there were some discrepancies between what he and Joe Fabio said, but they were still able to reconcile it. But Li Ji always felt a bit sluggish. Gigi. Li Ji's voice was full of doubts. That's the person I contacted on the website. His name is Gigi. Alves nodded. Li Ji didn't expect that Joe Fabio had some sense of self-defense. But it's normal to think about it. Without this caution, Joe Fabio would not have had the chance to arrive in New York. In that case, that's pretty much all my questions. Li Ji put away the bill book. You won't let Mr. Tony cut off Arthia's capital chain, will you? Alves said anxiously. What? Wouldn't it be better to cut off the capital chain? Mirando's experiment cannot continue. Isn't this a successful revenge on him? Shouldn't you be happy? Li Ji asked in return. Li, you can't do this. Mirando will never stop the experiment? If you cut off the Arthia Group's financial chain, he will definitely make a desperate move and conduct complete human experiments. In this way, it will be a pile of experiments with life. The result? Although I hate him, I can't do this. Doing this will be a huge harm to the company and society. Alves said very nervously. Li Ji could see that the blood vessels on his face were all broken. It's about to collapse. Why do I always feel that he is hiding something from me? Li Ji felt something was wrong. Alves's reaction was too intense, so intense that Li Ji felt that it was a bit abnormal. Alves, if you want me not to cut off the Arthia Group's capital chain, just show me your superpower? I would like to see what your superpower looks like when you enter the online world. Li Ji said. This. Alves was a little anxious. Don't say much. If your power is really effective, I may need your help with something in the future, so I will naturally not touch you. If you are talking nonsense and deceiving me, then I'm sorry. Although there is a bit of friendship, but that is not the reason for you to misappropriate our Stark Industries investment. Li Jideo. Okay, let's show it somewhere. First of all, let me state that my power can only invade the network within 30 meters. If there is no device connected to the network within 30 meters, my power will be invalid. Alves said. Just show it here. Li Ji took out a mobile phone. Although it is only connected to the 3G network, it is still connected to the network. Can you hack into the mobile phone? Li Ji asked. Yes, but don't use your phone, lest I see some important information. Alves took out his phone. My mobile phone is also connected to the internet, so use mine. Okay. Li Ji nodded. How to show it, you tell me. Alves said. Li Ji took Alves' cell phone. Now that the cell phone is in my hand, you can hack into it and dial 0018956 to give it a try. Alves's expression became dull, and a phone number automatically appeared on his phone. It was the string of numbers Li Ji had just reported. Li, how's it going? My superpower is okay. Before Alves could finish his words, Li Ji had already grabbed his throat. Li, you. Li Ji's actions were only subconscious actions, because he felt a strange aura on Alves's body. He had felt this aura before, and it was Alves's aura that he felt on the plane. He once thought that Alves's body was contaminated with Kuno's aura, but this time, the aura Li Ji felt seemed to be different. This breath is very similar to Kuno's demon breath, but it is still different. After all, Li Ji's strength has grown a lot, and his ability to sense breath is now more sensitive. Li, what are you doing? We are friends, Alves struggled to say. I locked my throat and can still speak. You are really not a normal human being. Li Ji's eyes turned cold. The aura of Alves was undoubtedly the aura of the devil, and it was different from the aura of Kuno's. This meant that Alves came into contact with another demon god. And even if it's Kuno's aura, Kuno's has been dead for 2 years, and it's not normal that the aura hasn't changed yet. Li Ji was almost certain that the demon aura on Alves came from another demon. This is just a kind of superpower. Alves' explanation was very weak. It's a pity that I haven't come into contact with many demon gods, except for Kuno's and Dormammu. Li Ji pushed Alves down on the table and increased the strength of his hand to prevent him from escaping. Alves had something to do with the devil, so Li Ji naturally did not dare to underestimate the enemy and controlled all of Alves' limbs. Oh, not many. I seem to know a few demon gods. They are the names that Master Gu Yi heard when he was talking to Kuno's. Li Ji suddenly thought of something. Kuno's father seems to be named Turvas. Li Ji was suddenly startled when he thought of this name. Why are the two names Turvas Alves so similar, only the initial pronunciation is different? Li Ji was a little surprised. Turvas has other descendants. I heard 2 names from Master Gu Yi's mouth, one is Dine's, and the other is Portia's. Li Ji suddenly discovered that the names of these 2 people, it also seems to have something in common with the names of Turvas and Alves. Turvas, Alves, Dine, Portia's, Kuno's. The last pronunciation of their names are all Si. Is this the way the devil named him? Li Ji's doubts about Alves deepened. A bit. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid Turvas may have known the Earth's spacetime coordinates a long time ago. Li Ji's heart was throbbing. If Turvas had mastered the Earth's coordinates, that would really not be good news. Tell me if you are Turvas' son. Li Ji roared at Alvaz. Li, what are you talking about? I don't know Tervaz. Alvaz quickly denied, but there was a hint of avoidance in his eyes. This expression was captured by Li Ji. It seems that you are indeed the son of Tervaz. Like him, they are both named Avaz. You must be very valued by Tervaz. Alvaz knew that Li Ji probably knew something secret, so he had no intention of hiding it. He broke away from Li Ji's right hand and stood up straight. It seems like you know something. The demonic aura on Alvaz became even stronger. But you seem to have made a mistake. I am not a descendant of Tervaz. I, Alvaz, am his younger brother. After Alvaz finished speaking, Li Ji felt that the whole room was filled with the aura of the devil. Tervaz has mastered the spacetime coordinates of the Earth. Li Ji asked coldly. The most important thing is this. I have mastered it a long time ago, otherwise how would I have been sent here? Alvaz said with a bit of fun. The most worrying thing happened. Li Ji originally had a glimmer of hope. Alvaz just accidentally entered the Earth, but he didn't expect that the coordinates of the Earth were already in Tervaz's hands. Tervaz actually mastered the coordinates of the Earth, which Li Ji never expected. Li Ji still remembered the dialogue between Kunos and the Ancient One Master. In the words, Tervaz clearly wanted to invade the Earth, but he did not know the time and space coordinates of the Earth. Unexpectedly, according to Alvaz, Tervaz actually already grasped the position. If Tervaz was bent on invading the Earth, how could he not attack after knowing the coordinates of the Earth? Didn't he want Dormammu's status in the Dark Dimension? Li Ji hoped to find a suitable reason. I don't attack the Earth just because I can't defeat Dormammu. Dormammu's strength is absolutely top-notch in the entire Dark Dimension. Compared with it, my dear brother, Tervaz, is a bit inferior. Otherwise, and he doesn't need to plot against the Earth to compete with Dormammu for the position of the Dark King. The competition in the Dark Dimension is barbaric and ferocious. Most of the time it is simply about whose fist is bigger. Dormammu's fist is considered to be the largest in the Dark Dimension. The equally famous Tervaz is only so far behind. It's a bit interesting, but for a talent-hungry race like the Demon God, a slight difference may be a gap that can never be bridged. Alvaz didn't seem to be joking, nor did he seem to be deceiving Li Ji. Although Li Ji was unwilling to accept this situation, he had to choose to believe what Alvaz said. After all, it is better to believe that this kind of thing exists than to believe it. It's none. If that's the case, then why are you still plotting against the Earth? Since we know that the Earth is shrouded in the shadow of Dormammu, what is the role of Tervaz plotting against the Earth? Li Ji asked. It seems that you have some knowledge of the Dark Dimension. You know my brother, I know several of my nephews and nieces, and you even know Dormammu. Are you the mage of Kamal-Taj? Alvaz asked rhetorically. Although I have some relationship with Kamal-Taj, I am not from Kamal-Taj. Li Ji said coldly, but he was thinking in his heart, I remember that there was no character Tervaz in the original plot. Could it be that is it the butterfly effect caused by me traveling through time, or is it that they have some plot, but they have never succeeded? No wonder, since you know about Dormammu, Ancient One should have told you the source of her power, Alvaz said. This is none of your business. You just need to answer my questions honestly. Li Ji suddenly frowned and said maliciously. It seems that Guyi really told you the source of her power. The old man in the New York sanctuary accidentally discovered the source of Guyi's power, so he was assigned to guard the sanctuary. Won't you also be taken by Guyi? I guess he was given a job, Alvaz teased. Alvaz was naturally talking about Shecliff Luther. Li Ji did not know the reason why Shecliff Luther came to New York to guard the sanctuary. He only knew that he had very powerful power. In Kamal-Taj, he is also the mage second only to the Ancient One. Unexpectedly, he heard some secrets from Alvaz's mouth. You actually know the secret of Kamal-Taj. It seems that Tervaz has penetrated the Earth quite a lot. Li Ji frowned even more tightly, and the word Chuan even formed between his eyebrows. Well, it doesn't look like she was assigned. Could it be that Guyi took the initiative to tell you the source of her power? Then she has high expectations for you. Alvaz looked at Li Ji's expression and said playfully. I said, answer my question. Li Ji punched Alvaz in the abdomen. Alvaz wanted to avoid it, but found that he couldn't avoid it. It seemed that no matter where he hid, the punch would hit him. It's like hitting myself in the stomach. Strength, good strength. Alvaz said in pain, his voice became much weaker. It seems you want to take a few more punches. Li Ji prepared to attack again. Don't fight, I said. Alvaz quickly gave up. If the answer you give does not meet my expectations, I don't mind throwing you into the rift of time and space. Li Ji said coldly. When Alvaz heard Li Ji mention the space-time rift, his first feeling was that Li Ji was bragging. Even for Tervaz, it is extremely difficult to send people into the time and space rift. Although Li Ji has some strength, he is definitely not someone who can break the time and space rift. However, Alvaz did not dare to be careless. Since Li Ji knew about the rift in time and space, it meant that either he was very close to Kamal-Taj, or there were other people behind Li Ji. Thinking of falling into the hands of these people, Alvaz's gas was a little shuddering. Tervaz did not plot against the Earth. He just hoped to use the Earth as a springboard to unite with the Ancient One and drive away Dormammu. Alvaz explained. Unite the Ancient One. Li Ji felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Your nephew Kunos said the same thing. He has been in the rift of time and space for a long time now. Hearing Li Ji mention Kunos again, Alvaz's expression turned a little pale. He knew that Kunos was his nephew who didn't live up to expectations. but he inherited Turva's dark curtain, so Alvaz was somewhat impressed. The family relationship between demons and gods is very fragile. The main reason for maintaining their relationship is strength. If you have strength, you are qualified to be recognized. If you don't have strength, you will not be recognized even if you are a biological son or biological father. Kunos's strength is mediocre, and it stands to reason that Alvaz should not know his name, but before Alvaz came to Earth, he took the demon power of several people from Turvas for the purpose of summoning. Among them, then he just has the power of Kunos. Of course, this was not the reason why Alvaz was eclipsed. What shocked Alvaz was that Li Ji actually said that Kunos had been sent into the rift of time and space. This meant that Li Ji did not just learn from Ancient One. Hearing rumors about demon gods, he had already faced at least one demon god directly, and that demon god was none other than his unlucky nephew Kunos. Some memories suddenly flashed through Alvaz's mind, and those memories were about the Hulk, an experimental body discovered by the Arthi group in the wilderness. The Arthi group initially believed that the Hulk was a new, contaminated evolution of the great ape. However, research showed that the genes in Hulk were almost the same as those of humans. In the end, they believed that Hulk was a radiation mutant of humans, and conducted research in this direction, including Professor Bob's Type A potion, and many of Mirando's experiments. The bodies were all born through the research of Hulk. While the Arthi group was studying Hulk, Alvaz discovered that Hulk was a good sacrifice to the devil. So he secretly asked someone to give Mirando a satanic book, which introduced the method of blood sacrifice to summon the devil. Even Alvaz had to admit that Mirando was a lunatic. After he got the satanic book, he immediately decided to summon the devil. Although he appeared to be respectful when communicating with Kunos, in fact, he was just being conciliatory. Mirando is not a true believer in Kunos. His ultimate goal is to capture Kunos and use Kunos as his new experimental subject. Therefore, the process of Alvaz injecting the power of the devil into Hulk was very smooth. After all, Mirando was there to help. After losing several experimental subjects in a row, Mirando waved his hand and sent Hulk to China. He called it to protect the experimental subjects. In fact, he wanted to use the blood sacrifice of Hulk and the Chinese people to summon Kunos. Did you kill Kunos, or did Ancient One kill Kunos, and you were watching from the sidelines? Alvaz was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask. Master Ancient One captured Kunos and handed it over to me. I gave it to my master and threw him into the rift of time and space. Li Ji did not hide it. Your master Alvaz was finally sure that there was someone behind Li Ji, but who this person was made him confused. Is there anyone on Earth who can rival Gu Yi? No matter how hard Alvaz thought, he couldn't think of who it was. The existence of Kunlun is a deep secret in the entire universe. Those who know it are very secretive and will not tell others easily. Even Turvas does not know the existence of Kunlun, let alone Alvaz. You don't have to worry about this. Knowing too much will not be good for you. Li Ji smiled and was not ready to continue. Tell me, how did you hide from Dormammu's eyes and come to Earth? Li Ji suddenly returned to the topic. This Alvaz was a little reluctant. These involved a very secret ability of his that he didn't want to talk about. You can try it and don't tell the consequences. Li Ji made no secret of his threat. After looking at Li Ji, Turvas chose to confess honestly, I came to Earth through the Rainbow Bridge. Rainbow Bridge, are you kidding me? Isn't the Rainbow Bridge an artifact of Asgard? Do Turvas and Asgard cooperate? Li Ji seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. That's not the case, it's just that I'm a little special. I can stow away on the Rainbow Bridge when it's activated. Alvaz said a little cryptically. You said before that you can connect to the online world, and now you say that you can merge with the Rainbow Bridge. How do I feel that you are looking for my happiness? A white light appeared on Li Ji's hand, and he picked up a cup of Coke that he had not yet drank. Traces of white mist evaporated in the Coke cup, and within a few seconds, the Coke cup turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. Alvaz could see Li Ji's unabashed threat, and he felt a little regretful. When he smuggled from the dark dimension to the Earth, he lost too much power, and the passage between the Earth and the dark dimension was guarded by Ancient One. And the other side is monitored by Dormammu, and he does not dare to replenish his power, so his power is actually very weak. If he still had the power in the dark dimension, he would definitely not be so threatened by Li Ji, but there was no way. His current power could not even compare with Peter. Facing Li Ji, he could only choose to give in. I've shown you before, I can control the online world. Alvaz said. Li Ji nodded. Alvaz did control the phone from the air just now, but Li Ji did not rule out whether he was playing some trick. In fact, merging with the Rainbow Bridge is similar to entering the online world. From a fundamental point of view, it turns matter and consciousness into a basic rule and then transmits it. Using your human knowledge, it is similar to Wheeler's bubble. Something. Alvaz explained as best he could. Li Ji was confused. Although he had a doctorate in his previous life, the direction he mastered was completely different from what Alvaz was talking about now. Basic rules and Wheeler bubbles sounded to Li Ji like a book from heaven. Can you speak human language? Li Ji punched Alvaz in the stomach again. Vomit. Alvaz leaned over, as if he wanted to vomit blood, but Li Ji's strength was just right, just enough to prevent Alvaz from vomiting blood. You don't look like a demon god now, Li Ji said sarcastically. Alvaz slowly stood up straight. I wish I wasn't, then I wouldn't have been beaten like this by you. Stop talking nonsense, tell me honestly how you merged with the Rainbow Bridge. Li Ji said coldly. If Alvaz disobeys, he will never be stingy with his next punch. Alvaz's mind was working rapidly, hoping to find an explanation that Li Ji could understand. Well, do you know about digitalization? Alvaz asked uncertainly. Well, of course I know that. Li Ji was a little dissatisfied. He felt that Alvaz regarded him as a fool. It's good to know, it's good to know. Alvaz breathed a sigh of relief and finally found an answer that he could explain clearly to Li Ji. My powers are similar to digitalization. I can turn my consciousness and power into a special state. When I enter the online world, I turn into a digital level, and when I merge with the Rainbow Bridge, it is similar state. This is why I am integrated with the Rainbow Bridge. Tervaz struggled to explain. Alvaz's explanation was easy to understand. Although Li Ji still had doubts in his heart, he reluctantly accepted the explanation. He nodded and said, then tell me, what is the purpose of your coming to the earth? Don't say what it is. I want to cooperate with Master Ancient One, but I don't want to hear these nonsense. Alvaz had a troubled look on his face. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but in fact, he came to Earth because he really wanted to cooperate with Ancient One. However, Li Ji said that he didn't want to hear such an explanation. Is it true that you came to Earth for such a nonsensical reason? Li Ji asked. That's true. My brother wants to cooperate with the Ancient One Master, cooperate inside and outside, and defeat Dormammu. In this way, my brother can obtain the status of the King of the Dark Dimension, and the Earth will no longer have to worry about being coveted by Dormammu. Picture Ervaz said with difficulty. He was already prepared. Once Li Ji attacked again, he would dodge immediately. Cooperate with the demon gods. Li Ji couldn't help but sneer. The demon gods are so cunning that cooperating with them is like a rabbit dancing with a wolf. Actually, it's not incomprehensible. We each have our own demands. The Earth is far less important to my brother than Dormammu. Dormammu's soul comes from the Earth. He was originally a wizard. He always wanted to the Earth is pulled into the Dark Dimension for assimilation. And my brother, Tervaz, is the native demon god in the Dark Dimension. He is not very interested in a weak planet like the Earth. This is the premise of cooperation. Alvaz explained as best he could. Really? Then I will send you to Master Gu Yi, and you go and negotiate terms with her. Li Ji was a little impatient. In his opinion, Alvaz was simply lying. No. Alvaz took a few steps back, his legs trembling. No matter how courageous he would not dare to face Gu. Ancient Yi was never unreasonable when dealing with demons. Put this rack, forget it, I'm teasing you. After all, you are a demon. If I really piss you off, I might bring some unnecessary trouble to the Earth. Seeing Alvaz's nervous look, Li Ji knew very well that he was not interested in Gu Yi, scared to the core. In this case, Li Ji felt that he did not need to overpress Alvaz's nerves. After all, he had a handle in his hands, so he did not dare to do anything. Alvaz had a wry smile on his face. He knew clearly that his little tail was caught by Li Ji, and the most important thing was that Li Ji caught more than one little tail. I am afraid that he would be punished by Li Ji everywhere in the future. The engine is controlled. Tell me about what you did in China before. Li Ji sat down and suddenly said calmly, but there was a bit of viciousness in his words. What's the matter? Alvaz wanted to prevaricate. What he did in China was really shameful. Oh, I can't remember. Do you want me to help you recall it? Li Ji said playfully, but arrogance appeared on his hand again. Alvaz looked at the arrogance on Li Ji's hand, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. His subconscious told him that this power was very dangerous. At Mirando's request, I went to China to sacrifice experimental subjects and summon the devil. After a long time, Alvaz finally said with difficulty. Really? It turns out that the matter of blood sacrifice can be dealt with so lightly. Li Ji teased. Now that you know it all, what's the point of repeating it again? Alvaz's expression became even more ugly. That's not what I'm asking. I just want to know what your purpose is in calling Kunos over. Do you want that bastard Kunos to help you? Li Ji asked. No. Alvaz shook his head. I summoned Kunos mainly to verify one thing. Alvaz lowered his voice. What's the matter? Do you know how to get to Lincoln Center from 5th Avenue? Alvaz asked. Of course I know. You can reach Lincoln Center from 5th Avenue through 57th Street. Li Jida said. This is a route that every New Yorker knows. But there are other ways to get there. For example, passing through the road in Central Park is even more convenient and faster than taking TH Street. Alvaz said. What do you mean by this? Li Ji asked. The same is true for the passage between the Dark Dimension and the Earth. Dormammu has mastered the most important and obvious passage, like the TH Street, but there are other less obvious roads that can also be reached from the Dark Dimension. Earth, it's just that these passages are more hidden than those in Central Park. Since ancient times, it is actually not uncommon for humans to summon demon gods. However, when humans summon demon gods, no demon god has ever passed through the passage controlled by Dormammu. This means that the demon god summons a secret passage. This secret passage is so hidden that even my brother and Tervaz couldn't find it. But we can't be sure whether Dormammu has mastered this passage. After all, it has been a long time since Dormammu became the Lord of the Dark Dimension. It's been a while, and during this period of time, it's really unclear whether he has mastered this secret passage. So I need to summon Kunos in advance to test whether this secret passage is available. If Kunos is discovered by Dormammu, he will definitely not allow Kunos to come to the Earth. If this is the case, the next mission will have to be replanned. If Kunos is successfully summoned to Earth, it means that this secret passage is real and effective. Alvaz said a lot in one breath, and it was obvious that he had little to hide. If this secret passage is really effective, then your next step is to prepare to summon it, Turvas Li Ji asked. Alvaz nodded, not hiding anything. You're really brave. Li Ji said coldly. There is no way. With my strength, it is impossible for me to negotiate terms with Master Gu Yi face to face. I can only ask my brother to come in person. He really wants to cooperate with Master Gu Yi. Please believe this. Alvaz said. Seeing what Alvaz said so truthfully, Li Ji suddenly felt a little shaken in his heart. Does Turvas really want to cooperate with the Ancient One Master to deal with Dormammu? I have to say that this situation is possible, and it is also very beneficial to the Earth. However, Li Ji dare not bet that if Turvas and Dormammu reach a cooperation, all this is a smoke bomb released by them. It's troublesome. Are you still unwilling to believe me? Alvaz asked helplessly. What do you think? Li Ji asked. Alvaz shook his head. If it were him, he would definitely not want to believe it. So, a few months ago, you asked your secret agent to deal with that girl. What is the real reason? Don't use the previous reasons to excuse me. She is a good sacrifice. I originally thought that the first blood sacrifice failed and could not verify whether the channel was available, so I planned to conduct a second sacrifice. But now it seems that I have done something unnecessary. Saturday morning. Li Ji stands at the mouth of the Hudson River. The sea breeze in Brooklyn is salty and humid, while the sea breeze in Staten Island is particularly fresh. The sea breeze in the early morning is a bit chilly, especially since winter has entered. It seems particularly cold. There is no silence in New York City. Many places are still bright and lively, but on the Hudson River, it has become silent, with only a few ship lights flickering around. The weather was gloomy, without even a hint of starlight, which was convenient for Li Ji. If the weather is nice and the moon is bright, it will be inconvenient for him to move. Li Ji walked into the sea, and his figure stood on the water, like the god of the Styx. He smiled, looked at the almost invisible shadow in the water, tapped his toes, made a few ripples, and flew up. There are some things that I still have to go to Comitage and ask Master Gu Yi. Li Ji's figure disappeared into the sky in an instant. In the afternoon, Li Ji went to see Sheikliff Luthor, hoping to teleport to Comitage through the New York Sanctuary. Unexpectedly, he was rejected, so he had to fly there by himself. In fact, Li Ji's own private plane can also go there, but Li Ji thinks the plane flies too slowly, and the plane cannot land directly near the Himalayas. It would save time and effort to fly there by himself. Li Ji flew through the sky quickly. The night was quiet. No one or any instrument noticed that a human figure flew through the air. It's dawn. Li Ji looked up at the sky, and the sky suddenly began to slowly get brighter. Oh, no, the sun is in the west, it's dusk. Li Ji suddenly discovered that the sun was not in the east. My speed has exceeded the speed of the Earth's revolution by so much. Li Ji smiled and shook his head, but he was not particularly worried about this area. The area he was currently crossing was already near the international date line, which is almost a three-dimensional area. No matter where he is, he doesn't have to worry about the possibility of being discovered. After flying for more than an hour, Li Ji finally arrived near Comitage. This time, Comitage did not send any mages to greet him. All the mages were enclosed in Comitage and practiced with all their strength. Li Ji circled in the air for a long time without waiting for anyone to come. What's going on? Li Ji felt something strange. He had been here before, but it was not as quiet as it is now. It was so quiet that it felt a little lifeless. After observing for a while, Li Ji couldn't find any reason. He calmed down and decided to find the entrance of Comitage first. Comitage is the headquarters of the mage and the base of magical power. Li Ji sank his mind into his dantian and began to search for Comitage's location. Compared with the last time he came to Comitage, Li Ji's power has increased by more than 100 times. Although his mastery of power has not kept up, the huge gap in strength has also made his perception more sensitive. In areas where magical power exists, time and space will become slightly distorted, and this is even more true in the area where the Ancient One is located. After all, the power of the Time Stone is enough to affect the entire time and space. Found it. Li Ji punched the void, and a passage appeared in the sky. In the passage, it looked like Comitage. Some mages were practicing in Comitage's square. Using the spell, he suddenly saw a crack appearing in Comitage's space, and cast his eyes on Li Ji. Li Ji was a little embarrassed to be watched by so many people. He waved to them and entered Comitage. Li, what are you doing here? The first person to rush up was Baron Mordo, who was very familiar with Li Ji but had some hatred. He appeared next to Li Ji in an instant, and his tone was malicious. I have something to ask Master Gu Yi. Li Ji sent out a force with his right palm and pushed Baron Mordo away. Baron Mordo was always next to him, which always made him feel a little uncomfortable. You can meet the Ancient One Master whenever you want. You actually destroyed Comitage's time and space. Comitage doesn't welcome you, Mordo said sternly. Li Ji frowned dissatisfied and ignored Baron Mordo. His figure flashed and appeared next to the temple of Comitage. Catch him, he may be detrimental to Master Ancient One, Baron Mordo roared. His status is considered noble in Comitage. With Ancient One now seriously injured, Mordo's order is in Comitage. Very effective. Dozens of mages surrounded Li Ji. As long as Li Ji dared to step into the temple, they would attack without hesitation. I am not good for Master Guyi. Li Ji heard it a little funny. What kind of cultivation Guyi had, and what virtues and abilities he had, could actually be bad for Master Guyi. Let him come in. Ancient One's voice came from the temple. Many mages who wanted to take action immediately withdrew their spells. Baron Mordo's mouth moved, but he did not speak anymore. What's going on? Master Guyi's voice feels a little weak. Li Ji suddenly realized something strange. Walking into the temple, Li Ji didn't see Master Guyi. 4 mages guard the 4 corners of a formation. The patterns of the formation are the same as those of the teleportation spells that mages often use. Go in. The 4 mages said at the same time, their voices synchronized as if they were spoken by one person. The formation on the ground suddenly glowed with fiery red light. Li Ji stepped in and instantly appeared in darkness. What is this place? A ball of light appeared in Li Ji's hand, illuminating the surroundings. There was nothing around, just a void, and Li Ji was walking forward in the void. Master Guyi, Li Ji called Guyi's name. Turn back. Guyi's voice echoed throughout the void. Li Ji turned around and saw Guyi's body embedded in a dark tree, leaving only a small half of his body unburied by the tree. The root system of the trees is very developed, and they are coiled into knots and coiled up into the void. Master Guyi, what's wrong with you? Li Ji quickly walked to Guyi's side, trying to save Guyi. Don't move, this is the black fan tree that I planted in the void. It can get nutrients from the dark dimension and feed itself back. Guyi said softly, without the usual strength in his words, which made people feel a little weak. Master Guyi, what's wrong with you? Li Ji felt a little weird. Don't you know? Guyi asked. Several scenes flashed through Li Ji's mind. It was a few days ago. Yeah, Guyi responded. Who is that person? Although Li Ji sensed the evil, he did not know the identity of the other party. I don't know either. Odin and I worked together to activate the Rainbow Bridge and send them away from the Earth, but we don't know who they are. Gu paused. I only know that those people are extremely powerful. Evil, but too powerful. You and Odin took action together, didn't you capture them? Li Ji was a little surprised, and suddenly thought of Odin's sleep. No wonder Odin fell into Odin's sleep in advance. Did Odin also fall into Odin's sleep? Ancient One didn't know this. Yeah, Li Ji nodded. The Asa Protoss is pretty good about this. No matter how much power is lost, they can recover from a week of sleep, unlike me. There was a hint of self-pity in Guyi's voice. Master Ancient One, is the enemy really so powerful? Li Ji asked with some worry. Ancient One and Odin could only banish the enemy together. The strength of this enemy may be beyond imagination. I don't know. Didn't your master tell you about it? Guyi said. No, my master only contacted me and asked me to go to Jotunheim and then come back to Earth via Asgard. Li Ji told the truth. Is that so? Guyi hesitated. As for the identity of the enemy, perhaps only your master in this world can figure it out. But since he didn't say it, he has his own reasons. I can't figure out the identity of the enemy myself. Even if you want to overstep your authority, there is nothing you can do. Li Ji lowered his head and pondered. It seemed that the strength of this enemy was indeed a bit unexpected. By the way, what are you planning to do here? You've said so many digressions, but what about your topic? Guyi reminded, it's quite draining for me to do this right now. If you have anything to say, hurry up. Oh, yes. Li Ji almost forgot his purpose. That's right, Master Guyi, there is something I need to tell you. Li Jideo, tell me what it is. Guyi quickly replied. Tervaz knows the coordinates of the Earth. Li Ji said very plainly this major event that could affect the situation on the Earth. What? Guyi's voice was full of shock. When did he know this? Li Ji had a headache now. He forgot to ask Alvaz about this matter. After thinking about it, he said, I don't know this very well, but what is certain is that it has been at least several decades. Has it been decades? Guyi said word by word, can you be sure? Well, it's been at least a few decades, or even longer, and it's different. Li Ji replied, Tervaz has a younger brother named Alvaz, who has been on Earth for decades. Is that so? Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief. Since the coordinates of the Earth were not recently known, it at least meant that Tervaz did not have the determination or courage to attack the Earth. It can also be explained that at least the coordinates of the Earth were not exposed because Ancient One summoned Kunos. This matter is very important. How did you know about it? Guyi felt that it was necessary to verify the source of the information. If the information came from Lei Gong, it would be really troublesome. I accidentally learned that the name of the culprit who summoned Kunos was very similar to Tervaz, and then I found out through investigation. Li Ji slightly beautified his torture process. Is this so? This is not bad. Guyi breathed a sigh of relief. It was not the worst situation. Are you okay now? What's the bad situation? Li Ji asked tentatively. The worst situation is that Tervaz discovered that I am now weak and he took this opportunity to obtain the coordinates of the Earth and then descended to the Earth. Ancient One's words were relatively relaxed. Oh, that's not the case. According to the demon god, the relationship between Tervaz and Dormammu seems to be difficult to reconcile. Tervaz cannot hit Dormammu's passage if he wants to come to Earth. Li Jideo. Yeah. Guyi just responded without making any further comments. The relationship between the devil and the god, true or false, maybe they were fighting to the death yesterday, but they shook hands and made peace the next day. The feud between them can be reference, but not full faith. So, do you know how the demon you mentioned came to be? Ancient One thought for a while and asked. Turvas could not pass through the passage guarded by Dormammu, so his brother should not be able to pass either. Yes, and the Ancient One has guarded the passage between the Earth and the Dark Dimension. In the past few decades, there is indeed no evil god who wants to cross the border secretly. He came to Earth through the Rainbow Bridge. Li Ji gave this incredible answer. When did Asgard at the Rainbow Bridge be infiltrated by the Dark Dimension? Ancient One's voice suddenly became serious. If Asgard was infiltrated by the Dark Dimension, then the Earth would completely become the mouth of the demon of the Dark Dimension. Although the Ancient One's power is powerful, it is powerless against the Rainbow Bridge. That's not the case. Li Ji shook his head. If the Rainbow Bridge is controlled by the Dark Dimension, then it will be okay. The demon god has a special ability that can possess him on the Rainbow Bridge, so he seized the opportunity of being transported to the Earth by the Rainbow Bridge and came to the Earth. Li Jideo. That at least shows that the Dark Dimension has the ability to quietly touch Asgard. Gu Yi seemed a little worried. Although the Dark Dimension may not have the ability to fight Asgard on a large scale, it can touch Asgard. Virtue is indeed a hidden danger. Li Ji suddenly thought about the last time Asgard was invaded by the Frost Giants and invaded Odin's treasure house, and he thought about it for a while. Even the Frost Giants could arrive in Asgard without anyone noticing, and the Dark Dimension could be mastered. A passage in and out of Asgard is also normal. Well, it's a troubled time now. Asgard's affairs, let Odin have a headache. With Asgard's combat power, it is not too difficult to deal with the Dark Dimension. Gu Yi thought for a while, putting this matter down again, the Earth could hardly take care of it. On the Asgard side, the most she could give Odin was a warning. Do you have anything else to say? I feel that you seem a little shy. Is there anything that is difficult to say? Gu Yi looked at Li Ji and asked, isn't it because you have reached an agreement with the devil? No, no, Li Ji said quickly. If Gu Yi identified him as the treacherous of the Earth, Li Ji felt that he would have to answer here. Kunlun and the demon god are incompatible with each other, and the fight between me and the demon god is even more fierce. If I hadn't been targeted by Dormammu, the responsibility of guarding the passage between the Earth and the Dark Dimension would not have been mine. Gu Yi said with some emotion. Li Ji thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and finally said, Master Gu Yi, the demon god said that Turvas wants to cooperate with you. Cooperation. Ancient One seemed to hear an incredible word. I cooperate with Turvas. Exactly, he said. Turvas didn't have much thoughts about the Earth. He only wanted to obtain the throne of the King of Dark Dimension. However, he was not as powerful as Dormammu, so he usually showed his thoughts about the Earth mainly to confuse Dormammu. His ultimate goal is to unite with you, the Ancient One Master, to defeat Dormammu. Li Ji, are you sure you haven't been deceived by the devil? Gu Yi asked strangely. This Li Ji hesitated a little. I can be sure that I have not been deceived by the devil, but I am not sure whether what the devil said is true or false. Li Ji answered honestly. That's right. If Turvas just wanted to invade the Earth, he had obtained the coordinates of the Earth decades ago. Even if he went to war with Dormammu directly, he could send an army of demons to the Earth. Turvas, although his power is not as good as Dormammu, the difference is not too far away, and he is still capable of fighting back. Several thoughts flashed through Gu Yi's mind. But you have to note that maybe this is a trick set by Dormammu. Now that he is rejected by me, he may want to completely pull the Earth into the Dark Dimension by cooperating inside and outside. Demon gods are all treacherous and cunning. Have to guard against it. After thinking for a long time, Ancient One finally said, I am very interested in this proposal. If Dormammu is defeated as you said, the Earth will no longer need to consider the threat of the Dark Dimension in a short time. Now the Earth is worried. This seems to be a good stopgap measure in case of foreign aggression. If Dormammu is defeated and Turvas takes over the Dark Dimension, the threat to the Earth should be much smaller. Li Ji said with some confusion. In the short term, this is true. While I am still alive, Turvas will definitely not attack the Earth again, but once I die, it will be hard to say. Gu Yi pondered. Master Ancient One, don't say that. You are so powerful. How could you do that? Although Li Ji knew about the death of Ancient One in the plot, in Marvel's plot, Ancient One took the initiative to leave the world to protect the world. It took too long, which made her physically and mentally exhausted. After finding a suitable successor, she left with the wind. I know what you want to say, but in fact, I only have 5 years to live. Ancient One said. How could it be possible? Li Ji remembered that in the plot, Gu Yi still had at least 10 years to live. If Gu Yi had not given up his life on his own initiative, it would not be a problem to live for another few hundred years. However, Gu Yi said that he only had 5 years to live. Years of life. That's the truth. Originally, I could still live for a long time, but this time, my power loss was too serious. Gu Yi said with a wry smile. Although I can draw strength from the Dark Dimension to replenish myself, in this situation, unless I completely indulge in the darkness, I'm afraid. Gu Yi's tone was full of disappointment. Then Master Gu Yi, why don't you completely indulge in darkness? Li Ji was a little confused. I have been fighting the demon god all my life. Do you want me to sink into a new demon god for the sake of my life? Gu Yi asked. Li Ji didn't dare to speak anymore. Ancient Yi's power itself was very powerful. If he became a demon, his strength would definitely be even higher. Based on Ancient Yi's original power, he might be even stronger than Dormammu by then. It is normal to be strong, but after becoming a demon, it is difficult to guarantee whether the character will change. It is difficult for Li Ji to imagine what the earth will be like when faced with a demon more powerful than Dormammu. Don't worry, I won't become a demon. Gu Yi seemed to see through Li Ji's heart and said with a smile, I'm not like Dormammu, who can give up his persistence for the sake of strength and life. Dormammu was once a wizard on the earth. Strictly speaking, he was also the guardian of the earth. However, after discovering the dark dimension, he resolutely sank into the dark dimension, just to obtain more powerful power and long lifespan. Master Gu Yi, do you really only have 5 years left to live? Besides sinking into darkness, is there any other way to extend your life? Li Ji asked hesitantly. The connection between me and the dark dimension is too deep. Even if there are other ways to replenish my vitality, the dark power in my body will not allow it. Gu Yi, the power of the dark dimension is very overbearing. Even if Gu Yi finds a way to extend his life, he will be destroyed by the dark power. Unless he finds a higher level power than the dark power, Gu Yi will be trapped by it. But Ancient One has never discovered a higher level of power than the power of darkness. Even the Infinity Stones and the power of Odin, these great powers, can at best be on par with the power of darkness and cannot completely surpass them. When Li Ji heard this, he could only feel sad. He didn't expect that Ancient One would die a few years earlier than the plot. Thanos was eyeing the Earth. If it weren't for the existence of Ancient One, he might have come to Earth to snatch the Infinity Stones. And after the death of Ancient One, the Dark Dimension will definitely invade again, and the future of the Earth seems to be gloomy. Master Ancient One, your lifespan is damaged, what about Odin? Li Ji asked. Odin may also be a little older, but not in my eyes. After all, the power of the Rainbow Bridge has the same source as him. It is not like me, who uses the power of darkness to forcibly activate the Rainbow Bridge. And Odin also has Odin's sleep. The effect is that it will probably shorten your lifespan by 1 or 2 years. Gu Yi estimated. Li Ji frowned. The future of the Earth seemed not to be optimistic. Then Master Gu Yi, it seems that cooperation with Turvas is objectively necessary. After thinking for a long time, Li Ji finally said. Yeah, Gu Yi did not deny it. What's more important is how to defeat Turvas and Dormammu in one fell swoop in cooperation with Turvas and buy time for the Earth. Gu Yi said. It seems a bit difficult. Li Ji shook his head. It's very difficult, not a little bit, but once it succeeds, it can buy the Earth at least 20 years. Gu Yi said seriously. 20 years. Li Ji recalled the growth process of Saiyans in Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong seemed to have transformed into a Super Saiyan at the age of 25. He is also a Saiyan, although his growth may not be as good as Sun Wukong, but in another 20 years, he will be almost 40 years old, and it does not seem impossible to transform into a Super Sailor. Forget it, why are you thinking so much? There are so many Saiyans on planet Vegeta. In the end, not only Son Goku and Vegeta became Saiyans, but by the way, there is also Broly, that one is a gene, it's mutated, it doesn't matter. Li Ji suddenly became more relaxed again. Although the situation seemed to be worse, the responsibility was not on his shoulders, so he felt much more relaxed. Master Ancient One, have you thought of a way to deal with Turvas and Dormammu at the same time? Li Ji asked. I have some clues, but I have to figure it out slowly. Gu Yi said, I will start planning after I recover. I may need your help then. As long as I can help, I will definitely do it. Li Ji vowed. Well, it's very valuable that you have this kind of awareness. Gu Yi's tone suddenly became gentler. Enlightenment. Li Ji suddenly felt that something was not right. Isn't enlightenment the exclusive attribute of those who die generously? Is it difficult? Gu Yi seemed to notice Li Ji's panic and smiled. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Otherwise, I might not be able to live in peace even if I die. After hearing what Gu Yi said, Li Ji calmed down a little. He didn't just let himself die. He still had a lot of youth that he hadn't squandered. Saiyans are a race of monsters that can stay young until they are over 80 years old. By the way, that Alva's brother you mentioned, you won't kill him directly, right? Gu Yi suddenly asked. Li Ji's strength amazed her. From more than 2 years ago, he was unable to resist a newborn demon god, to the current level where he can fight even a mature demon god, so she did not doubt Li Ji at all. Whether it is possible to kill Alvas. What's more, Kunlun has had methods to deal with demons since ancient times. Thunder God even used the demon to fish for lost elements in the rifts of time and space. When it comes to the vanguard of the battle against demons on Earth, Kunlun is the one who does his part, but in recent generations, Iron Fist has not. There was no future, and this turned into a confrontation between Gu Yi and the demon god. However, in Gu Yi's view, maybe in the future, the responsibility for this confrontation will be returned to the hands of the descendants of Kunlun. No, Li Ji said. From Gu Yi's tone, it could be heard that Alvas still seemed to be of some use. Li Ji was still a little worried about whether letting Alvas go privately would cause Gu Yi to be dissatisfied. Now it seems that I have worried too much. Well, if you want to deal with Turvas and Dormammu at the same time in the future, that demon god will still be of some use. You'd better control him and don't let him escape. Gu Yi said. Yes, I understand. Li Ji nodded. It seemed that he needed to keep track of Alva's whereabouts. By the way, Master Gu Yi, how long will it take for you to recover? Li Ji asked. It will take another half a year, Gu Yi replied. Half a year. This time period shocked Li Ji. It seemed that Gu Yi's loss far exceeded his imagination. Half a year is just a recovery time. I still have some preparation work and postpartum matters to arrange. It may take 2 or 3 years to actually take action. Before that, you only need to keep an eye on Turva's younger brother, Gu Wen said. Understood. Li Ji knew that Gu Yi still had some things to arrange. After all, Kamatage did not have a suitable successor, and he needed to make a lot of preparations for the battle with the devil. But Doctor Strange, it seems that in the original work, he had more than 10 years before he became the disciple of the Ancient One. Now Master Ancient One only has 5 years left to live. Li Ji couldn't help but feel sorry for Doctor Strange and Kamatai. Ji is worried about the future. After all, among the Kamatages, there are those who are talented and those who have no conscience. It is difficult for Li Ji to think of Baron Mordo or Cassius taking over Kamathage. By the way, I don't think I've seen Cassius before. Could it be that Baron Mordo has not confiscated him as a disciple? No, maybe he is a disciple of Ancient One. Who knows which main line it is? Li Ji thought. Okay, Li Ji, do you have anything else to do? Gu Yi asked. Li Ji could hear that Gu Yi wanted to drive away the guests, which was normal. After all, Gu Yi needed to immerse his body completely in the black fan tree to restore his strength. If Li Ji stayed here, it would be inconvenient for Gu Yi to recover. It's okay, Master Gu Yi. On Sunday, Peter stood in front of a building, holding a piece of paper in his hand, which was the address given to him by Dr. Knurson. Is this really here? Peter looked up. The whole building looked very old. There were even moss and ivy climbing on the surrounding walls. The walls were mottled, and the former color had been weathered, leaving only a layer of gray. The wall paint is stained with dust and stains. After lingering in front of the dilapidated building for a while, Peter weighed it for a while and finally made up his mind and walked into the building. This building was even more dilapidated than the one Peter lived in. Peter walked to the elevator, only to find that only the indicator light was on and the elevator was actually inoperable. Peter had to go around to the stairs and climb up. There was a strange smell on the stairs, as if no one had cleaned it for decades. Peter covered his nose and thought. Dr. Knurson said that his research and development capabilities and research projects are very great. Why is his laboratory built in such a shabby place? In fact, it's not that Dr. Knurson wanted to build the laboratory here, but that he really couldn't afford to rent a place. This building has been in disrepair for a long time and no one has taken care of it, but it has always been strong and there is no power outage. It is his best hiding place. If it were any other place, Dr. Knurson might think it would be worse than a sewer. Dr. Knurson's laboratory is on the 30th floor, which is the top floor of this building. Peter walked up to the top floor. In front of him was an iron gate. The door was stained with various red and green marks. It looked a little like paint, but it didn't look like it. The whole iron gate seemed to be filled with a wasteland. Breath. Peter tried to knock on the iron gate. In an instant, a lot of rust fell off and fell on Peter's head. Just as Peter was cleaning his hair, the rolling shutter slowly opened. Behind the door, Dr. Knurson looking at Peter with a smile, Peter ran a hand through his hair and scratched the back of his head. Hello, Dr. Knurson, I'm reporting to the laboratory. Oh, Peter, come here, why don't you make a call first? Knurson welcomed Peter into the laboratory. The layout in the laboratory is still simple. However, compared with the situation of the entire building, it is still much better. At least it is tidy and hygienic. Although there are not many high-precision experimental equipment, there are still several experimental benches and a few computers for analysis. Compared to the laboratory in my junior high school, it's a little worse. Peter naturally compared it with the laboratories he had entered. It turned out that Dr. Knurson's laboratory was the worst experiment he had ever entered. Room. Of course, what Peter doesn't know is that the current appearance of this laboratory was something Dr. Knurson compiled in the past few weeks. He did the cleaning by himself, and put the messy experimental supplies in categories. As for the test bench, computers, etc., he borrowed them from the next state. After all, Peter had to work as a helper in the laboratory. The room must look like a laboratory. The reason why Peter waited several weeks before entering the laboratory was because Dr. Knurson was preparing the laboratory. Dr. Knurson made Peter a cup of coffee, the cheapest instant coffee, which costs 19 cents a bag, and made another bag for himself. Then he sat on a small round stool and tasted it carefully. Peter was holding the coffee, a little at a loss. The cheap instant coffee had a pungent taste. Peter couldn't put it down, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Peter, don't you have any doubts about my research site? Knurson took a sip of coffee and asked. Peter didn't know how to answer, and blushed a little. After more than 10 seconds, he nodded, slightly, but very powerfully. I used to conduct research in a high-end laboratory, but my research results were coveted by others in the company. He falsely accused me of embezzling company property, kicked me out of the company, and tried to take over my experiments. But he didn't expect that. That experiment would be difficult to carry out without me. I want to tell those short-sighted capitalists and colleagues who betrayed me that I, Con Orson, will produce better results than them even under the worst experimental conditions. I want to announce to them that I, Con Orson, Sen is a master in the field of biology. Peter, if you didn't have an enterprising heart that loves learning, I would not have allowed you to join this great experiment. Peter, are you willing to help me complete the greatest biological research in the world? Kong Nathan's eyes were full of eagerness, eager and crazy, but Peter just nodded doubtfully. If Peter hadn't already known that the formula was not the result of Dr. Kinnerson's research, he might have been fooled by Dr. Kinnerson's rhetoric, and then followed Dr. Kinnerson with all his heart to conduct experiments. But obviously, now Peter is a little more wary of Dr. Kinnerson. On the first day, Kinnerson didn't ask Peter to conduct too many complicated experiments. He just asked Peter to simply repeat a few experimental processes he had done. I don't know if it was because he was too nervous or because Dr. Kinnerson's experimental items were somewhat damaged. Due to contamination, Peter failed several times before completing the experiment. Kinnerson's expression looked a little unhappy, and Peter left the building where Kinnerson was in angrily. Fortunately, Kinnerson didn't notice anything unusual. During the experiment, Con Orson was whispering around Peter, trying to figure out the relationship between Peter and Harry. Peter didn't lie about this. To be honest, Con Orson confirmed that Peter was not someone sent by the Osborn group. After that, I breathed a sigh of relief. At night, Peter returned to Harry's house. Peter, how did you do your job today? Have you figured out the application effect of the work your father left behind? Harry asked bluntly. No, it's only the first day. Peter shook his head. I did a few small experiments today. I was so nervous that I failed several times and almost exposed my secret. Peter said with some embarrassment. Oh, I didn't expect that college bully Peter Parker would also have experiments fail sometimes, Harry said teasingly. Oh, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm too dirty. Peter found some clothes and ran into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Peter took a shower and walked out. Peter, don't you work in a laboratory? The laboratory should be a constant temperature and sterile environment. How could you get yourself dirty? Harry asked immediately when he saw Peter walking out. Don't mention that the environment in that laboratory is very bad. It doesn't look like a laboratory at all. If it weren't for the fact that there are many records of experimental data in the laboratory, I even suspect that this laboratory was used to deceive my father. It's formulaic, Peter said unabashedly. Is that so? Harry was also a little shocked, but there's nothing you can do about it. If you don't do experiments with him, it might take you several years to figure out the meaning of the formula your father left behind. Well, yes, so when I was doing the experiment today, I was so nervous that I made a lot of stupid mistakes, but it seemed that he was hiding something from me. Maybe it was the origin of my father's formula that made him a little nervous, but he didn't have much. Accuse me, Peter said, turning on the computer. Harry saw Peter skillfully opening B and said, Are you going to study another formula left by your father? Obviously, this is Peter's compulsory homework every night, but the second formula left by Peter's father, Richard Parker, is more complicated. It is much more profound and obscure than the first formula. Peter has been studying it for several weeks. The progress is still very slow. Well, I think after thoroughly studying the two formulas, there may be some different effects, Peter said without looking back. But your second formula research seems a bit slow. Harry lay on the bed and glanced at the screen. Well, just after studying the first formula, I discovered how difficult the second formula is, otherwise I wouldn't have given him the first formula. Peter nodded. Dr. Kinnerson actually had no choice but to give him the first formula's choice. Okay, don't study too late. I'm going to bed first. Harry turned off the light in the room. Only the lamp on the table was still on in the whole room. Peter was immersed in the study of the formula. This formula seemed to have endless magic, attracting all his attention, so much so that these days, he even left Gwen a little cold. Lines of numbers and codes kept flashing from the screen. Peter's eyes kept flashing. He blinked faster and faster. Suddenly, the picture on the screen stopped abruptly. Failed again? Wrong direction. Peter leaned on the chair. He couldn't remember how many times he had failed these days. The second formula involved many advanced mathematical theories. Although Peter was a genius, it was still difficult for him to develop in these areas that he had never touched before. Basically, it was every step forward is accompanied by countless failures. No matter, let's at least push forward one model tonight. Peter shook his head, drove away the discouragement and dissatisfaction in his mind, and tried in another direction. Peter's hands kept tapping on the keyboard, and gradually, the picture on the screen started to move again. Li Ji drove Chalice, Thor, and Loki to the school in a Rolls-Royce. Hi, Lee, morning. Li Ji just parked the car in the parking lot, and Harry arrived just in time. Hi, Harry, what a coincidence. Li Ji waved and said hello simply. Harry parked his car next to Li Ji's car. The two Rolls-Royces were side by side, looking domineering. Chalice, Thor, and Loki also got out of the car. Why didn't you see Peter today? Did Peter break up with you? Loki glanced and found that Peter was not around next to Harry's car. I was just about to tell you this. Peter needs your help to carry it, otherwise I wouldn't drive to the school gate early and follow you in. Harry opened the rear side door of the Rolls-Royce, and Peter was lying in the back. Sitting there, sleeping soundly. Thor stepped forward and dragged Peter out with one hand. Although he had lost the power of Asgard, his strength and tendons should not be underestimated. Although Peter was very strong, he only weighed it was a pitiful 50 kilograms, so I grabbed it with Thor. Peter. Li Ji raised Peter's head. Peter raised his head with some difficulty and opened his sleepy eyes. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the dark circles around his eyes were just like those of a panda. Hi, Lee, morning. Peter said weakly. Peter, you can almost go to the zoo in Washington to make money, Li Ji said with a smile. After all, Peter and Li Ji had been to the museum in Washington together, so he naturally understood what Li Ji meant. He was comparing himself to a panda. However, Peter seemed to be too tired. He just rolled his eyes at Li Ji and lowered his head. Not even a word of rebuttal was uttered. Okay, let's transport him to the classroom first. He seemed to have only slept for an hour and a half last night, so he was in such poor spirits. Harry said. For an hour and a half, you two were doing bad things last night, Li Jida said. Li, there are girls here. Peter's voice was very low, as if he couldn't raise any strength at all. Li Ji looked at Shalizi. She seemed to not understand at all and had a confused look on her face. Li, don't smear me, I'm a good boy who goes to bed early and gets up early. Harry also said with a smile, he was playing on the computer last night. Harry originally wanted to say that Peter had been deriving formulas, but then he remembered that Peter didn't want others to know what he was doing, so he immediately changed his mind. Playing on the computer, Li Jijuo had a foresight. If Peter was out fighting crime all night, Li Ji would understand and believe it. But if he said that Peter was playing on the computer all night long, Li Ji wouldn't believe it. In his impression, Peter seems to have no hobby of playing computer games. With a hint of suspicion, Li Ji followed them into the classroom. He came early today, and there were not many people in the classroom yet. As soon as Li Ji walked to his seat and put down his school bag, Shalizi secretly tugged at the corner of his clothes and whispered, "Come with me to the playground." Li Ji blinked his eyes, and he immediately understood what Shalis meant. He had already told Shalis that he had clues about the enemy, but he never explained the enemy's situation to Shalis. Now it seemed that Salis was a little anxious. Li Ji's mouth moved. He really didn't know how to speak. Could it be that he told Shalizi that the person who planned you before was now controlled by me and became my younger brother, and the person who attacked you before was my younger brother's younger brother? If I explain it to Salis like this, I'm afraid it won't make sense. Li Ji followed Shalizi to the playground. Li, judging from your expression, you should know what I want to ask. Shalizi saw Li Ji's conflicted expression. Yeah, Li Ji nodded, but didn't know how to say it. Then why didn't you tell me the situation? Salis' tone was a bit coquettish, but there was no sense of blame. If Shalizi's tone was a bit reproachful, Li Ji might be able to bear it better. Li Ji said that he really couldn't bear this somewhat coquettish feeling. Shalis, because of some things. Li Ji thought for a while and changed his words. Oh, no, it's for some special reasons. Although I know the identity of the real murderer, I can't do anything to him. Take action. Special reason. Shalizi was a little confused, with a hint of disappointment in her tone. Is it because your company cooperates with the Arthe group? No, of course not. Li Ji said quickly. Then what is the reason? Shalis seemed to have the feeling of breaking the casserole and asking for the truth. Yeah. Li Ji fell into deep thought and spoke in a long voice. Salis, I know that the Arthe group is your enemy, and I also know your eager desire to destroy the enemy, protect yourself, and protect the Sandra orphanage. But I need to tell you that with your power, you can still it can't be done. Arthe group is far from as simple as it seems. Li Ji thought for a long time and finally thought of a way to say it. Arthe group, Arthe group, Arthe group repeated the name several times. Shalis seemed to remember something, her expression became a little frightened, and her body trembled involuntarily. Shalis, what's wrong with you? Li Ji supported her body. It could be seen that Shalis was in something wrong. No, it's nothing, I just thought of Aunt Giza, Shalis said after stabilizing her mood. Li Ji knew that Shalis probably wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't continue to ask. Shalis' current situation was not quite right. She might have recalled some bad memories. Li Ji thought it would be better not to continue irritating her. That's what happened. For some reasons, I can't take action against the Arthe group for the time being. This group is very hidden and has many layers of identities. I need to investigate all of these things clearly and then wipe them all out, Li Ji said. Shalis seemed to be a little absent-minded and just said Shalis, you. Li Ji felt something was wrong and asked with some concern. It's okay. Didn't I say it's getting late now? Class is about to begin. Let's go back to the classroom early, Shalis suggested. Oh, okay. Li Ji nodded. It seemed that it had indeed touched some of Shalis' heartstrings. She was unwilling to talk about it with others. In this case, Li Ji was embarrassed to ask more questions. Returning to the teacher, Shalis sat on her seat as if nothing was wrong, as usual, cold and a little shy, as if she had forgotten what happened just now, and now Li Ji felt even more strange. The content of the class was very boring, and Peter had fallen asleep long ago. Fortunately, he didn't have any snoring problem, otherwise the whole class might have heard his dull music. Although the teacher saw Peter's appearance, he could only shake his head secretly. How could Peter sleep in class every day and still get full marks in the exam? Li Ji glanced at Shalizi from time to time, but Shalizi noticed him every time, and responded with a confused and curious look. Li Ji could only quickly turn his head back, not daring to talk to him. Salis looked at each other. Li Ji felt strange about Shalizi's expression. She didn't look like she had something on her mind. Because of this, it was even more confusing. What's wrong with her? Li Ji pondered in his heart. If she has some secrets hidden in her heart, she should have a dodgy and a little scared look in her eyes at this time. This feeling of doubt and curiosity seems to be it's like a blank piece of paper. It doesn't seem like there is any secret feeling in my heart that I'm not letting out. But if there are no secrets in her heart, her reaction on the playground was a little strange. This shows that, at least at that moment, she did remember something. Could it be that she has forgotten it now? Li Ji glanced at Chalice again. Chalice's appearance gave him an indescribable feeling. She seemed to be in the sun, but also seemed to be lost in the fog. The two blended together, giving Li Ji some strange feeling. Could it be that she is actively forgetting some things? Li Ji had some guesses in his mind, but this seems to be difficult to come back from. It shouldn't be so fast to actively forget some things, and actively forget some things. The whole person's spirit, there should be some hollowness, but now it seems that she doesn't seem to have this kind of performance. Or maybe this part of the memory has been tampered with by a powerful being who controls the mind, or the consciousness, or the brain. Li Ji thought of another possibility. Although this possibility is small, it is compared to the previous possibility. Come on, it's much more reasonable. Of course, there is another possibility that Shalizi's current expression is all fake and she is pretending to be calm, but Li Ji did not consider this possibility at all. After knowing Shalizi for so long, Li Ji knew clearly, Shalizi is not a person who is too good at acting and pretending. Are the group, things seem to be getting weirder and weirder. Li Ji felt some fluctuations in his heart. Are the group seemed to be involved in many important things. At first, Li Ji thought they were just a branch of Hydra, but now it seems that is not the case. Are the group is not that simple. The original Are the group may indeed have been established by Hydra, but the existence of Alvas made the Are the group also a lair of the devil. And now, judging from Shalizi's performance, it seems that the Are the group has some other, shameful deeds. Is it Mirando? Li Ji couldn't help but doubt Mirando. Now Mirando is undoubtedly the backbone of the Are the group and controls the entire group. What is Mirando doing in the Are the group? Li Ji didn't find it strange, because he had already done many treacherous things. Li Ji suddenly thought of the training warehouses underground at the Are the group. The people in them all looked weird, with people with 5 legs and 8 hands. Could it be that some of them had awakened superpowers? Li, we were in class just now, why are you always peeking at me? Li Ji was left speechless by Shalizi's question, and could only find an excuse to explain it away. Fortunately, although Shalizi's temperament has grown a bit, she is still simple-tempered. Li Ji believed him after a few words. After lunch, Loki called Li Ji out. Loki, what are you doing to me? After spending a lot of time together with Loki, Loki didn't do anything bad. However, Li Ji felt that he just kept it secret, so although his attitude had improved somewhat, he still felt a little bit towards him. Be on guard. Li, why are you so nervous? What I want to tell you is none of your business. Loki also knew that Li Ji was not happy with him, but he didn't care. The god of lies has no shame. Tell me, what's going on? Li Ji's tone softened slightly. That's it. Loki glanced at Thor secretly from outside the door. His movements were fast, but also very stiff, and he didn't hide it at all. Just tell me what it is about your brother, Li Ji said straightforwardly. Well, yes, it has something to do with Thor. Put your ear closer. Loki wanted to whisper. Li Ji felt a chill and couldn't help but grinned. There's no need to whisper. It's so far away now and Thor can't hear me. Just keep your voice down. Li Ji was telling the truth. Thor was no longer a god. At least from a distance of more than 10 meters, Li Ji didn't think he could hear anything. Besides, even when Thor was the god of thunder, he didn't seem to have clairvoyance and ears. That's Heimdall's power. Okay then. Loki glanced at Thor warily again and found that Thor had buried his head on the table before he said, When can you take Thor to the Sandra orphanage again? I see that he is thinking about it day and night. Maybe he is missing someone. Li Ji's tone was filled with strong suspicion. Thor had already noticed that he missed others. Ever since that day, when Thor was lying in the yard watching the stars, Li Ji felt that he was missing something in his heart. But it seemed to Li Ji that he was missing Asgard, but Loki actually told him that Thor was missing someone in the Sandra orphanage. Needless to say who that person is, Jane is the first heroine in the Thor series. Even, in some parallel universes, he became the new god of thunder. But now, Thor and Jane have only met once, and they are attracted by Jane. Is this the correction ability of the Marvel Universe? Li Ji had made some insinuations with Chalice. Although Jane and Thor got along fairly well, they didn't actually exchange a few words, but Loki might have said more. Moreover, neither of them exchanged contact information with Jane. Of course, this was related to the fact that they had not been on Earth for a long time and did not even have their own email addresses or mobile phones. Loki, it's not you who is missing someone in Sandra's orphanage, right? Li Ji teased. How could it be me? Loki became a little nervous when he heard this, and his tone rose a few degrees, as if he was trying his best to distance himself from the relationship. Isn't it? Li Ji asked back, but without giving Loki time to refute, he said, It's like this. Then tonight, I will take you to the Sandra welfare home. A hint of joy appeared on Loki's face, but he quickly calmed down. Go tell Thor about this, don't talk to him, I told you? Li Ji raised his eyebrows, glanced at Loki provocatively, and walked into the classroom without saying a word. Chalice, let's go to Sandra orphanage tonight. Li Ji walked to his seat and said to Chalice. His voice was so low that only Solace could hear it. When Chalice heard this, she first took a cautious look at Peter and Harry, and after confirming that they were sleeping soundly, she said, Why is it so sudden today? It's nothing sudden. I just want to apologize for peeking at you today. Li Ji shrugged, not wanting to explain more. Okay, you did peek at me in class. Shilis stretched out her hand and wanted to punch Li Ji. Halfway through, she took it back as if she was afraid of offending Li Ji. Isn't Friday better? Why go on Monday? Solis thought for a while and asked. Not on Friday. Li Ji's answer was very brief, and Shilizi didn't ask any more questions, just nodded. Friday is the th day of the lunar calendar. Although the moonlight on the th day of the lunar calendar will not cause Li Ji to transform, it will make his blood a little manic and his temper bad. Last time I went there, I suffered a loss because of Yue Guang and offended Jane. Although Li Ji didn't care, it would be best if there were fewer such things. By the way, before you go there, can you go to the supermarket first? I want to buy something. Shilis suddenly turned around again. Of course. Li Ji naturally knew what Shilis wanted to buy. It was nothing more than buying some snacks, milk, toys, and the like for those younger brothers and sisters. It just so happened that Li Ji also planned to get mobile phones for Thor and Loki. They had been on Earth for so long. Without his own mobile phone, Li Ji suddenly felt a little ashamed. Goodbye, Harry, Peter. In front of the parking lot, Li Ji, Peter, and Harry waved and got into their cars. The vehicles were driving on the road, but their routes were different from usual ones. Li, where are you going? Thor asked strangely, isn't this the route home? Before you go back, go to 2 places with me. Li Ji, Shilizi, and Loki all knew the destination of their trip, but Thor was still in the dark. Where? Thor was still a little confused. I'm a little hungry. Can I go home and have a meal first? No, Li Ji didn't answer, but Shilizi answered first. You'll know when you get there. Loki said with a smile that felt like it deserved a beating. Thor glanced at Loki unkindly and didn't know what he was thinking. He lowered his head and had no intention of continuing to ask. He just asked, can we go home before 10 o'clock in the evening? Probably. Li Ji estimated the time. Are you planning to go back for supper at 10 o'clock? Oh, no, I have something to do at 10 o'clock. Thor said. Li Ji felt a little strange. What could Thor do at 10 o'clock in the evening? These days, Li Ji remembered that every night, he would lie in the yard and watch the stars like an old man. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the Time Warner Center, and Li Ji took the elevator to the entrance of Whole Foods Market. This Whole Foods Market is the largest supermarket in New York. You can buy almost any product you can imagine here. Well, not including helicopters. The products in Whole Foods Market are much more expensive than those in supermarkets such as Walmart, so Whole Foods Market is also nicknamed Full Check. Of course, the quality of the products inside is also much better. In fact, if Li Ji had to choose, he might prefer Walmart. After all, parking at Walmart is more convenient. But it is a pity that there is no Walmart supermarket in New York for the time being. Shilizi went to the snack area and toy area alone, while Li Ji took Thor and Loki to the electronics area. Although Whole Foods Market is not a professional electronics market, mobile phones, computers and other electronic equipment are still readily available. Li, do you want to buy us a mobile phone? Luo Ji was a little excited. He had never heard Li Ji say this before. At first he thought he was coming to Whole Foods just to pick out gifts for the children at Sandra's orphanage. Well, you have been on Earth for a long time, and it's time to buy you a mobile phone. Li Ji nodded. Take your pick. Li Ji made a pleased gesture. Although Thor didn't speak, his eyes kept flickering, and he was obviously a little excited. There are not many mobile phone counters in Whole Foods Market. It is not like a large mobile phone mall where you can choose from dozens or hundreds of counters. There are only a dozen counters in total. However, the mobile phones here are relatively high-end products, basically Nokia, Motorola, BlackBerry, and Sony Ericsson. In the past few years, there were no smartphones, and Steve Jobs didn't even make an iPhone. I want this. Thor fell in love with a BlackBerry phone at a glance. The full keyboard design particularly caught his eye. It was a very typical BlackBerry style. I want this. Loki spent a long time choosing, and finally settled on a straight Sony Ericsson phone, which looked smaller, a little pink, and looked like a girl's style. Li Ji shrugged helplessly, but didn't say anything. Of course, Loki's time was not wasted in choosing a mobile phone. Li Ji first took Thor to pay for the mobile phone and apply for a phone card and package. Because it was bound to an operator, the phone itself cost less than $200. Thor seemed very happy. He showed Li Ji the bill and seemed to feel that he had saved Li Ji money. Li Ji did not expose the true identity of the bound operator, so let Thor be happy. Since the Sony Ericsson mobile phone chosen by Loki did not have a carrier agreement, it took a lot of time compared to Thor's plan. I bought a mobile phone, took an anonymous package card, and headed in the direction of Shilis. Well, it's not in the snack area or the toy area. Where did Shilis go? After walking around, Li Ji couldn't find where Shilis was, so he took out his mobile phone and wanted to make a call. Li, let me do it. Thor took out his new mobile phone, the pride in his eyes undisguised. Yeah. Li Ji put the phone away. Thor held the mobile phone and wanted to make a call, but was suddenly stunned. He didn't seem to know Shilizi's phone number. Li, what's Sailasi's mobile phone number? Thor asked with a blush. Li Ji blinked, a little speechless, and told Thor Shilis' phone number. Thor called over, and just after the first ring, he heard a continuous beep 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 sound. Although Thor didn't have a mobile phone before, he still knew what this beep beep meant. Why can't I get through? Is there something wrong with this new phone? Thor said doubtfully. Probably Shilizi died. Li Jiqiang held back his laughter. Hang up the phone, Thor said with some confusion, as if he didn't understand why Shilis hung up the phone. Maybe I saw an unfamiliar number and thought it was a sales call, so I hung up immediately. Li Ji smiled. Although there were not too many telemarketing or telecommunications scams in the past few years, there are fewer such things in the United States. At this time, there is no software such as Mobile Phone Manager, which will automatically reject sales calls. Thor's expression looked a little depressed. He lowered his head and walked aside silently. Li Ji took out his cell phone again and dialed Shalizi's number. Solace, where are you now? I didn't see you in the food section or the toy section. Li Ji asked as Solace answered the phone quickly. I'm in the children's clothing section, picking out clothes for my brothers and sisters. Have you bought your mobile phones? Solace replied. Yes, Thor called you just now to show off his new mobile phone, but you hung up on him. Now he's feeling depressed. Li Ji glanced at Thor. Thor seemed to want to say something, but in the end he hesitated. Sorry, apologize to Thor for me, I thought they were selling leaves. Sailasi said quickly. Indeed, in the United States, many people who sell leaves do so through telephone sales. It's okay. I'll tell you Thor and Loki's phone numbers later. Just save them. Where in the children's clothing area are you now? We'll come find you now. Li Ji didn't speak to Thor. The decision was made for him. It's in the girls' summer clothing area. Come over here. After Shalizi finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Buying summer clothes in winter. Li Ji put his phone in his pocket, feeling a little strange. Hey, Li, you two come over. I'm going to buy some food from the snack area. You shouldn't refuse, Rocky said pitifully. After all, the economic power is in Li Ji's hands. Buy snacks. Li Ji glanced at Loki a little suspiciously. Yes, buy some snacks as a token of my gratitude to Sandra's children. Although Solace has already bought them, I still hope to handpick some snacks to express my sympathy for them. I love it. Loki said a little grandly. Li Ji didn't want to believe Loki's lies, but it seemed a bit unreasonable not to let Loki go. After thinking about it, Li Ji said, you are good at borrowing flowers to offer to Buddhas. Thor, go with him. What's the matter? Call me if there is any news, you know my mobile number. It would be uneasy to let Loki carry the luggage alone. Let Thor follow Loki. At the very least, Loki would not dare to do too many extraordinary things. I know. Thor responded. Loki smiled and blinked. Li Ji didn't see anything wrong with this smile. After looking at Loki suspiciously, he walked towards the children's clothing area. There were not many people in the children's clothing area, so Li Ji quickly found Shalice. There were two shopping carts next to her, one filled with various snacks, and the other with many cheap toys. Hey, Shalice. Li Ji waved to Shalice. Li, why did you come here alone with Thor and Loki? Shalizi looked behind Li Ji, but did not see Thor and Loki. They have been to the world of two, Li Ji said casually. Shalice suddenly blushed. What a world of two, don't talk nonsense. Li Ji immediately realized that his words seemed a bit ambiguous, but fortunately, Li Ji was thick-skinned and quickly changed the subject. Why do you choose summer clothes for them in winter? I didn't want to buy them at first. Usually their clothes are either used clothes donated by others or bought in second-hand clothing stores. But seeing that there is a huge discount here, I thought of buying them some new clothes. Sally S.I. stuck out her tongue. I would also like to buy them winter clothes, but there is no discount on winter clothes, so I can't help it. Although Li Ji has never been to a second-hand clothing store, he has heard about it. These shops are usually located in large storage warehouses and specialize in selling second-hand clothes. The prices are shockingly low. A branded t-shirt may cost only $1, and if you buy it in large quantities, it can be even cheaper. Of course, quality, hygiene, there's no guarantee. It is impossible to sell you clothes for $1 and also provide you with dry cleaning, disinfection and other services. Li Ji raised his head and looked at the discount symbols hanging on the shelves. 95, which means a % discount, is indeed very cheap. Although they are a bit ugly and are still unsaleable styles, the products in Whole Foods Market are of high quality. After discounts, they are almost $2 a piece. Compared with the clothes in second-hand stores, they are not much more expensive. Affordable. What do you think of this one? I plan to give it to Dainave. Shalice held up a small lake blue dress and placed it in front of Li Ji's eyes. Dainave, although Li Ji has never seen her in person, he has seen many photos of Dainave. The little girl is a bit thin and weak, and it seems that she cannot wear such big clothes. Sailus, is this dress a bit too big? Li Ji asked. I know, you usually have to buy clothes one size larger, so you can wear them for 2 years. When Li Ji and Shalice pushed 3 large shopping carts to the checkout counter, Thor and Loki also pushed 2 shopping carts. Li Ji saw at a glance the contents of the shopping cart pushed by Loki, which contained dozens of bottles of drinks and alcohol. Before Li Ji could ask questions, Loki spoke first. Li, why are you and Shalice buying so many children's down jackets? Are they preparing for future children? What nonsense are you talking about? This is for Sandra's children. Li Ji glanced at Loki with displeasure. Loki's initiative to speak out made it difficult for Li Ji to ask him why he bought the wine. Compared with the items in Loki's shopping cart, the items in Thor's shopping cart are much more serious. They are all snacks that children love to eat, as well as some milk powder and the like. They are similar to what Shalice picked, but they are slightly more expensive. Li Ji glanced at Shalice and found that she was blushing again. Whole Foods checkout efficiency is relatively high, but because Li Ji and the others bought too many things, it took almost 10 minutes to finish counting. When the waiter saw Thor walking out of the mall carrying a dozen bulging shopping bags, her mouth opened in an O shape in surprise. When he walked to the car, Li Ji was a little embarrassed to find that the trunk was a little full. Although I am driving a Rolls-Royce instead of a supercar, the trunks of such luxury cars are often on the small side. It is normal that I bought a lot of things this time and cannot fit them in. After stuffing 10 bags, the trunk could no longer fit, so Li Ji could only put the things in the back seat and let Thor and Loki hold them. Thor was sitting in the car, holding 2 shopping bags, sitting upright, while Loki put the shopping bags on his lap, leaning against the sofa behind him, playing with his mobile phone. Although 3G has not yet become a trend, in New York, the coverage of 3G network is already good. The bearer phone card purchased by Loki comes with a package that has 2003G of traffic. Thor did not ask further questions about where to go. It was already obvious that he must be going to the Sandra orphanage. Although Thor is a bit dull and gullible, that doesn't mean he is a fool. The vehicle was parked on the lawn of Sandra Welfare Home without honking its horn. There were basically no lights on in the orphanage, except for a dim light in one place. Brothers and sisters should be having dinner. Let's go. I'll take you to visit Sandra's canteen. Chalice got out of the car. Where are the things? Li Ji also got out of the car and asked. Put it in the car for now and pick it up later, Chalice said with a smile. Li Ji nodded and closed the car door. Thor and Loki put their things in the car and got out. Actually, the canteen of our Sandra orphanage has a nice nickname. Guess what it's called? Chalice suddenly asked while walking. Call a food stall. Li Ji said a cold joke that was hard to understand. What's the name of the food stall? It seems to be quite nice, but I still think the nickname of Sandra's canteen is better. It's called Kelp Canteen. Shalizi smiled. Kelp Canteen. The name is very concise and concise. Kelp is cheap. The meaning of Kelp Canteen is self-evident. Keep your voice down, don't let the younger brothers and sisters find us. When I come back alone, I often peek at them eating dinner, which is very interesting, Shalizi reminded. Li Ji shrugged, stepped lightly, and slowly approached the canteen. The lights in the cafeteria are not bright and are a bit old. Jane stood in the center, monitoring the children's eating. It wasn't the kelp we ate today, because it had a stronger taste, but it was the curry. All the children ate it deliciously, and a few of them who had difficulty eating also succumbed to Jane's majesty. Look, the way they eat is so fun. Chalice pointed at the children in the cafeteria and said to Li Ji. Thor and Loki were ignored. It's quite fun. Li Ji did not deny it and watched quietly. Dang dang twice, Shalizi knocked on the door of the canteen. Li Ji glanced at Shalizi, wondering why she suddenly knocked on the door. But Shalizi just pointed at the door. Li Ji turned around to look again, and sure enough, a knock on the door attracted Jane's attention, and Jane walked towards the door. At first glance, Jane saw Li. Although there was no contempt in his eyes, there was still a bit of displeasure, but when he saw Solace hiding next to Li Ji, it turned into joy. Chalice, why are you back suddenly? You usually call in advance. Jane pulled Chalice and walked aside. Of course, Shalizi could feel the conflict between Li Ji and Jane sensitively. In order to avoid a head-on conflict between Jane and Li Ji, Chalice took Jane and they walked to the lawn of the orphanage to chat. Li Ji and Thor looked at each other and did not follow. They were still watching the children eating through the crack in the door. Without Jane's supervision, the children were not very quiet while eating, but overall they were relatively well behaved. It seemed that Solace had a lot of authority. Curry is indeed a rare delicacy for children. It is much better than what they usually eat. It can basically be regarded as a delicacy that can only be enjoyed once a week. Jane, are you still dissatisfied with Li Ji? While chatting, Shalizi got involved with Li Ji. Jane looked at Chalice with some doubts. Am I so obvious? Well, it's quite obvious, just like an actor in an opera. Solace nodded heavily. It would be a bit serious to say that I am dissatisfied, but I do have some prejudices. Looking at his well-dressed appearance, I thought he would be a polite and gentleman. But his appearance that day really made me angry. I almost forgot about it. But when I suddenly saw him again today, I felt a little angry. Jane admitted generously. Oh, actually he is a very good person. Sailasi said. Sailus, let me tell you, don't let the man fool you. He looks very confusing. I thought he was a good person at first sight, but the actual situation told me that I was the one who was attracted by his handsome appearance. Covering your eyes. Jane quickly denied. Didn't he ask me to apologize to you on his behalf and donate money to Sandra? Sailasi tried to make Jane feel a little bit better about Li Ji. We really have to thank him for this, otherwise the children won't be able to eat curry tonight. But apart from thanking him, we still have to distinguish his personality. After all, charity and bad guys are not completely opposite. Jane nodded, but then the conversation began. Chalice shook her head helplessly. Actually, that day, he was a little uncomfortable and was anxious to go back to rest, so he had a bad attitude. I have been with him for so long, how can I even know what kind of person he is? Have no idea. Although Shalizi was only interceding for Li Ji, what she said was correct. The moon was close to full that day, and Li Ji did become a little manic because of this, eager to go back and rest. Ah, you are at the same table, why haven't I heard you say that? Jane said in an exaggerated voice, so loud that even the 3 people who were peeking at the children eating next to the cafeteria could hear her. Li Ji turned his head and showed an awkward smile. He was stuck there, not knowing what to say. Loki walked to Jane's side with a smile. Beautiful Miss Jane, we meet again. Thor looked at Li Ji, put his arm around Li Ji's shoulders, and pulled Li Ji towards Shalizi and Jane. Li Ji felt a little lucky that Asgardians didn't have body odor, otherwise he would have been smoked to death. Hi, Jane. Thor said hello generously, and then bumped Li Ji with his body, indicating that Li Ji also said hello. Hi, Jane, miss. Li Ji originally wanted to call Jane by her name directly, like Thor, but after thinking about it, it seemed inappropriate, so he added a suffix. Jane couldn't help but laugh when she saw Li Ji sweating anxiously. Hello, Mr. Li. Although you gave me a bad impression last time, this time you successfully changed my opinion of you. Just like what Shalis said, you are a good person who is a bit shy. It was natural to be shy. In fact, Li Ji rarely talked to strange women in his previous life and this life, especially women he had offended. Although he did not inherit all of the Eastern Reserve, he probably inherited half of it. Hearing what Jane said, Li Ji was relieved and his tone became more relaxed. It was my fault last time. I had some personal reasons, so I was in a hurry to go back. I won't do it this time. Then I'll forgive you for now. Jane smiled. Sister Jane, what are you doing on the lawn? I've finished eating. Who are they? The first little boy who finished eating walked out of the cafeteria, looked at a group of people, and asked in confusion. Because Shalizi was blocked by Li Ji, the little boy didn't see her. Your sister Shalis is back. I was chatting with Sister Shalis and her friends. Jane pulled Shalis and walked forward. Ah, Sister Shalizi is back. Sister Shalizi is back. The little boy ran into the canteen again excitedly. He wanted to announce the good news to everyone. Sailus, go see the children. There is no more surprise you want to give them. Jane smiled. Li Ji pulled Loki and Thor towards his car. It's time to move things. By the time Li Ji and the others carried the things to the orphanage, Shalizi was already surrounded by children. I'll leave the things to you for distribution. Li Ji looked at a group of children chattering and felt a little headache. Yeah, okay. Sailus nodded, stood up, and the children surrounding her moved out of the way. Li Ji took Tony and Rocky outside and asked, where are you two? I'll take you back first. Li Ji still remembered that Thor said he would go home before 10 o'clock in the evening. And looking at Shalizi's posture, she probably won't be able to leave before 10 o'clock in the evening. Thor Naruto glanced at it from a distance, and then said, okay. However, Loki had a different opinion. He moved out a few chairs and a small table from the orphanage, and then placed the drinks and drinks he bought on the table. Drinks are not given to children, Li Ji asked. It's not good for children to drink carbonated drinks. This is for you. Loki smiled. I'll be fine if I drink it. Li Ji felt that Loki's logic was a bit strange, but it was true that carbonated drinks were basically harmless to Saiyans. Maybe Asgardians become obese due to alcoholism, high-calorie carbonated drinks, potato chips, etc., but Saiyans have no such scruples. Li Ji sat on a chair, opened a can, and drank it in one gulp. Thor, are you in a hurry to go back? If you are in a hurry, I will take you back first, Li Ji said. Thor blinked. He always felt that something would happen at 10 o'clock in the evening. This feeling was very strong, but Loki didn't want to leave, and it was a bit embarrassing for him. Although he is the elder brother, he must respect Loki's opinion. Forget it, I'll stay here for now. Thor thought for a while and sat down. Although the premonition in his mind was strong, it was not clear. He didn't know exactly what would happen. Loki handed Thor a bottle of 4 locks, which Li Ji drank in his previous life and was jokingly called wine. Because the ingredients of 4 locks contain many stimulating additives, this kind of wine can easily make people get drunk and put them in a state of high excitement and loss of reason, so it is called wine. At that time, Li Ji got a little drunk after drinking less than half a can, and his innocence was almost taken away by a big man. This time he will definitely not drink again. Moreover, 4 Rock wine has just been launched, and the formula is still the most original and direct one, which is probably even more superior. But Loki and Thor were drinking, and Li Ji was free to let them go. After all, Loki and Thor were also drunkards in Asgard, so drinking some 4 locks should be no problem. They were really drunk, and Li Ji didn't mind throwing them into the slums and letting them have sex with some homeless people. Li, don't you try it. Loki held a bottle of 4 locks and placed it in front of Li Ji. If I'm drunk, can you control me? Li Ji asked. Loki and Thor knew Li Ji's strength, otherwise they wouldn't be so honest. If Li Ji gets drunk and goes crazy, the whole of New York may be destroyed. Forget it, let's just have a drink. Loki walked away angrily, holding the wine. Sailus and Jane, you can't give them alcohol either, Li Ji said. Why? Loki was unhappy. No reason. If they take the initiative to drink, I won't care. You can't force them to drink. Li Jideo. That's pretty much it. Loki took a sip of 4 locks. Maybe it was because he was emboldened by the wine, so he didn't speak politely. Even if they take the initiative to drink, you can't let them drink 4 locks. Li Ji thought for a while and added. Hey, if you don't want to enjoy such a happy thing as drinking, don't restrict others from enjoying it. Loki slapped his hand on the table. Li Ji's eyes suddenly became a little cold, and a slight chill penetrated Thor's body. As for Loki, he was a little dizzy now, but he didn't feel much. Loki, please stop saying a few words, Thor said quickly to Loki. But, nothing to worry about, Thor said. Loki sat down dissatisfied and drank a bottle of 4 locks in one gulp. Does he usually drink like this? Li Ji asked. Yes, Loki doesn't drink well, Thor said. I thought Asgardians were all drunkards. Li Ji thought for a while and felt that his words were a bit wrong. After all, Loki was not an Asgardian. Although Loki likes to drink, he gets drunk easily. Thor also drank a bottle of 4 locks, but he was just like a normal person. Compared to Loki, the gap was huge. At 9:30 in the evening, Chalice and Jane finally divided everything among the little ones and put them all to sleep. Okay, the two of us are entertaining the kids while you drink here. Jane walked over first and saw the 3 people sitting around drinking. Thor has a good capacity for drinking, but he has already drank 7 or 8 bottles, and he feels a bit drunk. He seems to have regained the energy he had in Asgard, and is talking endlessly. Loki was already a little delirious, but he still kept drinking. Judging from his appearance, he would not stop until he was drunk to death. Li Ji, the only one who looked normal, was drinking Sprite at this time. Would you like to drink together too? Thor actively invited, holding 2 cans of beer in both hands. It seems that he still remembers what Li Ji said, not allowing 2 girls to drink 4 locks. Jane did not reply directly to Thor. She looked at Li Ji. Why don't you drink? I'm allergic to alcohol. Li Ji gave a poor reason. If you were allergic to alcohol, you wouldn't be sitting here, Jane said with some caution. Jane, don't worry, I don't drink either. Chalice smiled and picked up the bottle of orange juice next to Li Ji. Solace, you. Jane looked at Solace. I'm not an adult yet. Underage people can't drink. Chalice said with a smile. You can't drink even if you are an adult. You have to be 21 to drink. Jane's tone was slightly teasing. In fact, the United States is relatively relaxed about drinking. Underage drinking is common. As long as you are not caught by the police in a public place, it will be fine. But since Sailasi said so, Jane did not force Sailasi to drink. Jane's main worry is that if everyone else drinks, and Li Ji doesn't drink, then he will do whatever he wants. Although the misunderstanding between the two has been resolved, Jane is still a little wary of Li Ji. Since Sailasi doesn't drink either, Li Ji at least has someone to supervise her. Thor's hand remained suspended in midair. Jane took the 2 cans of beer from his hands, opened them easily, and drank 1 can in one gulp. Good drinker, Thor praised. Jane looked soft and frail, but he didn't expect her to look so bold when drinking. I've already drank a can, what about you? Jane smiled, with a blush on her face. I'll drink 2 cans. Loki drowsily picked up a can of beer, but he grabbed it backwards. He held the beer can and shook it up and down, but he couldn't find the ring. This can of wine is gone. Loki wanted to throw the beer aside, but Jane grabbed his hand, pulled the beer out of his hand, turned around, and pulled the tab. Give you? Loki took the drink and poured it into his mouth, but the way he poured it was a bit disrespectful. At least half of the can of beer leaked on the ground. Shalizi and Li Ji drank drinks, chatting from time to time while drinking. Because Jane joined him, Thor drank faster. In less than 20 minutes, he drank another 7 or 8 bottles. He was a little delirious. He spoke eloquently and started to whistle. His exploits in Asgard. Fortunately, Jane was also drunk. Although Jane looked like a bold drinker, in fact, her drinking capacity was average. After 3 glasses of wine, she was already unconscious. She probably didn't listen to a word of Thor's bragging. Wait. When you wake up from alcohol, you probably won't be able to remember anything. Lee, is what Thor said true? Chalice didn't drink, so she was conscious. Some of the deeds Thor mentioned were heard by her in Nordic mythology, and she thought of the names of Thor and Loki. She blinked and asked Li Ji with some confusion. If you are willing to believe it, it is true. However, it is still somewhat different from the mythical stories. Li Ji did not hide anything and admitted the identities of Thor and Loki. Then why are they two? Shalizi suddenly felt that Li Ji had become much more mysterious. For some reasons, they are just ordinary people now. Don't delve into their identities and origins, and don't tell others. Li Ji said. Oh, Shalizi nodded. Since Li Ji didn't want to say more, she didn't ask any more questions. She just remembered in her heart not to expose the identities of Thor and Loki at will. Let me tell you, when I was in Asgard, I had a weapon named Mjolnir. Its core was the core of a Death Star. The hammerhead was made of URU god gold, and the hammer handle was a branch of the world tree. My father, Odin, the father of the gods, told me that Mjolnir is one of the most valuable artifacts in the entire universe. Mjolnir contains the great power of the god of thunder. If it is in my hand, I will perform a thunder and lightning for you. Since that Mjolnir is so powerful, why don't you take it out, give it to me, let us see it. Jane was obviously drunk, and she stuttered a little. Well, it's mainly because I'm not here now, otherwise Thor stood up immediately and raised his right hand to the sky, as if he wanted to summon the thunder of the 9 heavens, but unfortunately, Thor's power has been taken back by Odin, and he is just a body now, just a stronger ordinary person. Those who brag will punish themselves with 3 cups of wine. Jane had a smile on her face. I'll definitely let you see it in the future. Thor sat down sulkingly, took 3 cans of beer, and piled them next to him. One mouthful at a time is like drinking from a cow. Is he okay like this? Shalizi asked with some worry. Although there were only a few people present, Jane was just an ordinary person. Letting Jane know Thor's identity, Shalizi felt that it was a bit of a burden on Jane. A feeling of, it shouldn't be a big problem. Jane is already drunk. She shouldn't remember these things when she wakes up. Even if she does, it may be regarded as a drunken hallucination. Lee Jideo. That's good. Sailasi nodded. However, if we follow the development of the plot, Jane will still know these things in the end. Li Ji raised his head and looked at the starry sky, but he did not say this sentence. Why are you looking at the stars in the sky? Is there anything interesting to see? Shalizi also raised her head. She was already familiar with the starry sky in New York, and the stars in winter were nothing special. No, I just remembered my old self. Li Ji said with a smile. He used to be crazy about the universe, but after becoming a Saiyan, he couldn't watch the movie for a long time because he couldn't be illuminated by the full moon. The sky is starry. It's exactly the same as the starry sky in the previous life, but it's a pity that it's not the same universe. Li Ji shook his head mockingly. You look old-fashioned, and you still think of your old self. Hey, don't think that pretending to be serious will make girls like you. Shalizi raised her little fist. Ha ha ha. Li Ji opened a bottle of Coke and drank it in one gulp. Although these drinks are not iced, it is very cold in New York now. There is no need for ice, and the feeling of cool ice silk is naturally refreshing. Li, look what's in the sky, Sailasi suddenly shouted. Is there something? Li Ji raised his head and saw something like a shooting star. It's weird, is it an ordinary scattered meteor? Li Ji felt a little strange. This meteor seemed to be approaching him and the others quickly. No, get out of here. Li Ji remembered the scene when he was hit by the Saiyan spaceship. Except that it was a meteor shower, everything else was exactly the same. Li Ji instinctively pulled Chalice away and took a few steps back. The meteor-like objects in the sky were getting closer and closer. Even with Li Ji's speed, he could not save everyone. He turned around again to pull Thor, but felt a numb feeling in his palm, as if he had been electrocuted. Li Ji turned around and saw blue-purple lightning flashing from Thor's body. He didn't know when he had stood up, his eyes tilted upward more than 70 degrees, looking directly at the meteors in the sky. Is that so? Li Ji looked at his watch. The time happened to be 10 o'clock in the evening. When Li Ji turned his attention to Thor again, he already held a hammer in his hand and shouted, Mjolnir. What's going on? Li Ji hasn't figured out the situation yet. Why did Mjolnir suddenly fall from the sky? When Odin sent Li Ji, Thor, and Loki to the earth, he didn't send Mjolnir out. Thor said he had to go back before 10 o'clock for something. Is it a faint feeling in his heart? No wonder he took the initiative to talk about his things in Asgard when he was drunk, and also mentioned Mjolnir. All of this, is there a reason for everything? Li Ji quickly thought of a few key points. On the side, Sailasi was still a little scared. Although the electric light on Thor's body had subsided, Thor's appearance just now did scare her a little. Li Ji wanted to comfort Chalice, but saw Jane stand up and slapped Thor on the face. Why are you yelling? The children are still sleeping. Do you want to wake them up? Based on Li Ji's understanding of Thor, Thor should be furious, and then pick up Mjolnir to protect the dignity of the Asgardian Protoss. However, unexpectedly, Thor actually sat down and spoke with a slightly guilty tone. Said, I'm sorry. After Thor apologized, Jane actually giggled. After 3 more cups and 2 drinks, Thor became much more active again. This Mjolnir, I once used it to fight against the enemies of Asgard, smashing the heads of tens of thousands of enemies. No enemy is my enemy with one blow. I can't kill him with one hammer. Then just add another hammer. Thor picked up Mjolnir and pretended to be a hammer man, but what made him a little strange was that Mjolnir fell into silence and lost its previous glory. But because he was drunk, Thor didn't think much about it and just pretended to wave a few times. 10 for a big hammer, 40 for a small hammer, Li Ji said in a very low voice. Thor gave Li Ji a strange look. Obviously, he didn't understand what Li Ji said. However, Jane quickly raised a can of beer and clinked glasses with Thor, and he put what Li Ji said behind his mind. Thor, didn't you say that Mjolnir is not in your hands? Why did he suddenly appear again now? Jane said in a daze after taking a sip of beer. Because, Mjolnir. Loki wanted to forcefully explain to Jane, but before he could finish his words, his head fell heavily on the table and he fell unconscious. I don't know, I just felt that Mjolnir was coming, and then, I stood up. Thor shook his head. He didn't know why Mjolnir fell from the sky. He had always had a dark feeling in his heart that something would descend from the starry sky, but he didn't know it was Mjolnir. Jane took the beer, looked at Thor, and suddenly laughed. I know you are the magician, Mjolnir. It is you who turned into a magician. Thor, the magic is very, very exciting. This is not magic, this is divine power, Thor argued with some dissatisfaction. Don't say this kind of thing to deceive a little girl. If it is a divine power, then why, it is like an ordinary hammer now. When it appeared just now, but flashing blue light is it your fault? The prop is out of power. Jane smiled. Her smile seemed to have seen through Thor's little trick. Can you still explain it like this? Li Ji was stunned. He was quite sure that the hammer was Mjolnir. After all, Thor didn't know magic at all. No, this is not what you said. This is Mjolnir. It is an artifact that can be counted in Asgard. The power it possesses is beyond your imagination, Thor said sternly. He does not allow anyone to slander Mjolnir and be treated as a magic prop or something. In Thor's view, that is an insult to Mjolnir and even Asgard. Then you prove Prove to me that didn't you say that Mjolnir has extremely powerful power? Prove to me, I believe that you didn't lie to me, Jane said intermittently. It seemed that she believed that Mjolnir was a magic prop. This Thor was a little confused. It wasn't that he didn't want to show it, but that all the divine power in his body was taken back by Odin. The scene just shown was all with the help of Mjolnir's own power. And now, Thor can't communicate with Mjolnir at all. Although he can still use this artifact normally, it seems to be no different from the mortal hammer. Proof? You can't prove it. I told you, your trick of lying to the little girl, yes, it is of no use to me. Although Jane was unconscious, what she said was very harmful to Thor. Huge. Yes, I remembered. Thor suddenly remembered a characteristic of Mjolnir. What did you remember? Jane asked. Well, Mjolnir, only I can pick it up. The rest of the people, no matter how powerful they are, can't pick up Mjolnir. Thor said with a proud smile. Yes, is it just that little hammer? Jian came over and asked. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Perhaps because he was in a happy mood, Thor spoke much more smoothly. Then, I'll give it a try. Jane stood up, her body swaying, but it was Shalizi who had quick eyesight and quick hands, and stood up and helped her to prevent her from falling. I really tried. With the support of Shalis, Jane staggered to Mjolnir's side, holding the handle of the hammer with both hands. Please, Thor's voice was drawn out. Yes, it's a bit heavy. Jane's words reached Thor's ears. When Thor was about to brag about himself, he suddenly saw Jane pick up the hammer. Other than being a little heavier, there's nothing else. Do you think I'm the kind of girl who can't help being weak? Jane waved Mjolnir a few times, and was almost brought down by her own inertia. Fortunately, Shalizi kept supporting her. A trace of clarity appeared in Thor's eyes. Okay, it's so heavy. Jane simply waved Mjolnir a few times and put it down again. Shalis helped her sit back in her seat. Why can Jane pick up Mjolnir? Returning to her seat, Shalis asked in a low voice in Li Ji's ear, as if she was afraid of being heard by Thor and damaging Thor's self-confidence. I don't know that either. Li Ji didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't tell Shalis. This was because Jane was a Thor reserve and could become a female Thor in the future. In short, at this time, just pretend to be dumbfounded and don't know anything when you ask. Continue to drink. Thor actually heard the conversation between Shalizi and Li Ji, but he didn't say much. He just opened a bottle of wine again and handed Jane a can of white wine. You both had a can, and I drank one bottle at a time. Because Thor had something on his mind, he drank faster. Half an hour later, all the drinks they bought went into the stomachs of the two of them, and on the other side, Li Ji also drank all his drinks. I'll send Jane to the room. You clean up the tables, chairs, and garbage. Shalis supported Jane and sent her to the room step by step. Li Ji first picked up Rocky and threw him out of the car before starting to collect the garbage and seats. Thor held Mjolnir and stood blankly on the lawn, staring at Mjolnir in a daze. Okay, stop looking and get in the car. Li Ji put the tables and chairs back into the orphanage building, walked out and patted Thor on the shoulder. Do you mean this? This is me, my Mjolnir. Thor's words were a little choppy, but he made the term Mjolnir very clear. After all, he has been with him for thousands of years. Weapons. He felt that he would not admit his mistake, but why Jane was able to pick up Mjolnir puzzled him. Yes, or no, you can't use it now. Yes, what does it have to do with you? Li Ji asked. Of course, Li Ji knew very well that Odin couldn't be truly cruel to his son, and would usually leave some backdoor. This time Mjolnir suddenly came to Earth, maybe it was the backdoor Odin opened for Thor. It's just that Thor hasn't found a way through the back door yet. Okay, it seems, that's right. The confusion in Thor's eyes disappeared, but it was replaced by a kind of sluggishness, just like the feeling of being dull after drinking too much wine. Li Ji didn't know what to say, urging him to get into the car. No wonder Loki said that Thor misses Jane Foster. I'm afraid Loki knows something about the inside story. It's a bit strange for Solace to suddenly ask questions today. Maybe Loki is swaying her. Wait until Thor and Loki after Jija got into the car, Li Ji began to review today's events. Everything sounds normal, but when several things are crowded together, it becomes abnormal. Li Ji felt that he needed to pay more attention to Loki, who knew what bad ideas he had. After sending Shalis back to the community and driving back to his home, Thor was almost sober. Asgardians seem to have the mysterious ability to absorb alcohol. In comparison, Loki, the frost giant, does not have this magical power and is still like a puddle of mud. After throwing Loki on the bed in the room, Li Ji wanted to return to his room, but was stopped by Thor. Li, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Li Ji followed Thor into the yard in confusion. What's going on? Li, how do you think I behaved during these days in Midgard? Thor did not speak directly. Instead, he first asked Li Ji what he thought of himself. It's not bad. Li Ji felt that Thor's performance in integrating into the earth was good, better than Loki. Li Ji didn't lie, nor did he deliberately belittle Loki. Thor's integration on the earth was obviously much better than Loki's. But I've always felt that Midgard and I are a little incompatible. Thor shook his head and said, do you still miss the life in Asgard or the power of your Thor? Li Ji asked. No, I miss none of this. I only miss the feeling of fighting side by side with the old guys. But these memories are not the reason why I am incompatible with Midgard. Thor had a wry smile on his face. So, the reason may be that I regard myself as an outsider and a different life. I look the same as you and speak very similar languages, but after all, I am not Midgard human beings. Thor said. Actually, neither am I. Li Ji thought, not only am I not from Earth, I am also not an aborigine of this universe. But today, I changed my mind. What has changed? Let's tell him and see. Li Ji looked at Thor squarely. I discovered that I am not that different, and there is not that much difference between the people of Midgard and the people of Asgard. I can brag, chat, and laugh with the people of Midgard, and I can also be. The people of Midgard were ridiculed and looked down upon. More importantly, the people of Midgard can actually pick up Mjolnir. I feel that there is no difference between me and the people here. Thor said. Well, Li Ji was speechless. What you said seems to make no sense. It really doesn't make much sense. These are just some of my personal feelings. I feel that I am becoming more and more integrated into Midgard. Thor smiled. Although the smile was very forced, it could still be seen that this is a smile that comes from the heart. It turns out that I thought Thor integrated well into the earth. Was it my misunderstanding? Li Ji thought to himself. I think that since I have integrated into Midgard, I can forget about my identity in Asgard. Thor picked up Mjolnir and looked at this old friend with some pity. Yeah, Li Ji felt that something was not right. The development of the plot seemed not to be like this. Mjolnir, I don't know why you came to Midgard, but now, old friend, I need to say sorry to you. Thor waved Mjolnir a few times, holding it, he said affectionately. Li Ji felt that the development of the situation seemed a bit out of his control. Why did Thor say this as if he was saying goodbye? Li, I have decided to cut off my connection with Asgard. Although Mjolnir is my closest comrade, it is also a product of Asgard. Can you help me send it back to Asgard? Scarred. Thor asked. Li Ji blinked. Don't say I don't know how to get to Asgard. Even if I know how to get there, I still can't afford Mjolnir. Li Ji only knows how to get to Jotunheim. As for Asgard, the only time he has been to it was when the Rainbow Bridge took him there. Li Ji now has no way to contact Odin or Heimdall, let alone not to mention opening the Rainbow Bridge. This Thor was also speechless for a moment. But if you are really determined, I can help you seal up Mjolnir. There is a very safe in the house, and you can put Mjolnir there. Li Ji felt guilty. If Odin learns that Thor has completely given up on his past, I wonder if an Odin divine thunder will rain down and kill him. Okay, so be it. Thor laughed. Just when Thor was determined to give up his identity as Asgard and become an ordinary Earthling, an undercurrent surged in the universe. King Frieza. Frieza's army has captured 30 surrounding planets and connected them into a planetary belt. Next to Frieza, Takamai, who had obtained the body of Thanos, said respectfully. Although he already has combat power that surpasses Jinyu and even Frieza's normal level, his long-term habits still make him servile to Frieza. Frieza sat on the floating chair and chuckled a few times. Ha 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 ha, there are already 30 planets? What a pity, this universe does not have the habit of planet trading, and there is no way to deal with the planets that are obtained. King Frieza, it doesn't matter. After we conquer this universe, we will not make the trading rules of this universe yet, Takamai said flatteringly. Thanos stayed in the training warehouse and felt very uncomfortable watching Takamai's flattering behavior, because Takamai was now using his body. But there was nothing he could do, his own body couldn't compete with Frieza, let alone the body of Takamai he was using now. And in order to prevent him from escaping, Frieza removed all the limbs from Takamai's body. Now Thanos can be said to be like an 8-gourd. Takamai, what's going on with the team tracking Thanos' legion? Frieza looked at Thanos' twisted and complicated expression and asked with a deliberate smile. The Thanos legion is very cunning. They are hiding in Tibet in the Middle East of the universe and want to confuse our tracking army. But they don't know that we have already analyzed their whereabouts. Takamai smiled wretchedly. In other words, they haven't reached Chidori yet, but their goal is indeed Chidori, right? Frieza asked. That's right, King Frieza is wise. Takamai said respectfully. How long will it take for the Thanos Legion to arrive at Chidori? Frieza tapped his fingers on the armrest. Probably another week or so. In the starry sky, the Thanos Legion's spaceship is constantly moving forward. Gamera stood on the main ship, looking at the star map. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, and she looked very haggard. In the past few months, she has led the Legion to hide in Tibet, not only to escape the pursuit of Frieza's army, but also to prevent attacks by former enemies of Thanos Legion. Fortunately, Thanos was captured alive and the news that Thanos Legion was severely damaged has not yet spread. Although Gamera stumbled along the way, she did not experience a life or death crisis. However, despite this, the huge pressure these days still makes her feel uncomfortable. Gamera is exhausted. Sister, we are only 3 space jumps away from Kitaroixing. Nebula walked into the command cabin and said respectfully. After witnessing the power and invincibility of Frieza's army, Nebula knew that she must give up her past prejudices and cooperate with Gamera to have a chance of survival. Are there only 3 space jumps? Gamera's fingers passed through the air, and the star map immediately changed. The star map is dotted with red dots, which are the footholds that Thanos Legion has passed along their escape route. The remaining 3 green dots on the star map are the places where the next space jump will be. Nebula, do you think 3 space jumps are enough? I always feel that Frieza's army is not far from us. Gamera was frightened by Frieza's army. In the starry sky, Thanos' army unexpectedly encountered Frieza's army 10 times. Although every battle ended hastily, this also shows that Frieza's army followed closely. In the last 15 space jumps, we have not encountered Frieza's army. According to analysis, we should have pushed them away by more than 3 galaxies. Nebula said. She did not agree with Gamera's idea, but she did not raise objections directly. 3 galaxies. Gamera looked at the layout of the starry sky. The 3 galaxies were not very far apart. If they didn't take the turnaround route, they could cross over in 2 jumps. The distance can only be said to be close or not, and the distance cannot be said to be far. Gamera clicked her finger on the star map several times, and several green dots immediately appeared on the star map. Sister, are you leaving Chitta Rising? Nebula asked with some confusion. Gamera's newly marked jump positions were all far away from Chitta Rising. After jumping to the farthest coordinates, you can choose to enter the V0259 wormhole passage there and return to Kitteris. That is a secret wormhole passage that is currently only controlled by our Thanos Legion. If you go from there, you should be able to get rid of Frieza's army. Gamera pressed her finger on the star map for a long time, and a wormhole passage emerged from the star map. But sister, there are several battleships that only have energy for 5 jumps. Because a certain amount of energy must be reserved to ensure the basic operation of the battleships, 3 jumps is almost the limit. Nebula said. How many more times can the main ship jump? Gamera asked. The main ship has 28 energy reserves left, which is enough for 56 jumps. Nebula quickly retrieved the main ship's information from her mind. That's enough. Nebula, pass the order and turn on the energy balance system. It's just consuming a little more energy. For the safety of the Thanos Legion, there is nothing wrong with it. Gamera said. Yes, sister. Nebula nodded and walked out of the command cabin. Frieza, you are such a devil. After Nebula walked out, Gamera slumped down on her seat weakly and murmured. On the planet Lance, several Frieza army spaceships stopped on a plateau. Tynel, have you tracked the Thanos Legion? Asked a tall cosmonaut. Detected, it's near the Como spiral arm where Zitterus is located. Tynel was wearing a radiation-proof suit, and his fingers were tapping on a weird keyboard. King Frieza is indeed farsighted. We have been tracking the Thanos Legion all the way, but we don't know where the Thanos Legion is. King Frieza has not taken any action, and we know that the Thanos Legion is going to Chittori. The tall cosmonaut praised sincerely. King Frieza is indeed farsighted, but no matter how great King Frieza is, he will never know that you are flattering him from so far away, Siri. Tynel teased. I want you to take care of it. Si Rui said in a bad tone. Hey, something's wrong. Why did the Thanos Legion jump to other places? Tynel looked at the screen, and the movements of the Thanos Legion suddenly disappeared from the screen. Where are you going? Searle asked quickly. I don't know. They are no longer near the camo arm. Our detection tools can only detect information about the camo arm. They are no longer within our tracking range. Tynel said with some panic. Sirui blinked. King Frieza's order is correct. They are probably just staying away from Chitta Rising just to divert the tiger away from the mountain. This just gives us the opportunity to log into Chitta Rising in advance to achieve their purpose. Ambush them. Searle is the commander-in-chief of the tracking team sent by Frieza's army, and he is also the most powerful person in this tracking team. Frieza's army worships the strong, so Searle's words still carry a lot of weight. As soon as Searle's order was conveyed, Frieza's army's spaceships took off on several planets centered on Lance, gathered together in the universe, formed a small team, and headed for Zeta Rising. Tynel, there won't be any deviation in the route of the invasion of Chittori this time, right? As he approached the jump point, Sirui asked. Tynel's previous tracking had lost the Thanos Legion, which made him still a little bit grudge. Don't worry, the operation of Chitta Rising's starry sky defense system is all under my surveillance. As long as you strictly follow the jump route I provided, you will definitely not be discovered by the people of Chitta Rising. Tynel took a photo where your chest for sure. I hope you didn't lie to me. Siri still chose to trust Tynel and initiated the jump. Hodenir, what route did you provide to jump to the asteroid belt? Si Rui's voice was a little frightened. When he first emerged from the jump channel, the huge asteroid in front of him almost gave Si Rui a heart attack. Out. The starry sky defense system of Chitta Rising is relatively complete and is basically spread across several surrounding star systems. If you want to sneak into Chitta Rising's defense system silently, you can only take risks and enter the asteroid belt. Here. It is a natural defense zone, but because of this, Chittori's defense in the asteroid belt is still a vacuum. Tynel said without any guilt. And according to my calculations and route estimates, our fleet cannot hit the asteroid belt, so it's okay now, Tynir said. You always have a reason, forget it, I can't compete with you. Sirui gritted his teeth and said, then we linger in the asteroid belt, waiting for the opportunity. Well, in 1 hour and 37 minutes, the signal of Chittori's star defense system in Sector 2 will be blocked by the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt. This signal blockage will last for about 2 minutes. 30 seconds, within those 2 minutes and 30 seconds, we can enter Chittori's atmosphere and follow the planned route to the pre-confirmed landing point, Para Highlands, Tynel said. I hope there won't be any accidents next time. 1 hour and 37 minutes later, Frieza's army sneaked into Chittori according to the route designed by Tynel, arrived at the Para Highlands without any danger, and hid in a cave. Sister, we have now arrived near the V0259 wormhole passage. Should we jump immediately and return to the vicinity of Kitterus, or take a rest for the time being? Nebula asked Gamera in the command module. Has Frieza's army's spaceship been detected yet? Gamera asked. No, Frieza's legion has never been found. I think we should have thrown Frieza's legion away, Nebula said. No. I don't know why, but the lack of information from Frieza's army makes Gamera even more anxious, and she always feels uneasy in her heart. Sister, although Frieza's army is indeed very scary, you don't have to be afraid of it, Nebula said with some displeasure. In her opinion, Gamera was a little slow and delayed the Thanos army several times. A chance. It's better to be cautious. After all, my father is so powerful. Gamera and Nebula were silent when mentioning Thanos. Let all battleships turn on their stealth systems, and then enter the V0259 wormhole channel, Gamera said. The stealth system will greatly reduce the defense capability of the battleship, Nebula said puzzledly. Once the defense capability is insufficient, it may be torn apart when entering the space channel. It's okay. The V0259 wormhole channel is a relatively stable wormhole. With the main ship opening the way, it shouldn't cause too much damage to other warships, Gamera said. Then I will notify the members of each battleship now. Nebula walked out of the command module. Frieza's army, even if you were hiding in the dark, you wouldn't have guessed our sudden return. Gamera's godless eyes showed a bit of brightness. That's right. If Frieza's army didn't, if he knew the destination of Thanos's army, he would probably be taken into a ditch. Unfortunately, Frieza had already known the possible movements of Thanos's army from Thanos' memory. Gamera's luck was probably a miscalculation. Chita Rising, Wilderness Cave. Siri, your guess is indeed correct. The Thanos Legion has appeared near Kitterus again. Looking at the information on the screen, Tynel suddenly shouted. This is not my guess, it's King Frieza's prophecy. I just carried out King Frieza's order. Siri walked to Tynel's side and looked at the information on the screen. Can you analyze where they came back from? Searle asked. Your request is a bit difficult. Tyner was startled, and then felt speechless. Space jumps don't pay attention to lines. Unless it is near a known wormhole, who can analyze the other party's whereabouts. If you can't, forget it. Continue to track the whereabouts of the Thanos Legion, observe their communication with the Kitterus, and closely monitor the information about the Infinity Stones, Searle said. Then do we have to arrange some manpower and place some spies with the Chidori? Tynel asked. It's not necessary, just strictly monitor them. If it wasn't to force the Thanos Legion to go out to find the Infinity Stones as soon as possible, I wouldn't even launch an attack on them. But it seems that our several attacks had the opposite effect, and they were frightened. Instead, it delayed the search for the Infinite Stones. Sirui shook his head, seeming to be annoyed by his wrong decision. Okay. Tynel turned his head. Since Searle decided to stand still, his job now is to maintain the stable operation of the monitoring system in the Como spiral arm. By the way, if you have the chance, add tracking markers to the Thanos Legion's spacecraft when they land. Searle thought for a while and added that although he had exchanged fire with the Thanos army several times, he was easily escaped by the Thanos army every time. If he had not known the Thanos army's destination in advance, he would have been killed long ago, being thrown away by the Thanos Legion. Several firefights took place in space, and Searle couldn't add tracking markers to the Thanos Legion. Now that the Thanos Legion is about to land on the Chidori, in Searle's eyes, this is an opportunity. Okay, I will try my best to find the right time. But I'm afraid you have to do it yourself to implant the tracking marker. Tynel nodded. I know. Sirui responded and walked out of the monitoring room. Thanos Legion's spaceship hovers above Chidori. Nebula, talk to the Chidori, our troops are coming. Gamera said, looking at the heavily guarded defense system of the Chidori below. Yes, sister. Nebula quickly contacted the leader of the Chidori and explained his intention. After verifying his identity, the other party agreed to the Thanos Legion's request. Notify all troops and prepare to land, Gamera ordered next time. All battleships are ready. In less than a minute, Nebula received the response from each battleship. After drifting in the universe and hiding for so long, everyone is exhausted physically and mentally. Now that they can take a rest on Chidori, everyone can't wait. Nebula, contact the Chidori again and ask them to open a channel to the Chidori. In addition, let them prepare various supplies. Gamera's face also glowed with glory, after escaping for such a long time, which had already exhausted her mentally and physically. Sister, the other party responded that the channel is ready and will be opened in 30 seconds. Nebula perfectly completed the communication task assigned by Gamera. Where are the supplies? Gamera asked. The other party said it would be ready within 2 hours. Xingyun replied. Yeah. Gamera responded and looked forward. 10 seconds later, a large hole with a diameter of several thousand meters suddenly appeared in Kitterus' defense system. From the big hole, one could even see the advanced machinery in Kitterus. Gamera pressed the forward button, and the Thanos Legion fleet sailed into the Chidori. On the Chidori planet, the Chidori have already organized a huge open space, waiting for Thanos' army to land. The battleships landed in the open space one by one. As soon as they saw the battleships landing, many Chidori rushed forward and took the initiative to provide help to the Thanos Legion. It seems that coming to Chidori is indeed the right choice, but I have to be careful and never let the Chidori know that my father was defeated by Frieza. Although the development of the Chidori relied entirely on the support of the Thanos Legion, the original Chidori were even just backward marine creatures. After Thanos Legion provided them with an exoskeleton system, they developed brilliant technology. But if they knew that the Thanos Legion had lost its backbone, no one knew whether they would rebel. Gamera decided to spin a lie that would stabilize the Chidori. Siri, the Thanos Legion's spaceship has landed. The coordinates are 751.482, 662.495. You can leave. I understand. Siri put on a black robe to cover his appearance and prepared to walk out of the cave. Wait. Tynir called him. Is there anything else? Sirui paused. Wear this thing and stick it on your teeth. Tynil took out a 3mm ring device and handed it to Cyril. Is this? Sirui asked with some confusion. This is a small translator that I studied during my trip. After all, our language is different from the people in this universe. If we use a large translator, it will be easy for the other party to discover our identity. Tynil said. So what if I'm discovered? Although my strength is not as good as that of several adults, I'm still more than enough to deal with these miscellaneous fish. Cyril is very confident in his own strength. After all, he is second only to Jinyat under Frieza, the team's powerful combat capability. With the Thanos Legion missing Thanos and the 5 Obsidian Generals, he is not afraid of any enemy. Although I know you are not afraid of the Chidori and the Thanos Legion, but don't forget Lord Frieza's request. We need to follow the Thanos Legion and wait for an opportunity to seize the Infinity Stones. Tynil said earnestly. This is the rhetoric he had prepared long ago. He knew that given Ares' personality, he would definitely choose to be reckless without a suitable reason. So what you said seems to make sense. Siri put the translator into his mouth, stuck it to his teeth, and left the cave. Thanos Legion, main ship command module. Gamera stood in the command cabin, overlooking the actions of everyone in the square, but the expression on her face was the same as before in the universe, even more solemn. Sister, why aren't we going out yet? Nebula walked into the command cabin. She had received several messages from the leader of the Chidori requesting an interview, but Gamera had no intention of leaving the main ship. This made she felt very strange. Xingyun, when you go down later, remember to be tougher. Gamera breathed a long sigh of relief. Although she could see that the Chidori had different intentions, she had no choice. The Thanos Legion was now weakened too much. If they lost the Chidori, a powerful ally, then the search for the gems are nowhere in sight, let alone defeating Frieza. Therefore, Gamera asked Nebula to act tougher. At the very least, the Chidori must be stabilized first. The Chidori are currently indispensable allies of the Thanos Legion, but at the same time, they may become the destroyers at any time. The enemy of the Overlord army. Gamera has already programmed a lie in her mind, just waiting to calm the Chidori and lure them out. Why don't the Chidori have a very good attitude? Nebula asked a little strangely. She felt that the Chidori's attitude was respectful enough. Just follow the instructions and you'll understand. Gamera didn't explain too much. She stood up and walked towards the exit of the main ship. The door of the battleship opened slowly. Just as the door opened, Gamera had already straightened her expression and stepped off the battleship step by step, noble and beautiful. Hello, noble Miss Gamera and Miss Nebula. The leader of the Chidori bowed and gave a very respectful salute. Gamera nodded slightly, a nod. The leader's body stood upright, his expression was gentle, and there was no trace of dissatisfaction, but his heart was already trembling with anger. Gamera actually didn't say any kind words to him, not even saying no courtesy. In the opinion of the leader of the Chidori, this was Gamera's show of power against the Chidori. Did I guess wrong? There were no changes within the Legion. The leader of the Chidori lowered his head, his expression grave. Originally, they received some information about the Legion's jump. He instinctively discovered that the Legion seemed to be in the escape stage, and judging from the information sent by the Legion, it seemed that Thanos was not among the Legion. This led the Chidori leader to believe that something had happened within the Legion. But judging from Gamera's current performance, it seems that he guessed wrong. No, maybe Gamera is bluffing. The leader of the Chidori raised his head and observed Gamera and Nebula, but could not see any flaws. Gamera is good at hiding, and Nebula is an intelligent life form. Both parties can hide their emotions perfectly, which puts the leader of the Chidori in a dilemma. Miss Gamera, I don't know why, but she suddenly came to Chidori. The leader of the Chidori thought for a while and asked, Father wants us to come here and summon you Chidori to find the Infinity Stones. Gamera replied expressionlessly. We have been working hard to search for the Infinity Stones, but such treasures are difficult to find in the entire universe, so the leader of the Chidori said with some embarrassment. Father just feels that you are not doing your job well, so he asked me to supervise you. Gamera said mercilessly. The Chidori leader's expression was not very good. How could the Infinity Stones be so easy to obtain? Even if he knew the location of some Infinity Stones, he might not be able to get them. The strength of the Chidori in the universe can only be considered good, but it is far from being able to dominate. Why, do you have any dissatisfaction in your heart? Gamera felt a little aggressive. Don't dare, don't dare. The Chidori leader immediately gave up. After a casual inspection, Gamera began to ask again, you Chidori have been searching for so many years, but you haven't found any trace of the Infinity Stones. After all, the Infinity Stones are too rare, and once we Chidori discover clues about the Infinity Stones, we report them to the Legion as soon as possible. Now we have indeed found no new information. The leader of the Chidori explained. It has been 3 years since you last reported intelligence, and in 3 years, you are still standing still. Gamera scolded. Miss Gamera, there are objective reasons for this, and it is not due to our malfeasance in our duties. Lord Thanos did not accuse us Chidori, why did you? Before the Chidori leader finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gamera. My father is tolerant and does not make strict demands on you, but his dissatisfaction with you is also obvious. Otherwise, why do you think I would show up here? Gamera's tone made the leader of the Chidori tremble a little. If Thanos was really dissatisfied with the Chidori would probably lose the talisman of Thanos Legion. The Chidori usually rely on the power of Thanos Legion, do a lot of bad things, and provoke many powerful enemies. If they lose the protection of Thanos Legion, the status of the Chidori will be in jeopardy. Therefore, the current situation of the Chidori is a bit embarrassing. Although they have analyzed that there seem to be some problems within the Thanos Legion, and they want to use it to gain higher status and benefits, they do not dare to completely break with the Thanos Legion and lose shelter. For the Chidori, even if something happens to Thanos, their best choice is to stay in the Thanos Legion and take the opportunity to seek high positions in the Thanos Legion. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The Thanos Legion has been in the universe for many years. If the Chidori can take over, they will definitely be able to greatly improve their status in the universe. Sorry, Miss Gamera, we will definitely step up our search for information about the Infinity Stones and report it to the Legion as soon as possible. The leader of the Chidori immediately gave in. Well, it's good that you have such an awareness. Gamera nodded. So Miss Gamera, are you coming to our Chidori just to convey Lord Thanos's will? The leader of the Chidori cautiously probed. Of course not. Father thinks that your work efficiency is too low, because there is no one to supervise you. So he sent me and Xingyun to supervise you. After Gamera finished speaking, she winked at Nebula. Nebula was stunned for a moment, and then said with understanding, that's right, my father wants me and my sister to urge you to collect the Infinite Stones as soon as possible. Although Nebula reacted quickly, the panic at that moment was still captured by the leader of the Chidori. He immediately realized that things didn't seem that simple, and Gamera's tough attitude seemed more like giving his side a blow. Sorry, Miss Gamera, Lord Thanos usually handles such things personally. Why this time? The leader of the Chidori asked, deliberately pretending to be tactful. My father recently obtained an infinite gem and is concentrating on training. He wants to refine a weapon that can use the magical power of the infinite gem, so he sent me and my sister out. Listen to what you mean, your arrangement for my father is still right. Do you have any objections between my sister and I? Gamera's voice rose a few degrees. That's not the case. It's just that usually, either Lord Thanos does it personally, or the 5 Obsidian generals share the pressure for Lord Thanos. This time, the person suddenly changed, so I'm a little uncomfortable. Gamera and Nebula became even more panicked when they heard the leader of the Chidori mention the 5 Obsidian generals. They had witnessed with their own eyes the Obsidian 5's easy killing of the Jinyu team as if they were toying with them, and this incident still left a big shadow in their hearts. My father and several important figures from the 5 Obsidian generals are on the other side of the starry sky, exploring the effects of the Infinity Stones. We don't have time to come here, Gamera said, trying to calm down. Is that so? That's such a shame. The leader of the Chidori spoke respectfully, but in his ears, the voice of the Chidori Star Research Institute came. Leader, just now Gamera's voice was out of shape at 3, and the frequency of the sound was also increased by 5. It is basically certain that she was very nervous just now and was lying between her words. After receiving confirmation from the Star Research Institute for his guess, the leader of the Chidori had already determined the situation of the Thanos Legion. No wonder Gamera suddenly came to our Chidori planet. She must have come to escape. The 5 Obsidian generals and Thanos are probably separated from her. Directly integrating Thanos's army is not in line with the fundamentals of our Chidori people. Profit, shoot first, we Chidori are not as powerful as Thanos was. However, if we can control Gamera and take the opportunity to control the current remnants of the Thanos Legion, this will be an opportunity for us Chidori. But Thanos may return in the future, which is a problem. The method of controlling Gamera must be more subtle, so that Thanos can't see anything unusual. Let the people from the Starry Sky Research Institute win over a few members of the Thanos Legion and ask them about the whereabouts of Thanos and the 5 generals of Obsidian. However, the Chidori leader's attempt to find out about Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals from the Legion members was doomed to fail. When Gamera decided to come to Kitterus, she was already prepared. Except for her and Nebula, the rest of the Legion members were brainwashed, erasing the memory of the battle between Thanos Legion and Frieza's Legion. The leader of the Chidori accompanied Gamera and Nebula around the Chidori star for a long time. The longer the time passed, the more he noticed something unnatural about Gamera and Nebula. However, there has been no news from the Star Research Institute. The situation of Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals is still unknown, which makes the leader of the Chidori somewhat cautious. Have you not asked for the news yet? After using an excuse to separate Gamera and Nebula, the leader of the Chidori contacted the Star Research Institute. Leader, we can't find out. The status of ordinary soldiers in the Legion seems to be too low. They are completely unaware of the movements of Lord Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals. According to the speculation of the Research Institute, Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals are likely to be went on a secret mission. Although what Gamera said is not credible, it may indeed be related to the Infinity Stones. People at the Star Research Institute naturally knew that Thanos had been looking for the Infinity Stones, but they did not think that Thanos could find an Infinity Stone in such a short period of time. The famous Infinity Stones in the universe are in the hands of respectable people. Although the Thanos Legion is powerful, it is difficult to snatch them. As for the unknown Infinity Stones, it is completely like looking for a needle in a haystack. No one has found it in the entire universe for such a long time, and no one at the Star Research Institute believes that Thanos can find it. Is this a pity? This should have been an opportunity for us Chidori to take a further step. The leader of the Chidori gritted his teeth. Leader, if you just want to increase the Chitori's authority in Thanos' Legion and their status in the universe, there is actually a very simple way. It has to be said that the people at the Starry Sky Research Institute have relatively good brains. The leader of the Chidori racked his brains and could not think of a way to not only offend the Thanos Legion but also increase the status of the Chidori. People think of it in an instant. Is this really a good plan? A smile appeared on the Chidori leader's face. Miss Gamera, Miss Nebula, this is the center of power of our Chidori star, the Chidori Palace. The leader of the Chidori led Gamera and Nebula into the Chidori Palace. The Chidori Palace was built 350 years ago. At that time, it was just a mansion built by a wealthy businessman for himself, and later donated to the government. After expansion and maintenance by several governments, the Chidori Palace has now become the safest and most comfortable building on the planet. Gamera nodded. She was very nervous and didn't dare to say anything. The more you talk, the more likely your secret will be exposed. The government is very reasonable, so the Chidori Palace can be open to the outside world, so it has become a holy place for countless young people to visit and travel. It is also a sacred temple for weddings. Gamera's eyes suddenly shrank. I'm not sure what you mean. Gamera stopped in front of the central hall. However, the Chidori leader nudged her, knocking her into the hall. The hall was surrounded by flowers, and it could be seen that it had been carefully decorated. If Gamera didn't know what the Chidori meant by now, then she would be a fool. But even if she knew, Gamera still had to pretend not to understand. Her tone was much harsher, and the threat in her words was very obvious. What exactly do you want to do? Dear Miss Gamera, I fell in love with you at first sight. I hope to get married with you and fight for the cause of the Thanos Legion together. The leader of the Chidori knelt on one knee and took out a golden crown from nowhere. This is the treasure of us Chidori, the crown of star gold. It can only be given to the person you love most. I hope you can accept it. Gamera was angry at first, but then her expression turned into surprise, and she didn't speak. She was struggling in her heart. She didn't want to be with the leader of the Chidori, and she also understood that he didn't like her, but just wanted the power of the Thanos Legion. If I refuse, the Chidori may cooperate with me in searching for the Infinity Stones in a short period of time, but after a long time, they will find anomalies, and then the Legion's situation will be a bit delicate. Gamera doesn't think the Chidori have the guts to resist the will of Thanos' army now, but if Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals don't show up, Gamera believes that the Chidori will burn bridges and secretly do evil. In fact, although the Thanos Legion has suffered serious losses, if it were just the Chidori, it would not be invincible. But now, the more people searching for the Infinite Stones, the better. The Chitori's combat effectiveness is only average in the universe, but the population is really large, and Gamera also took a fancy to this, so she came to seek the support of the Chidori. If I promise him. Gamera glanced at the Chidori leader. She really didn't want to agree to this unreasonable request. After all, the leader of the Chidori looked really weird. In other words, the Chidori are all very strange looking. It is said that the leader of the Chidori is considered a handsome man among the Chidori. The Chidori were originally marine soft-bodied creatures. Fortunately, they evolved wisdom and were valued by Thanos, who gave them the technology of exoskeleton devices, allowing them to walk from the ocean to land. However, everyone knows that most of the creatures in the deep sea have very curious appearances, and the Chidori are no exception. In Gamera's eyes, the Chidori were not only ugly, but also a little disgusting. But if I agree to his request, I can gradually control him and control the Chidori for my use. Gamera has experienced Thanos education since she was a child, and she is still clear about some simple means of manipulating people's hearts. If she can master the Chidori, it will definitely be a big help in finding the Infinite Stones. The power of Frieza's Legion is really terrifying, without the help of the Chidori. Gamera once again remembered the horrific scenes she saw on the former Titan, now Frieza. The soldiers of Frieza's army, the Jinyat team, and the most terrifying Frieza. I must find the Infinity Stones in order to have the ability to compete with Frieza. He is a demon and his power can even destroy planets. Gamera strengthened her faith. Of course, she also knew that the purpose of the Chidori was actually to control the Thanos Legion and enhance their own status by controlling her. For such a conspiracy, Gamera was still somewhat confident in herself. Even if she can't do it, Nebula should be able to do it. This is Gamera's confidence. Although Sister Nebula doesn't have a favorable impression of Gamera, her favorable impression of the Chidori is obviously lower than that of Gamera, and in her heart, the concept of hierarchy is very strict. To the Thanos Legion, the Chidori are, to put it nicely, a subordinate legion. To put it worse, they are just slaves to the Thanos Legion. A slave wants to marry his master, which is a bit disrespectful in Nebula's eyes. The leader of the Chidori smiled as he waited for Gamera's answer. He was now absolutely sure that there must be something wrong with Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals, otherwise Gamera would not be thinking, but should scold him directly. However, the leader of the Chidori has not thought about the death of Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals. Their power is obvious to all. The leader of the Chidori feels that no one in this universe can threaten Thanos' life, so we don't dare to push ourselves too far. Gamera is seriously weighing the pros and cons of marrying the Chidori leader, and the Chidori leader is also thinking about the pros and cons of marrying Gamera. In fact, in the eyes of the Chidori leader, Gamera is also extremely ugly. The Chidori's aesthetic preference is for people who look weird and oddly shaped. The Chidori leader is willing to accept Gamera's appearance with gritted teeth, which means he has a big heart. Both sides have their own plans, and both are calculating the other's family fortune. Only Seirui, who has been following secretly and hiding in the dark, feels like he's having a myocardial infarction. Didn't you say that you are looking for infinite gems? Why are you talking about marriage? Seirui's jaw almost dropped. Can you be more dedicated in searching for infinite gems? You have been going around in the universe before, and now you have come to Chitaruxing. Let's start talking about marriage again. We, Frieza Legion, are very tired of tracking you. In fact, he wasn't too tired. The only one who was tired was Tynel. He was the only one who kept calculating the location of Thanos' army. Searle basically fell asleep when he was sailing in the space. However, it turns out that Tynel's hard work was completely in vain. The Thanos army did descend on the Chidori. This was the same as Frieza's original order. In other words, Tynel didn't have to work so hard and slept with Sayori. Just take a nap, and then drive the spaceship to Kitaruxing early to ambush. Miss Gamera, have you thought about it? The Chidori leader urged in a friendly manner. I need a little more time. Gamera was already inclined to agree to the Chidori leader, but she was still calculating some gains and losses and still kept her head down. The Chidori leader felt a little proud. He could see that Gamera was actually ready to agree. The reason why he didn't agree was just to weigh the gains and losses. In other words, Gamera is already thinking about what to do after agreeing. Although this woman is ugly and does not meet the aesthetics of us Chidori, she is Thanos' goddaughter. She has a high status and supportive voice in Thanos' army. If you master this woman, you will master it. The future of the Thanos Legion. The Chidori leader's heart was filled with joy. Nebula stared at Gamera in shock. She didn't understand why Gamera was thinking so seriously. Wouldn't it be better to directly reject the unreasonable demands of slaves and then requisition them? This is Nebula's idea and Thanos' usual approach. If Thanos was still in the Legion, Gamera would definitely not compromise. It's a pity that Thanos is no longer in the Legion, and even Gamera doesn't even know whether Thanos is alive or dead, only that he is in danger. At this time, Gamera had to consider the issue from a rational perspective. Two ugly monsters, can you talk about marriage faster? It's taken so long. Aren't you two just monsters matching monsters? Just like the aesthetic differences between Gamera and the leader of the Chidori, in Seer's eyes, neither Gamera nor the leader of the Chidori are very good looking. Seeing Gamera's green skin, Searle was reminded of Goldo, the leader of the Chidori, not to mention the Chidori. Apart from the Chidori's aesthetics, everyone else would think he was really ugly when they saw him. Surprisingly, ugly and innovative. Searle was not a man who could stand his temper. When he saw Gamera and the leader of the Chidori messing around, he wanted to grab the two of them and throw them on the bed. Miss Gamera, please, the leader of the Chidori asked again. Before he finished speaking, Gamera replied, I've thought about it. Just as Gamera interrupted the Chidori leader's speech, a piercing siren interrupted Gamera's speech. Institute, what's wrong? As soon as the Chidori leader heard the sirens, he understood the seriousness of the situation. This time the alert is a level 6 alert, which is second only to the level 7 star destruction level. Leader, please leave the Chidori palace quickly. There is a spaceship that has somehow crossed our defense line and is about to hit the Chidori palace. It was too late for the answer from the Institute, because the spaceship had already hit the Chidori palace, and the leader of the Chidori was hit by the falling spaceship, and was broken into 2 pieces at the waist. He was too dead to die. I'm sorry, cough. I want to ask for directions. How to get to the Spartan Empire. On the spaceship, Star-Lord, who was wearing a tattered down jacket, coughed again and stepped off the spacecraft. Who are you? Gamera and Nebula were so strong that they escaped the impact of the spacecraft. Her right hand reached into her sleeve and she had quietly held the knife. Well, my name is Peter Jason Quill, you can just call me Quill. Quill said a little embarrassed. You should know, I'm not asking for your name. I'm asking again what your identity is. Gamera's hand holding the dagger tightened, sweat dripping from her palms. This. Quill really didn't know how to answer. Is it to answer his identity on Earth, or to answer the title of Star-Lord he just received from the King of the Sun? After thinking about it again, Quill chose to answer the latter. I am Star-Lord under the command of the Sun King, an explorer and defender of the galaxy. Gamera looked at Quill, then at the destroyed Chidori Palace, and said with suspicion, this is how you explore and defend the galaxy. This is an accident. After the dawn passed through the wormhole, it suddenly became out of control. Then I was pulled by the gravity of the planet. Only then? Quill told the truth. He had no intention of coming to Kitaris. But the dawn suddenly lost control, and he had no choice. As for killing the leader of Kitarizing, that was even more of a coincidence. Wormhole Gamera noticed this keenly. The wormhole near the Chidori seems to be only the V0259 wormhole passage. Even the Chidori don't know about this wormhole passage, but this humble guy knows about it. Is it weird? What wormhole? Tell me. After thinking about it, Gamera decided to ask clearly. After all, Quill didn't look like a member of Frieza's Legion. This Quill was at a loss for words again. As the explorer and protector of the galaxy, Star-Lord does have many secret routes and wormholes in his hands that ordinary people are unaware of. But that doesn't mean Quill also has this knowledge. The data of these wormholes and secret lines are stored on the Dawn. When operating, Star-Lord only needs to check according to the star map. He actually knows nothing about the V0259 wormhole passage. The data of this wormhole is stored in the Dawn, but now, the Dawn has been seriously damaged. If you want to view the data, you must first repair the Dawn. After thinking about it, Quill answered honestly. Now he needs to seek help. The Dawn will definitely not be able to take off in a short time, and he himself doesn't even know which planet he has landed on. He could only hope for help from the people in front of him. Is that so? Gamera did not dispel her doubts about Quill. Although Quill did not look like a member of Frieza's Legion was not the only enemy of Thanos' Legion. In Gamera's view, Quill does not rule out the possibility of being an enemy of the rest of the Thanos Legion. As for the title of Star-Lord and the honorific title of his master, King of the Sun, Gamera had never heard of it. After all, this is just a small organization active in the galaxy. It is just an inconspicuous little player to a behemoth like the Thanos Legion that is active in the entire universe. As for why Quill was able to travel through the V0259 wormhole passage and come to Kitteris, Gamera felt that it was probably just as he said, it was just a coincidence. After all, there are thousands of wormholes in the universe, and many people have had strange encounters. It is possible that they suddenly found this wormhole, but it was not leaked and passed down as a secret. After thinking about it, Gamera's eyes suddenly lit up. This person may be the key to my mastery of the Chidori. Quill, let me call you that for now. I believe you just came to this planet accidentally and caused some disasters. Gamera said. Well, fortunately, the Dawn did not explode, it was just a small-scale disaster. Quill was still a little lucky in his heart. Small-scale disasters are also disasters, and they also cause casualties. Kimura's tone suddenly became a little more serious. I didn't mean to do this. Quill felt guilty. And, do you know where this place is? Gamera suddenly asked. Where? Quill asked. He didn't know. This place is called Chidori Palace, and this planet is called Chidori Star. Where do you think this is? Cold sweat ran down Quill's back. This can't be the administrative center of this planet. Quill said guiltily, his voice became much softer. I guessed it right, are you surprised? Gamera smiled. This is not funny at all. Quill felt even more guilty, and his body unconsciously moved towards the Dawn. If the Dawn was still intact, he would definitely board the ship immediately and then drive the Dawn away from Kitteris. Do you want to leave Chidori? But your spaceship has been damaged by more than 90%. Gamera pointed at the Dawn. Oh, no, of course I didn't want to run away. Quill shook his head quickly, shaking his head like a rattle. It's good that you didn't think about running away, otherwise you will be hunted down by the entire Chidori. Gamera smiled again. Quill was sweating profusely. Why don't you guess again, who is the person your spacecraft hit and killed just now? Gamera suddenly said again. Ah, which one? Quill didn't know who Gamera was referring to, because he had already knocked down 2 buildings and 4 ships before the Dawn crashed into the Chidori Palace. You hit someone else. Gamera was shocked now. No, there's no way the spacecraft is out of control. I can't control it. Quill spoke hesitantly. Your spaceship is quite strong. Gamera looked at the Dawn. It didn't disintegrate after such a collision. It is indeed very strong. Quill was silent. No, since you have been hit so many times, why are you not injured at all? Gamera looked at Quill. Quill's body was intact, even his clothes were not torn, but his hair was a little messy. I don't know about that, maybe it's just luck. It sounded like a perfunctory answer, but Quill responded truthfully. He didn't know why he didn't have any minor injuries, but was just a little sore all over his body. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You almost brought me in. Guess the identity of the person you bumped into in the Chidori Palace, Gamera said. She's an intern female secretary, Quail asked tentatively. When Quail was an astronaut on the Earth space station, the zipper door of the White House was very famous. Gamera shook her head. Then, you are his intern female secretaries. Quill felt as if the world was about to collapse. Why do you always think of secretary and we are just visitors to the Chidori Palace? Gamera asked strangely. Oh, it's okay if she's not a female secretary. She turns out to be a tour guide. Quill breathed a sigh of relief. No, not a tour guide, he is the leader of Chita Rising. Gamera chose to announce the answer directly. Quill was so frightened that his legs were weak and his whole body was a little shaky. You didn't lie to me. What good will it do me to lie to you? Gamera smiled again, with a very evil smile. Oh, I'm sorry, I see that you are quite interested in my Dawn. I will mortgage the Dawn to you. Can you lend me a small spaceship? Quill's speaking speed suddenly increased, such a long sentence the words were finished in 2 seconds. Nebula, what did he say? Gamera didn't hear clearly, but she knew that Nebula must have heard it clearly. He said he hopes you can lend him a spaceship and use his crappy ship as collateral for you. Nebula said expressionlessly. It's not a broken ship, it's the Dawn. It's the dawn that hit 2 buildings, 4 spaceships in succession, and was able to smash through the Chidori Palace, Quill emphasized. It's a very tempting suggestion, but I choose not to accept it. After all, even if I don't lend it to you, I can take over your dawn. Gamera's expression was filled with disdain. Quill blinked, with an unnatural expression on his face. Well, are we really not going to discuss it anymore? I can make many conditions. There is a lot of information on the dawn that must be accessed with my authorization. I mean if we work together, I can. He was a little incoherent. It's not impossible to cooperate, but you'll have to suffer a little bit. I don't know if you can accept it. Gamera finally stated her purpose. If you can save your life, it's acceptable to suffer a little, Quill said with a generous expression. Don't be so serious. Just do as I say. I guarantee that your spaceship will be repaired within 3 months, and then you will be able to drive it away from Kitteris. What else should I do besides this? Quill asked immediately. In addition, you will have to suffer a little. Gamera looked at Quill. I don't know if you can bear it. You've said it before, I'm mentally prepared. Quill nodded. Tell me what I need to do. You need to stay in prison for a while. When the time comes, I will send someone to pick you up in the prison and rescue you from leaving. But I can't follow normal procedures to let you escape Kitterizing. I can only create the illusion of a prison break. I don't know if you can accept it. Quill was slightly startled and a little more worried, but he still said, if it can guarantee the safety of my life in prison, I am willing to accept it. That's natural. I will guarantee your life safety, Gamera said firmly. If Quill had not escaped from prison, Gamera might have been suspected by the Chita Rising people. But if Quill had escaped from prison, then even if the Chita Rising people had suspicions, they would not have any proof. Okay, I do. Quill nodded. That's offending? Gamera suddenly dodged behind Quill. Her fighting skills were very strong, and she took off both of Quill's arms in just a moment. Quill couldn't help shouting in pain. Be patient, have you forgotten your current identity and personality? Gamera reminded. Quill suppressed the painful feeling, his face turned livid. Why? I need to create a fighting scene. It would be unnatural if you just surrender. Gamera took Quill to a pillar and tied him to the pillar with a rope. Nebula, notify the official members of Kitterizing and have them send me a pair of handcuffs and leg cuffs. Gamera turned her attention to Nebula. Sister, what are you going to do? Nebula couldn't understand Gamera's movements at all. I'm looking for a way out for the Legion. Gamera did not answer directly. If we didn't have those things, we would definitely not be able to defeat that person. Nebula knew who Gamera was talking about, and when she thought of Frieza, Nebula's body could not stop trembling. Soon, Xingyun said, Sister, we have made contact. An officer is delivering handcuffs and leg cuffs. He will arrive in about 3 minutes. Well, you did a good job. Gamera nodded and scanned the surrounding environment again. In order to set up the scene for their leader, the Chidori actually evacuated everyone from the Chidori Palace. This gave me a chance. Gamera smiled. Nebula, inform the Legion that in the name of the invasion of foreign enemies and the death of the leader of Kitterizing on the spot, we declare that Kitterizing has entered a state of war preparation and will be taken over by the Legion. A rare and proud look appeared on Gamera's face, an expression Nebula had never seen since Thanos' army encountered Frieza's army. Nebula finally understood Gamera's purpose. She wanted to take over Kitterizing in one fell swoop by taking advantage of the state of war preparation and obeying high-level instructions in all actions. Nebula couldn't help but marvel at this. Gamera was able to come up with such a perfect solution in such a short period of time. Sister, the announcement has been sent out, but are the Chidori really not dissatisfied? Nebula asked. Of course there will be dissatisfaction, but they don't dare to resist. Gamera smiled. The strength of the Chidori was a little weaker than the current Thanos Legion, but they just had the home field advantage. If the two sides start fighting and allow the enemy to take advantage of the situation, this will be a disaster for Kitterizing. Damn it, Elder, the leader has passed away. A young Chidori officer heard the Thanos Legion's announcement and immediately smashed his receiver. I understand. The Starry Sky Research Institute has informed me. The Elder shook his head. The Starry Sky Research Institute had been maintaining dialogue with the leader of the Chidori. When they discovered that the leader of the Chidori no longer had any at the slightest signal, they knew something was wrong with their leader. It must be the conspiracy of the Thanos Legion. They want to control our planet and make our people slaves for them to find infinite stones. We must not accept their rule, the young officer roared. Although it is a coincidence, that spaceship was indeed not arranged by the Legion. The Elder shook his head. Others did not know the inside story, but he knew that the Dawn's collision with the Chidori Palace could never be arranged by the Thanos Legion. He could only lament how the Legion was so lucky. We can't rule out whether we are dealing with the enemy. Let's accept the rule of the Legion for the time being. If we don't accept it, without the help of the Legion, if there is an enemy invasion, we Kitterizing will really be unable to withstand it. The soldiers of Thanos Legion were well trained, and they quickly gained military control of the Chidori from the Chidori. Although the Chidori were unwilling to do so, they still chose to compromise under the threat of foreign enemies. Although the Chidori have many people, their absolute military strength is not as good as the current remnants of the Thanos Legion, and the training levels of the two sides are not at the same level. If the two sides fought, the Chidori would definitely suffer, and they might also be attacked by potential enemies. Gamera did not directly choose to capture the Chidori by force at first because of this fact. Now the enemies of the Chidori were naturally made up by her, but in fact, both the Thanos Legion and the Chidori are facing Frieza. Military threat. If the impact of the battle between the two sides is too great, Gamera can't guarantee whether he will be discovered by Frieza's Legion. Unfortunately, what Gamera didn't know was that people from Frieza's army had arrived at Chidori even earlier than she did. The Chidori didn't know the little tricks Gamera was playing, but Siri saw them clearly. Lord Gamera, this is the entire defense layout of our Kitaroxing. Please take a look. Although he was very dissatisfied with Gamera, the Chidori officer in front of Gamera still respectfully presented the Chidori Star's defense layout. He is clear about the style of Thanos Legion. If Thanos Legion discovers that there is no reported defense layout, the only result will be destruction. Yes, very detailed. Gamera looked at it casually, then put it away and said casually, Lord Gamera, the prisoner has been imprisoned in the prison in Tal district according to your instructions. Do we want to torture him to extract a confession? The Chidori officer asked. No need. Those who drive a spaceship to carry out suicide attacks are all dead soldiers. Extorting confessions through torture will not yield any answers. Instead, we may get some wrong information and arouse suspicion between us. Gamera shook her head. The Chidori officer's body was shaking a little. Regarding this question, he also asked the Chidori Star's think tank, and the answer he got was very close to the answer Gamera said. If you want to force a confession, you can only dissect the other party's brain, but there is no guarantee that there will be forged memories in the other party's brain. The Chidori officer remembered the helpless tone of the think tank. In cosmic wars, it was not uncommon for prisoners to be captured, only to receive wrong information. Some prisoners had their memories tampered with when they were determined to be dead soldiers, and some the prisoner didn't even know that he had become a dead soldier. The situation on Chidori is quite complicated now. If the other party uses this method to drive a wedge between us Chidori and the Thanos Legion, I am afraid that the two sides will be at war with each other and the situation will be very unfavorable. This is also what the think tank said. The Chidori do not want to give up their rule over the Chidori. It is really an emergency and they have no choice but to do so. What's wrong? You should have analyzed the possibility of my committing a crime, right? Gamera looked at the trembling Chidori officer and asked. The Chidori did analyze the possibility of Gamera committing the crime, and the result was that it was almost impossible. After all, the original crash site of the Dawn was not the Chidori Palace. It only deflected after hitting 2 buildings and 4 spaceships in succession, and then hit the Chidori Palace. Speaking of which, they were still the Chidori. Own mistakes. And Gamera probably didn't know the location of Chidori Palace before she came to Chidori Planet. In the past, when people from the Thanos Legion came to visit, they stayed in the Legion guest house. Chidori Palace was actually a strange place to the Thanos Legion. I dare not. It is an honor for us Chidori to fight against foreign enemies under the leadership of the Legion. The Chidori Legion said against their will. The situation on Chidori is very critical now. You must also know about that strange spaceship. It hit 2 buildings, 4 spaceships, and then hit the solid Chidori Palace, but it was not damaged. Such a sturdy spaceship is only slightly inferior to the Legion's main ship, but it is a small spaceship. Do you know what this means? Gamera asked. This means that our enemy is very powerful and may have technology comparable to that of the Legion. The Chidori officer originally wanted to say that the technology might still be superior to that of the Legion, but after thinking about it, he still cared a little about the face of the Thanos Legion. Don't worry about the Legion. To be honest, the opponent's technological power may be higher than that of the Legion, but there shouldn't be many spaceships of this level. You'd better seize the time to study that spaceship. If you can find any new technology, our combat effectiveness becomes even stronger. Well, is that so? It's interesting that the Chidori actually have a conflict with the Thanos Legion. Tynel couldn't help but smile when he heard the information brought back by Cyril. It should be that the Thanos army was frightened by King Frieza and did not dare to directly fight the Chidori for fear of attracting the attention of our Frieza army. Cyril gave a rare analysis. Well, it should be close to 10. Tynel nodded. Although I haven't heard any substantive information about the Infinite Stones, I am very lucky to have obtained the information this time. I didn't expect that you would be able to do this when you went out this time. Harvest. Tynel had been praying for Siri not to cause trouble, so as not to ruin Frieza's good deeds, but he didn't expect that he could actually bring back such important information. I didn't expect to have such a harvest, but I watched a good show. Sirui also smiled. You said that now the leader of the Chidori has died unexpectedly, and the Chidori are leaderless. Should we take the opportunity to do something? Well, we should indeed do something. Siri, you can actually put forward such constructive suggestions. Tynel was a little shocked. For the sake of King Frieza's great cause, sometimes I need to change. Cyril's personal worship of Frieza is very fanatical. But I can't think of what I need to do. I need you to help me. After saying that, Sirui immediately admitted his shortcomings. Well, this is indeed not what you are good at. Tynel thought. Now that the Chidori leader died unexpectedly, how are the Chidori doing? Tynel asked. I always avoided the crowds along the way. I don't know exactly how, but the few I saw seemed to have sad faces. Sirui said. It seems Tynel was a little dissatisfied with Cyril's uncertain word. The Chidori look very strange. I can only barely guess their emotions. Sirui spread his hands. That's okay. Tynel had never seen the Chidori directly, and he had no idea about it. Based on the general situation, they should indeed have fallen into a sad and depressing atmosphere, accompanied by confusion about the future and fear of the enemy. Tynel analyzed the general situation. In fact, the situation of the Chidori is much worse than what Tynel analyzed. Due to the strong intervention of the Thanos Legion and taking over all the affairs of the Chidori in one fell swoop, they are not only full of confusion about the future, but also about the future. The Thanos Legion who took advantage of the situation was filled with a complex emotion of hatred and gratitude. It's hard for us to guide other emotions. After all, we don't have much power on this planet. Tynel analyzed. Frieza's army is extremely capable of individual combat, and its overall strength is also very strong, but after all, Searle leads only a small pursuit group composed of several squads, which is still a bit small compared to the remnants of Thanos' army. It's not easy to work on Tarui either. Indeed, after all, we are not fighting in the universe. If we were fighting in the universe, our advantage would be greater. There are many members of Frieza's army from space who can survive directly in the universe. This means that they can launch various surprise attacks in the universe, but on the planet, this advantage is weakened. By the way, you are talking about other emotions. Are there any emotions that we can guide? Searle asked. Well, there is indeed an emotion that we can channel and manipulate. What? It's fear, the emotion that our Frieza Legion is best at manipulating. Tynel smiled. Frieza's Legion is indeed good at controlling fear. In the original universe, everyone who knew Frieza's Legion was not afraid. Anyone who saw Frieza was trembling with fear, and fear had been rooted in their bones. Tell me the story. Didn't you say that the woman from the Thanos Legion made up an imaginary enemy, saying that they controlled that boy to invade Kitterus, and then planned to rescue him from prison? Tynel said. Indeed. Searle nodded. Then let's make this imaginary enemy real. Tynel smiled evilly. These conspiracies always made him enjoy it very much. It's interesting. Let's talk about what's going on. Rui flashed a sinister smile. Didn't that woman from the Thanos Legion find an imaginary enemy for the Chidori? She also planned to arrange a scene where the imaginary enemy would rob the prison, making the Chidori even more panic-stricken. How about we help her and rob this prison? How about prison? Tynel said in Rui's ear mysteriously. Well, I don't quite understand why we need to help that woman from the Thanos Legion. Shouldn't we destroy her plan? Searle was a little confused. You have to think about it this way. When the Chidori have experienced the accidental death of their leader one after another, and the instigator was quickly rescued, will they doubt their own strength and the defenses of the planet, causing greater panic? Tyne asked rhetorically. Probably, but you still haven't explained why. Before Searle could finish asking, Tynel interrupted him. The woman from the Thanos Legion needs a Chidori race that is in a nervous and restless mood, not a Chidori race that is in a state of high panic and nervousness. Although the two races of Terror people are similar, they are fundamentally different. Although Shiori didn't understand it very well, he still nodded and agreed with Tynel's statement. As for our move, it can also stimulate the woman from the Thanos Legion. She originally wanted to create an imaginary enemy, so she knew that the kid who accidentally came to this planet was not the real enemy. But if we put that if the boy is rescued, it will make her feel nervous. What you mean is that originally she was sitting on the high platform and everything was under her control, but when we got involved, things developed beyond her expectations and made her feel uneasy, anxious, and fearful. Yes, and she can't talk to anyone about this emotion. She can only taste it alone in the middle of the night and cry. Tynel became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes were full of pride. But in this case, wouldn't it be easy for her to realize our existence? Searle was a little worried about the consequences of Frieza's Legion being exposed. We just have to deliberately expose her in front of her to give her a sense of crisis so that she will be like a dog, driven by us to find the infinite stones. Tynel said. Why does she know that our target is also the infinity stones? If she deliberately doesn't look for the infinity stones, it seems that we don't have much to do. Searle couldn't figure it out. It doesn't matter, it's okay even if she doesn't look for it. If she doesn't look for it, we can kill her and wait for the new person to come on stage. She should also understand this. There is no point in delaying time with us. She can only live in fear. Try your best to find a chance of survival. Tyne smiled wildly. I roughly understand what you mean. Searle nodded. So, do you know where that kid is being held? Searle asked. I only know that he is imprisoned in the prison in the Tal district. You should be able to find the specific location compared to Tynel. Searle has great faith in Tynel's ability. Leave it to me, you have other things to do. Tynel nodded. What else do I have to do? Rui didn't understand. You need to pick a team to rescue that kid. I alone am enough. Rui was very confident in his own strength. If you were alone, wouldn't you just tell that woman that we are Frieza's army? Didn't you say that we just want to expose ourselves deliberately? Rui became more and more confused. I can't explain to you, but I want to create a foggy situation, rather than a situation where both parties are transparent and know the basics. I just want the other party to suspect that we are Frieza's army, but I don't want to tell her directly that we are not. Lisa's army rescued your people. Tyne shook his head. Rui became even more confused, but still said, okay then, I will select a strong combat team. Let me know when you figure out the location. That's natural. I still have some information that I need to communicate with you by then. If we want to fight, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until late tonight. Okay, On the streets of Thar district, everyone's footsteps are in a hurry. The bad news of the day had not yet recovered from the blow they had received, and the high-pressure rule that followed the Thanos Legion made every Chidori feel in danger. The drizzle falling in the sky seemed to announce that the Chidori, the sad fate of man. In this tense state, no one noticed that a group of men in cloaks were quickly approaching the prison in Tal district. The night was getting darker, and the group had reached the top of the Tar district prison. "Is this right here, Captain?" a cloaked man asked in a low voice. "If Tynel's calculated location is correct, it should be right here." Searle also lowered his voice. "But it's obviously an open space here," one person said in confusion. Tynel said that the prison should be located underground in the Tar district. Seer said, "Then let's just blast away the ground. It looks like the ground here is not very solid." Another cloaked man said. Although his voice was not loud, it was certain that he was a violent maniac. "If we blast it directly, people might be killed in the prison." Tynier said. "No, let's look for an underground entrance first," Siri said. "How to find it?" several cloaked men asked together. "This is not difficult." Searle paused. "As long as you look for the heavily guarded areas, you will basically know where the prison entrance is." After 10 minutes. "Captain, I found that there are several Chidori in the southeast who have been staring at us." A cloaked man used a communication device to quietly tell Sirui what he had discovered. "That should be there. You lead the way and we can go there and take a look." 3 minutes later, all the Chidori at the gate of the Thar district prison were killed. They didn't even have a chance to spread the news of the attack. It took less than a second to be killed by them. "Be careful, disguise the body so that others think it was killed by a thermal weapon, and don't reveal the identity of our Frieza Legion." Searle remembered what Tynel said. "No problem, Captain." Thar district prison. "Captain, you are talking about the boy we are planning to rescue. Do you know where he is in the prison?" a team member asked as he walked into the Tar district prison. "I don't know, but I know that he lives in the highest standard room in Tar district prison. Just follow this clue to find him." Searle heard clearly about the deal between Gamera and Quill, so he naturally knew what Gamera had promised to Quill. The highest standard prison room was just the most basic. Although there were some Chidori guards in the prison, they were much fewer than at the door. The team split up to search, and killed the Chidori guards they encountered. It only took 4 or 5 minutes for them to find Quill's location. "Hello, Mr. Quill," Searle said awkwardly, looking at Quill who was devouring his food. Except when he faced Frieza, he had never been so polite to anyone. "You are?" Quill asked after finishing the food in his mouth. "Miss Gamera entrusted me with rescuing you from prison." Searle used the words he had prepared long ago, which was taught to him by Tynel. "Didn't she say it would take 2 to 3 months? Quill asked strangely. "Things have changed. The political environment on the Chidori is now unstable. Some Chidori advocate directly searching your brain to obtain evidence, so Miss Gamera asked us to rescue you in advance." Searle explained. "Is that so?" Quill stood up, but he didn't have much doubt in his heart. He directly saw the appearance of Siri and his party, and they did not look like Chidori. Therefore, the possibility that Siri and the others were sent by the Chidori was very small. "Where is my spaceship? Are you going to use other spaceships to send me away from Kitterus?" Quill asked again. "Sorry, the repairs of the Dawn cannot be advanced, so we can only temporarily let you live in a secret place on Kitterus Star for a while. Now that Kitterus Star is under martial law, it will be difficult for our own spacecraft to send you away," Sire said. "Okay then." Quill could only accept his fate. Who made him so unlucky to plunge into Kitterizing? "Then please leave with us now." Quill followed the team out of the Tower District prison. "Can I just live here?" By the starlight, Quill looked at the simple cave in front of him and regretted why he escaped from prison. "I'm sorry, because your appearance is very different from that of the Chidori, so I can only place you in an uninhabited place," Sirui said. "But it's too shabby here. You can see everything at a glance." Quill's expression twitched. "There is only a sleeping bag and a small refrigerator in the cave, and there is not even a toilet. Compared with the comfortable life in prison, it is really a world away. That's all we can do for the time being. After all, we have to stay hidden. If there are a lot of living facilities here, it will inevitably be discovered by the Chidori satellites," Sirui said. "This cave was found by Tynel and is dozens of kilometers away from where Frieza's Legion is stationed." Searle originally wanted to take Quill back to Frieza's Legion's garrison, but in the end he was persuaded by Tynel and took Quill to this cave. "But there's not even a place to go to the toilet here." Quill looked around. Although the cave was very big, he really couldn't find a place to go to the toilet. "There is a deep pool deep in the cave, you can use it there." When Siri said this, his old face couldn't help but blush. Quill looked at Siri, but in the end he didn't say anything to refute. "Where's the water and food?" Quill accepted his fate. "There is enough water and food for 3 days in the refrigerator, and we will replenish it for you every 2 to 3 days." Quill opened the small refrigerator, which was quite full. "If you save some food, you can eat it for a week. Don't you live here?" Quill asked, then shook his head to himself. "There is only one sleeping bag here. It seems that this is my shelter. We live on the Legion's battleship. Your status is special, and it is difficult for us to ensure whether there are any members of the Legion who have defected to the Chidori, so we can only place you in this deserted place. Well, I hope you can repair my spaceship as soon as possible. I also want to go to the Spartan Empire as soon as possible." Quill's eyes were blank, as if he had accepted his fate. This is natural. When the time comes, we will send you out of Kitterus. Sirius said. Aren't you worried that I will reveal all my secrets to the Chidori? Quill suddenly asked. Rui was startled. Why should we worry? We are not really from Gamera, and Tynel didn't teach me how to answer. After a long time, Sirui said, the Chidori are not good men and women. Do you think you will still be useful after you tell the secret? Quill could only smile bitterly. How should I contact you if I meet the Chidori? Quill asked the last question before Searle left. Searle thought for a while and threw a ray gun to Quill. Use this weapon to kill the Chidori you see. When the weapon is fired, we will receive the message and come to support you. Late at night, Thanos Legion. Sister, there is news from the Chidori that Quill has been jailed. Nebula walked to Gamera's side and whispered in Gamera's ear. What? Gamera stood up. Is the news true? Nebula didn't know why Gamera's reaction was so huge. In her opinion, wasn't Quill's escape arranged by Gamera? Sister, could it be? Only then did Gamera realize what was wrong with her, and tried to calm down. Did that criminal really escape from prison? Nebula looked at Gamera and showed an understanding expression. It was indeed a prison break. Hundreds of guards died in the prison in the Tar district. After the Chidori entered, they found that Quill was no longer in the prison. Most importantly, the scary thing is that this prison escape was silent. According to the judgment of the Chidori, Quill had already left the prison for at least half an hour when they discovered that he had escaped. I understand, you should go out first. Gamera rubbed her head, her mind kept churning. When Nebula walked out of the command cabin, Gamera relieved her tense expression, turned pale, and kept breathing heavily. What on earth is going on? Nebula probably thought I arranged this prison robbery, but I didn't arrange it at all. Prison robbery operation. I have to calm down, calm down. Gamera continued to calm down her emotions, and her rapid breathing gradually calmed down. The most likely reason is that the Chidori robbed the prison. For a long time, Gamera leaned on her seat and analyzed feebly. Do the Chidori have a motive for robbing the prison? In Gamera's opinion, they do. After all, the Chidori are definitely not all fools. The timing of Quill's appearance is too clever, and the Thanos Legion's actions are too fast and resolute. Many people will definitely be able to see some loopholes. Through the method of prison robbery, from the possibility exists to obtain real information from Quill. Matching the motivation for prison robberies is the Chidori's ability to rob prisons. The person in charge of the prison in the Tar district is a member of the Chidori military. In order to prove his innocence, Gamera has not yet let the Thanos Legion take over and is ready to wait for an opportunity. Before the Thanos Legion took over the Tar sector prison, it was very easy for the Chidori to rob the prison. The only thing that doesn't make sense is the number of casualties this time. Gamera frowned. From the motive and ability of committing crimes, the Chidori were probably the initiators of this prison robbery. However, hundreds of Chidori died in this prison robbery, which made Gamera Mora felt something was wrong. Could it be released on purpose to deceive others? Gamera couldn't help but think. No, this is unlikely. Although the lives of the Chidori are not valuable, they will not sacrifice so many people for a prison robbery. Based on their understanding of the Tal district prison, even if there is no communication in advance, at most, dozens of people will die. Although the Chidori are cruel, they are not to this extent. It is unlikely that hundreds of Chidori will be killed casually for a conspiracy. Or maybe they just released this number to deliberately interfere with their judgment. After thinking about it for a long time, Gamera felt that this possibility was unlikely. After all, the death toll was there, and it would only take a matter of minutes for the Thanos Legion to investigate clearly. There was no need for the Chidori to cover their ears. Forget it, if it was really the Chidori who did it, they would find out soon. But now that the Legion has accepted many of the Chidori's key defense facilities, if a battle really breaks out, the Chidori not enough to cause trouble. Gamera temporarily put aside the official suspicion of the Chidori and began to think about other possibilities. What if this is the work of official Chidori opponents? Although she did not have all the information, Gamera knew that there had always been an opposition force lurking on Chidori. Ever since the Thanos Legion brought the Chidori from the ocean to land, this opposition force has been fighting against the Chidori officials and the Thanos Legion. They have always wanted to oppose the cooperation between the Chidori and the Legion and strive for the independence of the Chidori. In recent years, this idea has gradually been conveyed to Chidori officials. If it was something done by the Chidori opposition, it wouldn't be surprising. In order to destroy the cooperation between the Thanos Legion and the Chidori, they would do anything, let alone rob prisons, kill hundreds of Chidori officials, and even let them commit collective suicide. They would not hesitate. If it were them, then it wouldn't be a cause for concern. Although the Chidori opposition is deeply hidden, in fact, their true power is very poor. The equipment used is generally 2 generations behind the official Chidori, and 3 generations behind the Thanos Legion. The number of people is not large compared to the total number of Chidori, less than 1,000th. If the prison robbery was caused by the Chidori opposition, then the Legion would only need to care about public opinion. After all, although the opposition is weak, it still has a place in public opinion, but this place is more important than the iron fist of the Thanos Legion. It's nothing to worry about. The third possibility is that the Chidori's enemies caused the prison robbery. If this were possible, it might really make Gamera gasp. Kit Haruixing's defenses are extremely outstanding. After all, the Thanos Legion was also involved in the construction of this war planet's defense system. This is why the Legion was able to quickly take over Kita Rising's defense. If the Chidori were invaded by enemies of the Chidori, it would mean that the once perfect defenses had fallen behind. If that's the case, there could be big trouble. If it is the enemy of the Chidori, then this enemy is really well hidden. Gamera took a long breath. The Chidori are notorious in the universe. They have enemies, and Gamera is not surprised at all. However, since the Chidori are under the command of the Thanos Legion, the forces that truly dare to oppose the Chidori are generally not too weak, at least not weaker than the Chidori. Damn it, if it weren't for the threat from Frieza's Legion, these would be trivial matters. There are many powerful forces in the universe, and some are more powerful than the Thanos Legion. However, those forces are aloof and never care about the changes in the universe. Just imagine, would you, a multiverse-level boss, pay attention to a small force in the ordinary universe? Their vision is higher, and even if the Chidori want to offend them deliberately, there is no way to offend them. Therefore, in the universe, it can be said that the Thanos Legion can move sideways. He cannot encounter forces that he cannot afford to offend, and those that he can encounter can be defeated or contended. Therefore, the Thanos Legion is the only one in the universe. Very domineering, just like Thanos' name. However, the appearance of Frieza's Legion caused Thanos' Legion to suffer a big loss and truly felt the threat of life and death. In Gamera's view, a strong man of Frieza's level should compete with higher level forces. Why did he focus on this small force in the regular universe? What she didn't know was that Frieza was not a member of this universe. In the original universe, Frieza's Legion had a similar status to Thanos' Legion, only a little more notorious. So when he came to this universe, Frieza still wanted to be the emperor of his universe. As for higher level forces, to be honest, that is not an area that Frieza dares to offend. Do you want Frieza, the god of destruction, and even the king to compete with each other to see whose fist is stronger? Frieza is not a fool. But if they are enemies of the Chidori, then at least it can be said that the enemies that invaded the Chidori planet are not very powerful. Gamera analyzed. Gamera's analysis hit the nail on the head. After all, if the invaders were so powerful, they would have overturned Kita Rising a long time ago. How could they do such small tricks? They may have just inadvertently avoided the Chidori's defense system, and then entered the planet to lurk, just like how Quill entered the planet. Gamera's analysis was quite orderly, but her initial assumptions went awry. The Frieza army squads led by Searle are small in number, but their combat capabilities are very powerful. If they focus on causing trouble, the entire Chita Rising will be in a state of uproar. On the other hand, she also guessed wrong about the way Frieza's army entered Chita Rising. The route that Frieza's army took to enter Zidorus was planned by Tynel, not by accident. There is an essential difference between the two. The other party's purpose should be to provoke mutual suspicion between me and the Chidori, and then the fisherman will benefit. Gamera's analysis this time is correct, and this is indeed one of Tynel's goals. If this is the case, the Chidori should also analyze this result. Mutual suspicion is inevitable, but under the current circumstances, the Chidori should make the same choice as me. If they fall out directly, the losses for both parties will be too great. I believe that as long as they are not fools, they will not choose this method. If it were an enemy of the Chidori who robbed the prison, Gamera felt that the other party might simply want to discuss the Chidori and the Thanos Legion. Everyone knew that such a method would not have too serious consequences. If they really fall out, neither the Chidori nor the Thanos Legion can afford to lose. The last possibility is the enemy of our Thanos Legion. Thinking of this, Gamera's expression suddenly became dull and panicked. No, they won't be our enemies. The jump path we chose should have left them behind long ago. And they can't know about the Thanos Legion and the discord among the Chidori by the Wamir Spring. Nidhogg is constantly eating the roots of the World Tree. The roots of the World Tree, which were once so strong, have been chewed up and riddled with holes. Hey, old man, can you please move further? Today I want to use the scenery here to discuss some things with others. A burst of rainbow light passed by, and Odin and Heimdall walked out of the rainbow bridge. Nidhogg roared several times in dissatisfaction, flapped his wings twice, and set off a terrifying hurricane, but Odin just raised his hand in the air and the storm subsided. Let's go, old man, aren't you tired of chewing tree roots every day? Vidfernir is waiting for you on the treetops to fight with it. I'll only borrow it for a few hours, you don't have to worry. Odin said with a smile. Ho ho. Nidhogg roared a few more times. It also knew that it had nothing to do with Odin, so it flapped its wings and flew away. Today, I managed to get rid of this stupid dragon so easily. It saves me the trouble of doing anything. Odin sat down by the Huijmir spring, took out a small cup from somewhere in his hand, and drank a cup of spring water, savoring it carefully. Odin, you are so elegant. You actually came to Wamir Spring to taste the spring water. Is your Asgard spring water not delicious? Why don't you exchange places with us, Warner Protoss? Behind Odin, a man with blue hair suddenly appeared. His eyes were as clear as the ocean. Njord, Asgard doesn't have the ocean where you live. You should just stay in Vanaheim. Odin smiled, and a new cup appeared in his hand. Take a glass of spring water. Thank you for your hospitality, Odin. Before Njord's hand touched the spring water, a spacetime gate appeared. Ancient One walked out of the spacetime gate, took the spring water, and drank it all. The Wamir Spring where you don't have to worry about the giant's poison is really delicious. Ancient One praised. Ancient One, why did you come here as a clone? Do you look down on your heavenly father Odin? Njord teased with some provocation. My real body is ill, so I can only come here in disguise. Gu Yi said with a smile. Among these 9 realms, who else can cause harm to you? Have you turned against your heavenly father Odin? Njord said in surprise. I'm not injured, it's just that I lost too much strength. As for the reason for the loss of strength, it's also the reason why Odin summoned us. I won't do it for you. Odin will naturally explain it later. Gu Yi shook his head and sat cross-legged. Down. A gust of wind blew, and the world suddenly became cold. Even the Wamir spring was covered in frost. Lao Fei, your appearances are always so unconventional. Odin stood up and said, Odin, why did you summon us here? Could it be that you want to publicly apologize to me for your son's invasion of Jotunheim a few days ago? Lao Fei said with a sneer. I am merciful by not pursuing you for sneaking into Asgard. Odin looked unusually majestic when facing Lao Fei. Humph! Lao Fei snorted coldly, the chill getting even worse. Odin, a burst of heat suddenly appeared, but it was offset by Lao Fei's cold air. Surtur, I thought you wouldn't come. Odin looked at Surtur and said, Give me my fire. Surtur roared. Calm down, old guy, don't talk nonsense here. Heimdall stepped forward and put the sword in his hand against Surtur's chest. Odin. Okay, Surtur, calm down or I won't mind killing you again, Odin said angrily. You two, sit down together. Odin pointed to Surtur and Lao Fei. The two looked at each other, and because of Odin's threat, they still sat together, but neither of them felt very good. Although the fire giant and the frost giant are not enemies, their attributes are incompatible. It can be said that they are sitting on pins and needles sitting together. Lord Odin, I have been summoned by you, and I don't know what your instructions are. In the light, a light elf walked towards Odin. His steps were graceful and filled with a sacred flavor. Sylvanesty, why are you, Sylph, Undine and the others here? Odin was a little dissatisfied. Although Sylvanesty is the pure leader of the Light Elves, in Alfheim where the elves live, the 4 elemental elves are the real masters. Now that the earth, fire, water, and wind are not showing up, several adults are asleep. I thought about it and decided not to disturb these adults. Heavenly Father Odin, please forgive me for my ignorance and rudeness. Sylvanesty said fearfully. That's all, you go and wait aside. Odin, who are you waiting for? Everyone should be here, Gu Yi said suddenly. She was just a clone, not very stable, and couldn't last long. There is one person who hasn't arrived yet. He should be here soon. His strength is relatively weak, so he should walk slower. Odin said. An aircraft appeared over the huge mirror spring, and a tall dwarf fell from it. Ai Kui, you're finally here, I'm waiting for you. The main reason I have called you here is to discuss a major matter. Even if you don't want to hear it, please be patient and listen to it. Everyone knows that I am not a good-tempered person. Odin said with a smile. Behind him, there was thunder in the sky. I want to see if the Heavenly Father is going to use the strong to bully the weak. Lao Fei mocked. He and Odin had a long-standing hatred. For thousands of years, the friction has never stopped. Therefore, Lao Fei and Odin never spoke very politely. Among the people here, there are almost no people who don't have conflicts with Odin, but there are only 2 people whose conflicts have escalated to hatred, namely Lao Fei and Surtur. However, Surtur has been sleeping for many years and has only recently awakened. He has a rather stupid mouth and does not mock Odin angrily like Lao Fei. Lao Fei, shut up. Heimdall's sword was pressed against Lao Fei's chest. Odin, is this how you teach your descendants of Asgard? Lao Fei grabbed the sword and moved it away. Lao Fei, if you don't want to listen to me, you can choose not to come. Now that you are here, you must abide by my rules. If you continue to mess around, Asgard's army will trample Jotunheim. Odin with an indifferent expression, he had already expected Lao Fei's wantonness, and he threatened Lao Fei unabashedly. Lao Fei gave Odin a cold look and stopped talking. Now can everyone listen to me carefully? Odin asked after looking around. Since no one has any objections, let me start talking. The matter I want to discuss this time is very important. Gu Yi also showed up before to speak out. Her loss is related to what I want to say this time. Lao Fei said that my son invaded Jotunheim a few days ago. This is also true. My son Thor and Loki attacked Jotunheim when I fell into Odin's sleep. Now I was deprived of my divine power and sent to Midgard. Ancient One can also testify to this. Am I right? Ancient One. Odin turned his attention to Ancient One, who responded with a smile, I can testify to the first half. As for the matter of Thor and Loki being deprived of their divine power and sent to the earth, I have been cultivating these days, so I don't know much about it. Ancient One spoke airtight, and did not completely fall in love with Odin. She knew why Odin had called everyone together this time, but Gu Yi was more concerned about the threat of the dark dimension. The people here, Ancient One, cannot be offended, they may all be Ancient One's allies against the dark dimension. Although Odin was slightly annoyed, he did not show it, but the thunder behind him became more turbulent. Well, it doesn't matter since you don't know, Ancient One. Anyway, what I'm about to say has little to do with the second thing. I just want to ask Lao Fei, where did you learn that I fell into Odin's sleep? Time, and then sent people to invade Asgard to take away the icebox. That's nonsense. You just want to get rid of your son's crime. Raoul naturally wouldn't admit it. The frost giant's face was covered with ice, which was very thick. Lao Fei's face was at the level of 10,000 years of black ice. So shameless. But knowing that Odin knew about the frost giant's invasion of Asgard, Lao Fei still felt a little trembling in his heart. Okay, I won't say any more. Guyi's clone has very little power. If I say more, she will dissipate. Let's return to today's theme. Odin's appearance became very majestic, and standing next to him you might be able to feel the domineering aura leaking out of him. Everyone may be curious as to why the Ancient One suffered such serious losses that it has not recovered yet, and why I fell into Odin's sleep early. Some of you may have heard of it, but what you know may not be the truth. I'll tell you the truth. Heimdall, show the scene you saw. Odin ordered. Heimdall took a step forward and took out a crystal ball in his hand. Odin put his finger on the crystal ball, and a picture appeared in the crystal ball. In the extremely quiet void, a giant wormhole suddenly appeared without any warning. In the wormhole, a huge fleet sprang out. The leading fleet was filled with purple-red light, and Odin, and Ancient One, standing in the universe, opposite the huge fleet. Although you have lived in the 9 realms most of the time, you should be familiar with the forces in the starry sky. Have you ever seen a battleship of this shape? Odin asked. Everyone shook their heads. Frieza's Legion's spaceship was so unique that there was almost nothing similar in the universe. As soon as the huge fleet emerged from the wormhole, Odin and Ancient One took action. They exerted great power and activated the Rainbow Bridge in an attempt to move the fleet away. The purple-red evil force on the fleet also struggled to resist, but perhaps it was due to excessive wear and tear. After a stalemate for a while, the huge fleet was moved. Looking back, the wormhole in the void had disappeared, and the entire crystal ball had dimmed. This is the reason why both Ancient One and I were overconsumed. Odin said slowly. This Njord frowned. He is the god of the ocean and the leader of the Warner Protoss. His power upholds primitive justice. Because of this, he can feel even more that in the crystal ball, that a purple-red force of evil and power. Brother Njord, you have also felt the evil of that power. Odin looked at Njord. It's so evil. It's even more evil than Galactus, more evil than the demon god, and it's extremely powerful. Njord didn't deliberately undermine Odin, he answered truthfully. You may not be that sensitive to evil forces, but with your knowledge, you should be able to see it. Odin looked at the others again. Everyone nodded. Frieza's power was indeed terrifyingly evil. Even if they were at odds with Odin, they couldn't tell lies with their eyes open. Everyone could see Frieza's threat. Odin, where did you find this fleet? Njord asked with a frown. Of course, besides the location where the fleet was discovered, he was more curious about Odin's strength. Such a powerful dark power, he, as the god of justice, did not discover it, but Odin did. Doesn't this mean that the strength gap between the two has further widened? Njord, I know what you want to ask. You don't have to be nervous. It's not your fault that you didn't find this fleet. The fleet appeared near Midgard. It was Guyi who felt something and came to Asgard, invited me to fight against the enemy together. Odin said. Is it near Midgard? Njord nodded. Midgard is a bit far from Vanaheim where the Vanir Protoss lives, and Midgard has the Ancient One sitting there, so it's normal that he can't find it. Odin did not tell the truth. In fact, he even discovered the problem of Frieza's Legion earlier than Ancient One. After all, the seal of the wormhole was personally sealed by Asgard's previous leader. If there was any trouble inside, he would avoid it. Don't open Odin's eyes. Who are they, where are they from, and how did that wormhole suddenly appear and then disappear? Lao Fei asked 3 questions in a row like a question. Lao Fei, I don't know the 3 questions you asked. I only know that they are very powerful and extremely evil. You must have felt this. Odin told another lie. He really didn't know this question, but he still knew the reasons for the disappearance and appearance of wormholes. Ancient One looked at Odin with a smile. She knew that Odin had lied, but she did not expose it. Odin, the all-knowing and all-powerful Heavenly Father, sometimes doesn't know anything. Lao Fei did not hide his ridicule. Lao Fei, I think you want to die under the roots of Yggdrasil, Heimdall said angrily. It turns out that the purpose of calling us here is to eliminate dissidents. Odin, it has been thousands of years. How come your tricks have never improved? Lao Fei didn't care about Heimdall's threat. He knew that Odin was now he won't do anything to him. This is why he has the confidence to quarrel with Odin. Heimdall, don't be angry. I'm here to discuss things today. Even if I have any dissatisfaction, I'll wait until the discussion is over. Odin's tone became more serious, making no effort to hide his threat. Lao Fei sneered, but did not continue to speak. He also knew in his heart that if he really made Odin anxious, he would only be the unlucky one. Lord Odin, then where did you and Lord Guyi send that fleet to? The end of the universe. Looking at the tense situation, Ai Kui, who was late, thought that he should do something, so he hurriedly asked. It's a pity, Ai Kui. The original intention of Guyi and I was to send it to the end of the universe, but the opponent's resistance was too strong, and it was only sent to about 2 million light-years away. Odin shook his head. He and Furumoto wanted to send Frieza's fleet into the turbulence of the universe and let the power of the universe destroy Frieza's army, but Frieza's power was too strong. Even though he had consumed a lot of power when traveling through the wormhole and releasing the seal of the wormhole, Odin and Ancient One still failed to successfully send him into the turbulence of the universe. Lord Odin, is the other party so powerful? Do they have any ill intentions towards the 9 realms? Sylvanesti said cautiously. The other party is indeed very powerful. I am not sure whether there is any malice towards the 9 realms, but I think there is a high probability that there is malice. Odin said. He did not believe that Frieza, with such evil power, could still be a peace lover. No way. Well, that power is evil and extremely dark. I think even if he cannot target the 9 realms, there will be friction with the 9 realms in the future. Njord added in time, although the Warner Protoss and Asgard the Asa clan has some contradictions, but when it comes to these important matters, they still wear the same pants. I don't think so. This fleet appeared from an unknown wormhole. It seems to be just an unlucky ghost fleet that went to the wrong place. When they came here, maybe there was a deviation in the wormhole transmission. According to Odin, it is said that the strength of the other party is still higher than that of you and Ancient One. Such strong men are not common in the regular universe. They usually come from a higher level, the level that both you and Ancient One covet. Lao Fei said with a sneer, with bad intentions. Lao Fei, what do you mean? Odin turned to look at Lao Fei. You understand what it means? Lao Fei said coldly. Ancient One, I think we should discuss whether we should clean up the interior of the 9 realms before dealing with that weird fleet. Odin's tone was equally cold, and ruthless. Odin, are you threatening me? Lao Fei suddenly stood up. He was a little panicked. Since the decisive battle between Asgard and the Frost Giants on Earth, Odin has begun to pay attention to the peace of the 9 realms. Although Odin's performance makes Lao Fei feel disgusting, this is also the reason why Lao Fei dares to provoke Odin, because Odin is a face-saving person. But if Odin is really shameless, Lao Fei should be afraid. As the saying goes, people are shameless and invincible. What's more, Asgard's strength is far superior to Jotunheim. If Odin is really planning to attack Jotunheim, then the Frost Giants are destined to survive at best. No room for survival. When the 9 realms are facing a formidable enemy, I do not allow any unstable factors to exist. Anyway, I know what kind of person you are, Lao Fei. You want someone to attack the 9 realms, and then you can be the vanguard for him. Odin asked rhetorically. Odin, you are slandering Lao Fei, I roared, but no one cared about his expression. In Odin's eyes, the Frost Giants were far less important than Lao Fei imagined. If it weren't for the implementation of the concept of peace, Odin would have wiped out the Frost Giants long ago. Odin was not a merciful person. Ignoring Lao Fei's roar, Odin looked at the others. Everyone should know how powerful the enemy Guyi and I are facing, so I invite you here this time to discuss joining forces to fight against foreign enemies. I think after seeing the strength of the enemy, no one will object. Lao Fei had something to say, but thinking of Odin's threats, he finally didn't speak. Odin, my father, you have only a few years to live, why are you still worrying about fighting? Can't we just leave these matters to us young people? A sinister female voice sounded in the void. Hela, you're still here. Odin looked solemn. My dear father, heavenly father Odin, you personally released me, why do you make such a disgusted expression again? Hela appeared next to the Wamir spring. How long have you been here? Odin frowned. Don't you know? Could it be that the great Odin didn't find any trace of me? Hela smiled slightly. Hela Lao Fei looked at Hela, the expression on his face kept changing. Oh Lao Fei, long time no see. I remember the last time I saw you was more than 2,000 years ago. Thinking about it now, it seems like it was yesterday. Hela greeted you warmly, but it made people feel trembling with the cold wind, even if as a frost giant, Lao Fei could feel the biting cold. It's not coldness, but fear. The impression Hela left on Lao Fei back then was really too profound. Cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty, and warlike, no one knows how many frost giants died at the hands of Hela. Hela, you must remember our agreement. You must abide by the agreement I made with you before you can truly be free. Odin looked at Hela and said solemnly. Before Hela could speak, Lao Fei spoke first. Odin, are you crazy? You want to release this executioner? Are you still in Odin's sleep and haven't woken up? Only those who have experienced the Hela period know how cruel the real Hela is. Unfortunately, Lao Fei happened to have experienced the entire growth process of Hela. It can be said that in Asgard, Lao Fei is not afraid of Odin, Thor, or Heimdall. The only thing he is afraid of is Hela. It is also because Hela was sealed by Odin that Lao Fei dares to be in Asgard, talking nonsense in front of Odin. Lao Fei, I haven't seen you for so many years, why have you become so talkative? I used to think you were cold, so I often went to Jotunheim to chat with you. Hela interrupted Lao Fei's scolding. In the past, every time Hela leads her army to Jotunheim, it is a massacre of the frost giants. Odin, my father, you should know that I, Hela, will never break an agreement. After all, I am not you, and I cannot inherit your hypocrisy. Hela said with a half-smile. Releasing Hela is a decision I made after thinking for a long time. After all, suppressing Hela cost me a lot of strength. After releasing Hela, not only will we have one more living force, but my strength will also be improved. This will give you more confidence to fight the enemy, Odin said. Except for Ancient One and Surtur, although the others were also dissatisfied, they did not dare to speak out. Ancient One was open-minded. She didn't care whether Hela was cruel or not, but Surtur died simply because he died too early. Hela was not born yet when he was fighting Odin and Asgard. Odin, you will regret it. Lao Fei said bitterly, and now he did not dare to resist Odin even more. Even though there are irresolvable conflicts between Odin and Hela, they both belong to Asgard after all. If Odin decides to deal with Jotunheim, Hela is destined to become Odin's vanguard. Don't be nervous, Lao Fei, as long as you don't make trouble anymore, at least when my father is alive, Asgard's iron hoofs will not trample on Jotunheim. Of course, when my father dies, I will inherit Asgard, that's different, Hela said with a smile. Hela, you are still a prisoner now, Odin scolded. I understand, Heavenly Father Odin. Hela smiled strangely at Odin. I'm afraid you have forgotten our agreement. Do you still remember what you promised me? Odin said angrily. Promise you to fight the mysterious enemies and fleets together, and protect the peace and tranquility of the 9 realms, Hela repeated. Since you remember, then abide by the agreement. Odin looked at Hela fiercely, but there was nothing he could do to her. Lord Odin, my father, your life is like a candle that has come to an end. It will be extinguished at the slightest disturbance. Why are you still running for peace and tranquility in the 9 realms? These things make us young. Wouldn't it be nice if someone took over? Hela laughed wantonly. If you can really maintain the peace and tranquility of the 9 realms, Asgard would have belonged to you 1,000 years ago. Odin also sneered mercilessly. Hela is a good warrior, so good general, but by no means a good leader. Yggdrasil's roots have almost been gnawed away by Nidhogg. I don't know why you are still guarding your hypocrisy. Under your rule, the 9 realms are destined to perish. At most, they are nothing more than it's just a matter of hundreds of years earlier and hundreds of listening to what you said. You seem to have a way to solve the problem of the destruction of the 9 realms. Njord asked rhetorically. The destruction of the 9 realms is determined by fate and cannot be stopped, but in Hela's mouth, it seems to be insignificant. A small matter can be easily solved. Of course, as long as Nidhogg's stupid dragon is killed, the 9 realms will be safe and sound. Although the roots of Yggdrasil are riddled with holes, as long as there is enough time, it is not impossible to recover. Maybe, don't tell me, you can't deal with that stupid thing like Nidhogg. Hela sneered. That's stupid. Njord shook his head and remained silent. Hela, do you think that the destruction of the 9 realms was just because Njord gnawed on Yggdrasil? Laufey also smiled. The more stupid the people in Asgard were, the happier he was. Isn't it? Hela asked. Hela, don't talk too much. The birth and death of the 9 realms is a kind of reincarnation, a natural law between heaven and earth. Only after destruction, the 9 realms will be reborn. Even if Nidhogg is killed, Anitra Hill will also re-give birth to a creature with the mission of destruction. Odin finally spoke. Then why do you want to defend against foreign enemies? Isn't the 9 realms a cycle of reincarnation? Isn't it more convenient and faster to let foreign enemies promote the reincarnation of the 9 realms? Hela's voice was a little hysterical. Hela, do you know about creatures like jellyfish? Guyi suddenly asked. Are jellyfish the kind of transparent little guys in the ocean? Hela didn't know much about jellyfish. Yes, it is exactly that kind of creature. In our Midgard, there is a kind of jellyfish called the lighthouse jellyfish. In theory, it can exist forever. If it is taken outside the 9 realms, it may be better than the 9 realms. His lifespan will be even longer, Guyi said slowly. Eternal life. Hela has some doubts. Among the 9 realms, there is no life that can live forever. As strong as Odin and Ancient One, they are about to reach the end of their lives. Even the 9 realms themselves are about to reach the end. Well, but this kind of immortality is conditional. When lighthouse jellyfish encounter hunger, physical damage, or other sudden crises, they will transform themselves into a cyst like a water drop, and then continue to develop from this cyst. The original life form of a jellyfish is a group of polyps. Then it grows and becomes a new group of lighthouse jellyfish with the same DNA sequence. Guyi said with a smile. You mean that Yggdrasil is like this kind of jellyfish that after it reaches the end of its life, it will turn into a seed and grow back into a world tree. Hela was very smart and quickly figured it out. Key points. Gu nodded, but once the lighthouse jellyfish is killed and eaten by a predator, do you think it can grow again? I understand what you mean. If the 9 realms are invaded by foreign enemies, then the reincarnation of the 9 realms will be broken and will never be repeated again. Is this what you mean, right? Hela asked. Exactly. Gu nodded. Well, I will join forces with you to defeat those external enemies first. When I take charge of Asgard, I will find a way to maintain the 9 realms. Hela no longer deliberately caused trouble for Odin and reluctantly agreed to join the team. Yes, but the tone is still not good. Let's talk about this for today. There are many details that we can't finish talking about in one day. Guyi's body has become translucent and is about to dissipate. When Guyi recovers, we will discuss some details. Odin announced the adjournment of the meeting. Ancient One, Njord, Laufey, and Surtur disappeared instantly. Sylvanesti, Eitri, Heimdall, and Hela stayed where they were. Sylvanesti, after you return to Alfheim, remember to wake up those sleeping guys. Their power of earth, fire, water, and wind has a very good effect in battle. Odin warned. Road. I understand, Lord Odin. I will convey Lord Odin's will to several adults. Sylvanesti bowed. Ai Kui, remember to mobilize the dwarf craftsmen when you go back. Your task this time is not easy. Odin looked at Ai Kui again. Everything is subject to Lord Odin's arrangements. Eitri lowered his big head. Okay, don't stay here. Nidhogg will be unhappy. Although that stupid dragon is average in strength, it is rough and thick-skinned, and it is quite annoying to harass people. Odin waved his hand, and the rainbow light enveloped Odin, Hela, and Heimdall and disappeared. Asgard. Hela and Odin were walking on the divine bridge in Asgard, overlooking the magnificent scenery of Asgard. The breeze blew and rolled up their hair. Hela, look at the beautiful scenery of Asgard. How is it different from what you have seen before? Odin asked. It's a little more spectacular, and there are more people. In more than 2,000 years, Odin, my father, have you only made such a trivial contribution? Hela disagreed. In these years, the population of Asgard has increased tenfold. The people of Asgard have become more civilized and prosperous. These are all what I have done. Odin did not mean to brag. He was simply stating a fact. Really? So what? If it were me, I would make Asgard's army 100 times stronger. The so-called enemies now are just a joke. Hela dismissed Odin's achievements. The truth she believed in big fists are the last word. As long as you are strong enough, you are not afraid of any threats. Forget it, I won't tell you this anymore. How do you feel now? After returning to Asgard, I feel very good now. I have been in Helheim for so many years. The smell of rot and fishy smell is everywhere. It is incomparable with the fresh air of Asgard. I haven't breathed the air of Asgard for too long. It has been too long since I have felt the power of this land. Father, I think it was a mistake for you to release me. As long as I live in this land for 5 years, no, 3 years, as long as 3 years, the power will surpass you, my father. That's fine, the stronger you are, the better. Our enemies are very powerful, and we need to mobilize all available forces. Odin was stunned for a moment, and then said, by the way, father, where are my 2 dear brothers, Thor and Loki? Hela suddenly asked. Didn't you hear it already? Odin asked. Oh, yes, you said they were sent to Midgard, but what was the reason why you sent them to Midgard? It couldn't really be because they attacked Jotunheim, so you will let them be demoted to Jotunheim. Hela sneered. What do you want to say? Odin asked coldly. I want to say, did you send them to Midgard for refuge, or was it because Thor was bewitched by me and rebelled against you? Hela's expression became arrogant. The reason they were demoted to Midgard was because they invaded Jotunheim. I deprived them of their divine power. They can only live in Midgard like ordinary people. Odin said lightly. Forget it, no matter what the reason is, as long as I stay in Asgard, they will never have the chance to inherit Asgard. It's better to send them out as soon as possible. If they are placed in the mortal world, this is enfeoffment, ha 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 ha. However, Thor and Loki's life on Earth is anything but ordinary. Thor, how did you get caught cheating? Li looked at Thor with a look of helplessness. The final exam had just ended, and everyone was planning to happily take the winter vacation. However, news came from the school that Thor was caught cheating on the exam, all his grades were cancelled, and he was even given a major demerit. He was almost dismissed immediately. Although the school cancelled the idea of expelling Thor after seeing that the name of the person Thor recommended for admission was Tony, Thor was still given a repeat grade. Although Thor's grades were poor, there was no problem in passing the exam. He didn't need to cheat at all. And the biggest problem is that Thor's cheating was not caught on the spot, but was only confirmed after all the exams were over and the scores were assessed. This made Li feel very outrageous. I didn't cheat. Thor blushed and sat on the bench with a very ugly expression. But I learned from the school that they think you % cheated. Although some information cannot be disclosed to me for personal reasons, they even found out all the questions you cheated on. Li said helplessly. He also wanted to believe that Thor did not cheat, but the school had such comprehensive information that Thor's suspicion of cheating was indeed clear. What questions are they talking about? Thor yelled. The first word problem and the last geometry problem in mathematics. When Thor heard Li say these 2 questions, his face suddenly turned pale. Thor, you really cheated. Although he didn't want to believe it, looking at Thor's reaction, it seemed that he had already settled on the fact of cheating. No, I didn't cheat. Thor reiterated. Then what was your reaction just now? Li knew who Thor was. He didn't seem to be a cheater. As the god of thunder in Asgard and the eldest son of Odin, the father of the gods, Thor he has his own pride. Even though he has lost these identities now, the arrogance and strongness in his heart are still lingering. Thor fell asleep. Thor, if you can't explain it clearly, this matter will be recorded in your personal file. Although the stain of cheating in your student days may not have a big impact on the future, it will follow you throughout your life. And now the requirements are very strict, and you may need to retake classes next semester to relearn the courses of this semester. Li explained the matter to Thor in the most serious direction, but Thor seemed to have made it clear that he was going to be a coward. He just sat blankly and vented his anger, without any intention of explaining the situation. Loki sneaked out of the room. It's really hard to explain this matter to Thor. He was tricked. I know the whole process. Let me tell you. Well, Li's tone became strange when he saw Loki. Could it be you who helped Thor cheat? Of course not. My relationship with Thor is so good, how could I trap him? Loki objected quickly. If you can't tell me why, I will assume that this matter is your conspiracy. Li said coldly. Alas, Li, you are always prejudiced against me. Loki shook his head. Li did have some prejudice against him. Li, it has nothing to do with Loki. Thor spoke for Loki. He looked at Li with complicated eyes, including pride, self-blame, anger and longing. Let's go out and talk. Loki walked towards the courtyard. You really know how to choose a place. Li shook his head and followed. The snow fell relatively early this year. The weather in December was already snowy for several days, and the yard was also covered with snow. Loki seemed to particularly like this weather. He opened his arms to welcome the attack of the north wind. Sure enough, he has the blood of the frost giant. Li thought to himself. Okay, Loki, tell me what happened. Li stepped on his foot, and the ice and snow around him quickly melted into snow water, and then began to evaporate again, leaving a white mist behind. Lee, you really don't know how to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Loki shook his head and flicked his hands to disperse the white mist around him. The thing is like this, 2 days before the end of the semester, Thor and I went to the cafeteria to eat and came back. Suddenly we saw an extra letter on Thor's table. The envelope was very girly looking, all pink, and there was something on it. There is a red heart with the words Thor's hand written on it. Li Ji was speechless for a while. Isn't this a love letter? With Thor's naive temperament, someone would write a love letter to him. This must be a prank. If it weren't for Loki's alibi, Li Ji would definitely have felt that Loki was playing tricks on Thor. Even if Loki and Thor went to the cafeteria to eat together, Li Ji still felt that Loki was extremely suspicious. Li, what's that look in your eyes? You don't suspect that it's me writing a love letter to Thor, do you? Although I sometimes tease Thor, I certainly won't use such disgusting methods. Loki hurriedly took out his own. Okay, I barely believe you. I also assume that there are girls who like gorillas like Thor. Just go on. Li Ji mocked without hesitation. Actually, I was quite surprised at the time. How could a girl write a love letter to a gorilla like Thor? Well, to borrow your metaphor, how could a girl write a love letter to a gorilla like Thor? But we both guessed wrong. That's not the case at all. It's not a love letter. Although it's packaged like a love letter, there are 2 math problems inside. After Loki finished speaking, he paused. The first application question of mathematics and the last geometry question. Li Ji understood what Rocky was implying. Yes, those are the 2 math problems. The problem-solving process was correct, but 2 low-level mistakes were made. When doing the most complicated part of the calculation, one of the negative signs was ignored, resulting in a very different result. Big mistake. Loki said slowly. Li Ji smelled a very strong smell of conspiracy. You know, Thor's math isn't very good. He couldn't understand such complex calculations, and I didn't have the guts to guide him, so he just took that as the correct answer, Loki said. Well, then why don't you help Thor with those 2 math questions? Li Ji felt that Loki still couldn't get rid of the suspicion. After all, Loki was the god of deceit. Li Ji didn't find it strange to deceive exam questions from others. I didn't know at the time that it was a math question for the exam. Usually when I took the initiative to explain the questions to Thor, he would think that I thought he was stupid and didn't want to listen. He would rather get criticized by the teacher for getting the question wrong than listen to my explanation. I have no intention of explaining these 2 questions of unknown origin to him. Loki spread his hands, it really had nothing to do with him. So during the exam, Thor couldn't do those 2 questions, and then he remembered the letter and copied it. Li Ji felt that Thor was not such a person. No, Thor seems to have memorized those 2 questions. He didn't look at the paper during the exam, I'm sure. Loki shook his head. Thor's memory can be remembered. Li Ji was very doubtful. I asked him about this after the exam, and he was very happy to say that he had memorized the 2 questions, and he would definitely get an A in this exam. I asked him how he remembered it, and he said that he didn't remember it either. Clearly, my memory felt particularly clear when I was doing the questions. Loki shrugged. Li Ji walked to the door and leaned against the glass door. In that case, Thor must have been set up by someone else. Li Ji lowered his head and pondered. I feel the same way, but I can't think of anyone Thor has offended. Loki said. The person who designed Thor has several characteristics. First, he is very aware of Thor's academic weaknesses. Second, he knows Thor's living habits very well. Third, he has good reconnaissance and infiltration capabilities. Fourth, he has good reconnaissance and infiltration capabilities. He is very good at hiding himself. Li Ji looked at Loki maliciously. Loki met all 4 points perfectly. Li, you shouldn't doubt me. I really didn't do anything. Loki was a little anxious. Okay, judging from your appearance, the suspicion is indeed not high. Li Ji was also a little puzzled. It stands to reason that Loki is the most likely person to trick Thor, but Loki seems to have no need to do such a thankless thing. If he wanted to tease Thor, there were more subtle and despicable ways to do it, and he wouldn't have caused such a big thing. Do you still have that letter? Li Ji asked. The letter was left in the classroom by Thor. He didn't take it away after the exam and put it in his pile of books. I originally planned to sort it out after getting the results today, but after I went to the classroom today, the letter disappeared. Loki shook his head. That's really a clumsy conspiracy. Li Ji Thor felt sad that after being tricked by Loki so many times, he could still be calculated by such an obvious conspiracy. Li, when you went to the academic affairs office, did you see the letter? Loki asked. I didn't know there was such a thing. Who would notice this? So that person forged evidence of Thor's cheating, and then let the academic affairs office find this note and cancel Thor's grades. Loki also felt that things were a little weird. He spent so much effort just for such a small result. No, it's not that simple. Although it seems that he just let Thor fall into the whirlpool of cheating, judging from his workload, his purpose is far more than that. This plot was not very cleverly designed and could be said to be completely thankless. Li Ji could only suspect that the other party had a larger purpose that had not been achieved. That Loki was in trouble for a moment. First of all, to carry out this conspiracy, you need to steal the test papers. This matter is very risky. If you just want to frame Thor for cheating, there is no need to take such a big risk. Li Jideo. That's the truth. If it were me, there would be more than 2,000 ways to frame Thor without letting others see it. Loki suddenly lowered his voice. Second, the letter must have been tampered with. At least it had spiritual suggestions added to it, which allowed Thor to quickly memorize the contents. The other party at least had some magic and power. Third, this matter looks very funny in front of insiders. Although the identity of the other party is unclear, it is actually not too difficult to trace it. This seems to be a deliberate attempt to provoke Thor. Angry, but I don't know what the other person's purpose is. There are many people with extraordinary powers in New York, which can be called the most extraordinary disaster area in the world, but most people act in their own way and will probably not come to trouble Thor. Li Ji thought about it and couldn't figure out who was plotting against Thor. Sure enough, Loki is the biggest suspect. To be honest, Li Ji felt that Loki was the only one willing to do such a boring thing, but all signs showed that Loki was not involved. First of all, we have to find out how Thor was found to be a cheater. Li Ji didn't think that just one letter could convict Thor. The school leaders are not fools, and Thor was recommended by Tony. Tony also donated a large sum of money to the school. Without a necessary reason, Li Ji felt that the school would not have made such a decisive decision. After all, this is America, a world where money talks. But no matter how I pressed the school still refused to tell me who reported Thor for cheating. The school's confidentiality was very high, perhaps to prevent retaliation, but Li Ji felt that things were a bit difficult to handle. If Thor really cheated, Li Ji wouldn't bother to investigate and just let Thor repeat the grade. However, the current situation is obvious that this is a conspiracy against Thor. The main conflict is that the school has determined that Thor cheated, but we, the parties involved, know that this is a conspiracy, so it is difficult for us to communicate with the school. Li Ji felt a little helpless. In the current situation, even if the school communicates with the school, it is difficult for the school to do so. Trust Thor's explanation. Thor may even be charged with stealing test papers because the test questions were leaked in advance. Let's resolve this matter with Tony. After much deliberation, Li Ji could only trouble Tony to put pressure on the school. Oh, you said that your school has communicated with me about this matter and basically confirmed the fact that Thor cheated. As soon as Tony's words came out, Li Ji felt that something was even more wrong. Tell me the complete process, Li Ji asked. I don't think this is a big deal. Isn't it just cheating? Just retake it next year. This matter will not be recorded in his file. Tony said confidently, and it seemed that he had reached a consensus with the school. It's not about the files. The point is how Thor was found to have cheated. Li Ji sounded anxious. I kind of forgot. It seems that a black student was caught cheating on a physics test, and then the school wanted to expel him. After that, he was very angry and found the school and said that he helped Thor during the math test. Cheating requires the school to deal with Thor seriously, otherwise the school's racial discrimination will be promoted on the internet. The school really had no choice but to conduct an investigation, Tony said. Well, Li Ji said with suspicion in his tone, he said Thor cheated. Does the school really believe that Thor cheated? Why doesn't the school think Thor helped him cheat? He handed in the math test 30 minutes early, and Thor didn't hand it in until the end of the test. In terms of time, it could only be that he helped Thor cheat. Tony explained, and he was like the school raised such a question, and the school's answer made Tony unable to refute. If the two math questions are exactly the same, the school cannot confirm the fraud, but if the two math questions are exactly the same, it basically establishes the fact of cheating. Li Ji suddenly felt that the other party was very thoughtful and deliberately gave Thor a wrong answer, left Thor speechless. How do you know there are two wrong questions? Has the school communicated with you? Tony asked. Well, the school told me a little bit, but it wasn't as detailed as what I told you. I have something to do, so I'll hang up first. Li Ji hung up the phone directly. Although the identity of the other party is not yet clear, it is not difficult to determine the identity of the other party based on the fact that the math test was submitted in advance and he was caught cheating on the physics test. Li Ji smiled, but he was not relieved, but laughing at himself. Since the other party had such a thorough layout, how could it leave such a big flaw? Although it seemed that this was to make the layout more complete, Li Ji felt that he should still there is a deeper purpose. Perhaps the other party deliberately left this information for us to discover. Loki came over. He was the ancestor of conspiracy. Li Ji could see something wrong, and he could naturally see it too. Let's guess each other's current status, write it down on a piece of paper, and exchange it to see if our guesses are consistent. Li Ji looked at Loki. It seems we have the same idea. After Li Ji read Loki's note, he ignited a phoenix flame in his hand and burned the note into ashes. Although there are some differences between what Luo Ji wrote and what Li Ji wrote, the general meaning is almost the same, and the two of them can be considered to have reached a consensus. Loki held the note written by Li Ji and hung it on Li Ji's palm. Li Ji glanced at him and released a phoenix flame from his hand to burn it to ashes. We need to move faster now. We may not take action now, but if we delay it any longer, I'm afraid we will, Loki said. I know, but it's easy to alert the enemy if we go out directly, so we need a little help. Li Jideo. What kind of help? Loki was confused. Li Ji took out his cell phone and dialed Harry's number. Hello, is it Li? Harry's tone was a little surprised. Li Ji rarely took the initiative to call him. To be honest, Li Ji is not a person who likes to make phone calls. Yes, it's me, Harry. Li Jida said. Li, what do you want from me? Are you planning to go to the bar for entertainment tonight? Harry said happily. Peter slept with Harry for almost a month, and ever since Dr. Kinnerson accepted Peter as his researcher, Harry had never felt that secret voyeuristic gaze again, and he had already returned to normal. Harry, do you know that someone cheated on the school's final physics exam and was caught on the spot? Li Ji asked. Harry had few good friends in school, but there were quite a few people who knew him and were close to him. After all, he is the sole heir to the Osborne group and is very popular in the social circle, so he knows a lot of people. I have an impression that he is from Class C. Gwen should know about it. How about asking Gwen? Harry thought for a while and said. Several people mentioned this matter to him, but he was not interested enough and did not go into it in depth. He only remembered the other person's class. Okay, thank you, Harry, I'll go find Gwen and ask. Li Ji hung up the phone. The reason why I asked Harry first was mainly because Harry was relatively well informed. After all, he was the social little prince among Li Ji. He was completely unlike Li Ji, Shalizi, and Thor. Not socializing. On the other hand, Harry also knew Li Ji's identity in the Stark group, and Li Ji believed that he would not take the initiative to talk about his affairs with others. Gwen seems to be a class cotter in the class. Maybe he knows the other party's information better. Li Ji dialed Gwen's phone number. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Li Ji called again, but still didn't answer. What's wrong? Has something happened? Li Ji felt anxious. If something happened, the clues would be cut off. Just when Li Ji wanted to call Harry again and ask him for the contact information of classmate C, Gwen took the initiative to call back. Li, what are you asking me for? I'm sorry. I was dealing with my classmate's affairs just now. My phone was muted and I didn't receive the call. Gwen apologized sincerely. Handling classmates' affairs. Li Ji immediately heard the key. Is he the cheating classmate in your class? How do you know you're not here to gossip? Gwen said in shock. What happened to him? What are you doing? Li Ji did not answer Gwen's question. Well, during the physics exam, he failed to solve a big question, and then he was caught cheating on the spot. Originally, if he had confessed his mistake, the school would not have dealt with it seriously, but he blamed the school and resisted with all his strength. In addition, he made small mistakes all the time. As a last resort, the school had no choice but to expel him, Gwen said. Then what are you going to do with him? Li Ji felt a little strange. I just sympathize with him a little bit. His family lives in the Brownsville area of Brooklyn, and I don't need to tell you about his situation in New York. His parents gave birth to 9 children in total, and 3 of them have died. He is still alive. The 4th of 6, the only one in his family to have received a high school education. His usual grades are pretty good. He should have been able to get into college and change his destiny. But if he was dropped out of school this time, he might have no choice but to join a gang. So I thought about contacting the school for him. Let him apologize and maybe he can avoid being fired. Gwen also had a headache, and the communication with the other party made no progress at all. The other party kept shouting that this was racial discrimination in the school, and he would never accept it. Gwen was also scolded in conjunction. Where is his home in Brownsville? Why are you asking this? Gwen felt a little strange. My family is the school director. I feel a little strange about this classmate's cheating this time. I want to investigate and see if I can find any clues. If we find anything, we can consider mitigating or even exempting him from punishment. Punishment. Li Ji's big words were high-sounding, but what he said was actually the truth. Since Tony made several donations to the school forcibly gave him the title of honorary director, so there is nothing wrong with Li Ji saying that he is the school director. That's right, then I'll tell you. Gwen quickly replied, I don't remember the exact location, but it's easy to find. His home is located near a garbage station in the west of Brownsville. There are only 2 buildings there, they are very conspicuous, you can see them when you go over there. Well, okay, then I'll go over and investigate first. If possible, I will let him continue to go to school. Li Ji hung up the phone. Gwen originally wanted to thank her, but a busy tone came from her phone. She threw the phone on the bed with a strange expression and walked to the living room to watch TV. Li, are you going out? Why don't you give me a lift? I haven't gone shopping for a long time. After Li Ji made the call, Loki suddenly said flatteringly. Li Ji looked at Loki strangely, are you a woman when you go shopping? If you need, I can pretend to be a woman. I used to often turn into a woman to tease Thor. Although I don't have divine power now, I can still pretend. Loki was somewhat smug, but was interrupted by Li Ji. Stop. I'm not interested in hearing about your disgusting past. You stay at home and help Thor with his math homework. But I said before, Thor never wanted me to tutor him. Loki looked frustrated. You tell him that I will help him mediate with the school and let the school give him a chance to retest. But if he still fails the second test, you can't blame me for not helping. After saying that, Li Ji drove away from home. Brooklyn, Brownsville. This is the dirtiest and most backward area in New York, and it is also a famous slum in the entire United States. Many people of color and illegal immigrants gather here. This is especially true west of Brownsville. Few people want to set foot on Brownsville's west side, which is filled with trash, crime, and the rats that are so common in New York City's subways. Even neon people who drive the most fuel-efficient cars will choose to take a detour when passing here. Therefore, an unfamiliar face will be very noticeable. It was for this reason that Li Ji parked his car outside Brownsville. The car he drives is the latest model of Lamborghini. Even in Manhattan, it is an artifact that has a high rate of turning heads. In Brownsville, I am afraid that everyone's attention will be attracted to him. He does not want to alert others. Due to zoning issues, various tarps and self-built tile houses are very common in Brownsville. Li Ji had to be careful when walking on bricks and tiles. He might step on it hard and collapse the roof of someone else's house, causing him to visit someone else's house. The garbage station, 2 buildings, should be there. Standing at the door of a 3-story house, Li Ji finally saw his destination. There are indeed only 2 separate buildings there. Apart from that, there are dozens of meters of open space around them, and more than 30 mountains of garbage, large and small, are piled up. No wonder no one wants to build a house there. Li Ji felt that his body was resisting and he didn't want to go that way. The ground is so dirty that even from such a distance, you can still smell the stench of garbage. The garbage station also looks old and in disrepair. It doesn't seem to have a stable staff. It may take a few people to clean up the garbage every once in a while. And a small house next to the garbage station is even more crumbling. There aren't even tiles on the roof, it's just covered with a plastic sheet. The whole building is pitiful, covering an area of less than 20 square meters. I should have put on a gas mask. Li Ji felt a little regretful, but now that time was running out, Li Ji felt that it might be too late to buy gas masks. There's nothing you can do, just bear with it. Oh, Santo, my son, did I hear you correctly? Have you been expelled from school? In the room, the black mother's voice was full of shock. Mom, those damn racist old white men expelled me, but in fact it's okay. I can't stand that school that discriminates against me everywhere. Santo said angrily. But Santo, your father and your 2 brothers work hard every day just so that you can study well and get into college. The mother shed tears. Mom, it's okay. I have found a job, and the other party also gave me a salary advance of US dollars. Santo looked outside warily, then took out 2 stacks of US dollars from his shabby shirt and lowered the voice said. Santo, where did you get so many dollars? The mother said in surprise. You must not have done anything illegal. Those police are not good to us black people. Mom, don't worry. I earned this money legally and I definitely didn't do anything illegal. Santo said proudly. The money was naturally obtained by Santo by framing Thor for cheating. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a good thing. Just by framing a person for cheating, he could get US dollars, and he could also get a good annual income. For a $30,000 job. As soon as the other party made this suggestion, Santo accepted it without hesitation. Oh, Santo, when your father and brothers come back, I will talk to him about you. You also know how to pay for the family, my child, the mother said while crying. Wait a minute, mother, someone seems to be coming. Please collect the money first. The Santo family's house is very simple. It doesn't even have a door, it is just covered with a piece of cloth. The cold wind blew by, and Li Ji saw the scene inside through the gaps caused by the wind. Looking at the bare walls of that house, there is really no need for a door. There were only 5 people in the family, including a middle-aged black woman wearing a headscarf, presumably the mother of the family. A young man wearing a shabby gray shirt. Li Ji's intuition told him that that person was the person he was looking for. The other 3 were all little kids, lying on the messy bedboard. You squeezed each other, and I squeezed you. It's winter now and it snowed yesterday. Although it was sunny today, it was already in the evening and it was still very cold. It was hard for Li Ji to imagine that there were people wearing thin shirts in this kind of weather. Li Ji held his breath and walked to the door of the house. He lifted up the rag that served as the door and looked inside. He happened to look into the eyes of the young man in the room. Santo, you are a student in Class C of the sophomore year at Zhongcheng High School. I am in Class A of the sophomore year. If I have something to ask you, can I come in? Li Ji asked. No, damn white people are not welcome in our home, Santo said angrily. Li Ji felt a little embarrassed. He was obviously Chinese, but why was he treated as a white person? This person was colorblind or had prosopagnosia. I'm not white, I'm Chinese, but I may be a bit whiter, Li Ji said. Chinese are not welcome in my family. Those damn Chinese have taken away our black people's job opportunities, Santo said angrily. Li Ji was a little unhappy when Santo said this. The status of Chinese Americans in the United States is lower than that of black people. The reason why they can have jobs is only because Chinese Americans are good enough. Anyway, I have something to ask you. If you don't let me in, just come out. Li Ji's tone became unfriendly. Santo's mother sounded worried. It's okay, mother, I'll go out and chase that guy away. Santo walked out of the door, glanced to the right, and then looked at Li Ji. Let's go over there and talk. The garbage mountain on the right was much denser than on the left. Li Ji originally wanted to talk in the open space on the left, but it seemed that the black man in front of him wanted to go to the right, so Li Ji could only follow him. You should know why I'm here, Li Ji asked as he walked away. How do I know what you damn Chinese are doing here? Santo's tone was slightly evasive, as if he lacked confidence. When Li Ji announced his class name, he understood the purpose of Li Ji's coming. I don't like to ask too many questions. The environment here makes me very uncomfortable, so I'll just ask straight to the point. Who instigated you to frame Thor? Who are you talking about, Thor? When did I ever frame such a person? Santo still pretended to be crazy and stupid. Stop pretending. You know what you have done. Li Ji felt angry and funny. Santo's skill at pretending to be stupid was really weird. Do you want to frame me or do you think I'm a criminal because I'm a black man? Let me tell you, you're racist. Santo suddenly yelled. Do you only know how to criticize people for racial discrimination? Li Ji teased. In the United States, whenever someone accuses black people, there will always be black people who jump out and say that this is a form of racial discrimination. Once this label is slapped on you, you will encounter verbal and written criticism from the whole society. You are obviously discriminating against me. I have done nothing, but you must say that I am framing others. Santo's voice became louder, but there was no one around here, so no one was watching. I said, I don't want to stay in a place like this for too long, you'd better answer honestly. The stench of accumulated garbage reached Li Ji's nose, making Li Ji a little upset. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, I also said, Santo, swear in the name of God, I have never framed a person named Thor, Santo said loudly. If a Christian said this, it would be somewhat credible, but Santo does not believe in God. Most black Americans are Christians, but there are exceptions. For example, Santo believes in primitive West African religion. Of course, Li Ji is a non-religious person. He lives with mythical characters such as Thor and Loki. What religion does he believe in? So even if Li Ji doesn't know Santo's beliefs, it doesn't prevent him from knowing Santo's beliefs. Tuo just farted on his mouth. My patience is not very good, you'd better not force me, Li Ji said as calmly as possible. With Santo's small body, Li Ji was worried that he would have to kneel down and beg him not to die if he punched him. Are you threatening me? This is a society governed by law. Do you want to threaten me? My family is very poor, and your family should be very rich, so the rich can bully and threaten the poor. Or are you saying you have done something bad? You want to threaten a law-abiding black man to take the blame for you, Santo said very skillfully. It seemed that he had used this technique more than once or twice. Fuck. A curse word came out of Li Ji's mouth. He finally understood the reason why Santo was discriminated against. The color of his skin was the second most important thing. The most important thing was that he was so aggressive. He had to default on his debts after doing something wrong. The shrew character who throws dirt on others is annoying. Are you insulting me? Although you don't speak English, I can feel that you are insulting me. You are insulting my human rights. You have to apologize to me. Santo's voice became louder. Li Ji regretted why he didn't find someone to come with him. Li Ji didn't understand the method of mind control, otherwise he would have controlled Santo and forced him to tell the truth. For $, as long as you answer my questions honestly, I will give you $. Li Ji blinked and finally came up with his trump card. Do you want to use money to insult my character? I tell you, no wait, how much do you say? Santo doubted his ears. $50,000. As long as you answer honestly and quickly, I will give you $50,000 in cash, or you can transfer it. Li Jideo. I want to pay taxes on cash transfers, Santo said immediately. Okay, $50,000 in cash. Tell me the truth now, and then take me to the nearest ATM. I will withdraw the money for you, Li Jideo. Why don't you go to the ATM first and talk while you're there? Santo's voice became a little flattering. It's okay. Li Ji didn't care. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in this place any longer. The nearest ATM is over there, outside Brownsville. Due to some discrimination, ATMs are very rare in Brownsville. Santo began to lead the way, still saying 3 sentences that were inseparable from discrimination. Just tell me how you framed Thor. There's no need to talk about the rest. Li Jideo. Oh, okay. For $50,000, Santo wisely chose to cater to Li Ji. Hey, you two, wait for me. There was a sudden shout from behind, and Li Ji immediately turned his head, while Santo's expression on the side had changed. Standing behind him was a man wearing a black suit and a ghost mask. Li Ji looked at him suspiciously, thinking about his identity. Li Ji, you are such a noble and forgetful person. If you put on the mask, you can't recognize me. The man wearing the ghost mask smiled and took off his mask, revealing his original appearance. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I didn't betray you. I just wanted to lure him away, then sneak attack him, capture him, and bring him to you. Santo quickly put aside the relationship with Li Ji, but a minute ago, he was still chatting enthusiastically with Li Ji over $50,000. Li Ji finally remembered the identity of the other party. He had met Mr. Film, Martin Li, when he was at Peter's house. It turns out it's you, Martin Li. Li Ji ignored Santo. Now that the real culprit behind the scenes had jumped out, Santo had lost its use value. Fortunately, Li Ji was not bloodthirsty, otherwise Santo would have been dead by this time. Martin Li had no idea of dealing with Santo. Santo was just a little person. No one cared about the life or fate of a little person. He glanced around and found that no one else was ambushing him. Then he spoke to Li Ji. Li Ji, I don't know if you are confident or stupid, you don't even have a bodyguard with you. Don't you know this is Brownsville? Martin Li sneered, approaching Li Ji step by step. Taking advantage of this gap, Santo had fled back home. Bodyguard, is it necessary? To be honest, Li Ji didn't think bodyguards were of any use. When your protector is weaker than you, then who is protecting whom? You're really arrogant, but it's okay. If you bring bodyguards, I'm afraid it won't be easy to take action. After all, I can't guarantee that I can handle all the high technologies of your Stark family. Martin Li Ting stopping and standing 10 meters away from Li Ji. I think this is a safe distance. Li Ji couldn't help but sneer. Martin Li actually thought that Li Ji's confidence came from the Stark family's high technology, which almost made Li Ji laugh out loud. Although as the saying goes, rich people rely on technology, and poor people rely on mutation. However, although Li Ji belongs to the category of rich people, his strength growth does come from training and his Saiyan blood. What are you laughing at? Am I right, Mr. Gage Stark? I know that Li Ji is your pseudonym, used to hide the identity of your Stark family, but if you are willing to investigate, you can still find out your true identity. Yes, Martin Li said with some displeasure. That's not what I'm laughing at, it's your lack of knowledge that makes me laugh. Li Ji couldn't help but laugh again. Now Martin Li was a little angry. Anyone who was called short-sighted by a young boy would be angry. The space next to his body was like black ink, and his appearance became very strange. Martin Li, I would like to ask you, what are the benefits of such a calculation for me? When I was at Uncle Parker's house, didn't you still call me my family? Is this how you treat my family? Li Ji's expression also changed. Seriously, he was not afraid at all because Martin Li looked like Xie Chong. I'm sorry, brother, I've been having a hard time lately, and I wanted to borrow some money from you. But if I borrow it directly, you won't give it, so I have to use some means. Martin Li's voice also changed a little. It was hoarse and thick, and it sounded like it was right next to my ears even though it was more than 10 meters away. Is that so? Then can I ask, how much am I worth? Li Ji's expression was still serious, and all the muscles in his body were ready to go. Your worth. Martin Li suddenly disappeared. Li Ji raised his head and looked to the back and right. There had become a space filled with ink, and Martin Li's body merged with the space, and his body was completely transformed into black and white, just like a photo negative. No wonder he is nicknamed Mr. Negative. It's about $1,000,000. After taking over the territory of the Magic Gang, our Devil Gang's expenses are a bit huge. The first time he appeared next to Li Ji was just a false shot. Martin Li's figure disappeared again. After changing the direction of the attack, it reappeared on the left front. A black and white, constantly flashing negative energy appeared on Li Ji's chest. You are really like a mantis using your arms as a chariot. Martin Li's negative energy is extremely evil. It can catalyze the negative emotions of enemies and make the closest relatives, best friends, and most loving couples kill each other. However, this power is nothing compared to Li Ji's violent Saiyan blood. The Saiyan blood brings innate indifference and cruelty to Li Ji. Li Ji has been suppressing this emotion, and the negative energy acting on him is almost insignificant. And Martin Li's own strength is only average. Although he has good skills, strength far beyond ordinary people, and various strange abilities, these fancy abilities have no effect on Li Ji. Li Ji's strength far exceeds that of Martin. Plum. When a beam of negative energy came down, Martin Li not only did not cause any harm to Li Ji, but Li Ji caught the flaw and punched him out of the negative world. However, Martin Li is also experienced in many battles, so he has encountered this kind of situation before. He rolled on the ground and moved away from Li Ji. The negative world around him reappeared and disappeared again. What a boring trick. Li Ji cursed in his heart. The negative world composed of negative energy is actually very fragile. Li Ji can easily break through it as long as he releases Qigong waves. But this is a city, even though it is only the most dilapidated corner of the city. If Li Ji uses Qigong waves to break through the negative world, I am afraid that the entire Brownsville will be destroyed. Martin Li seemed to have anger in his heart, and he was actually punched by Li Ji. Even though he was not injured in the negative energy state, the anger in his heart could not be stopped. Martin Li is usually like a hunter. He can lurk for a long time in the world of negative energy, and then look for opportunities to strike a fatal blow. The same is true in the present, but at this time he became violent because of the anger in his heart. It's obviously not normal. But Li Ji didn't know about Martin Li's abnormality. Martin Li himself didn't realize that he had become abnormal, and Li Ji didn't even know about it. Li Ji was alert to his surroundings, guarding against Martin Li's attack. Although he didn't think Martin Li had the ability to break through his own defense. Driven by his emotions, Martin Li chose to confront Li Ji head-on. He appeared directly in front of Li Ji, holding a ring-headed sword made of negative energy in his hand, put a ghost mask on his face again, and rushed towards Li Ji. Li Ji did not dodge or dodge, and tensed up his muscles. With a thud sound, the Huanshao knife struck Li Ji's body, as if it was struck on an alloy. The huge repulsive force made Martin Li retreat continuously. After a few steps, Li Ji took advantage of the situation to attack, grabbed Martin Li's suit with his left hand, made a fist with his right hand, and punched Martin Li on the head. Martin Li was knocked unconscious by Li Ji's punch. His body unconsciously exited the negative state, and his right eye socket burst open, looking very bloody and terrifying. Martin Li, tell me, are there any other instigators behind you? Li Ji held Martin Li in his arms and asked forcefully. Martin Li spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Li Ji acted quickly and threw him away, otherwise the blood would have spit out on him. Li Ji, no, I didn't expect that you actually have such strength. Martin Li fell to the ground, breathing heavily and vomiting blood from time to time. If I didn't have the strength, I would have become your $1,000,000 now, Li Ji said coldly. Martin Li did bring it upon himself. Although Li Ji knew that he was a villain, for Li Ji, he was too lazy to deal with such an insignificant villain. There are so many villains in the Marvel world, and if he can kill every one of them, wouldn't Li Ji take away Peter's job as the messenger of justice? Therefore, for most of the villains, Li Ji adheres to the principle of not offending others unless they offend me, and he does not even reveal their identities to others. Anyway, these villains will always be punished by messengers of justice in the end, and Li Ji is too lazy to do this. But since Martin Li had offended him, he couldn't blame Li for being so rude. Tell me, I don't quite believe that the founder of the Devil Gang would actually be reduced to the point where he has no money to kidnap others. Tell me, is there anyone else behind you? What? Who else? Martin Li didn't seem to understand what Li Ji meant. I mean, why did you plan this kidnapping? Don't tell me, you really did it for money. Li Ji's lips were slightly open, and his appearance was very cold. Martin Li smiled bitterly. He had told the truth a long time ago, but Li Ji didn't believe it. Isn't this embarrassing? After thinking about it, Martin Li decided to tell all the causes and consequences. I don't know if you are paying attention to the New York gang, Martin Li said slowly. In fact, he wanted to hurry up, but Li Ji had severely injured him with a few punches. He was still talking and breathing heavily. I tried my best. I'm not too concerned about New York gangster matters, Li Ji replied. Ever since Jin was subdued by Li Ji, Lska was captured by Li Ji, the main force was annihilated, everyone fled, and the magic gang was destroyed by Peter. Everyone in the New York gang has been in danger, and there has been no big trouble for a long time. Li Ji in New York felt that the mission assigned to Li Ji by S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost completed, so he stopped paying attention to the New York gang. After the Kingpin gang and the Lska gang were eliminated one after another, the New York gangs entered a state of silence. Many ways to bring in money were no longer possible. Later, after some people in the Magic Gang did not follow the rules and attacked ordinary people, they also suffered a thunderous attack, which made everyone even more panic-stricken, and the gang's income dropped by % compared to before. Martin Li said. Li Ji felt a little weird when he heard it. It seemed that the co-authoring matter had something to do with him. Kingpin was conquered by himself and was sent to the West Coast by Li Ji. Although they were responsible for the destruction of the Lska gang, it was also related to Li Ji. As for the destruction of the Magic Gang, it was Peter who did it, strictly speaking, and can also be related to Li Ji. Of course, with the abilities of these gangs in New York, they can't find Li Ji. After the Magic Gang was destroyed, I took the opportunity to take over the Magic Gang's territory. I was very happy in the first 2 months. After all, the Magic Gang and our Devil Gang were enemies, but I didn't realize it until a few months later. Problem. The territory of the Magic Gang was good in the past. There were many shops, KTVs, and bars opened by individuals. If protection fees could be collected, it would be enough for the gang to operate in a year. But in this high-pressure era, no one dare to do such irresponsible things. Therefore, I have to pour $2 million into the gang every month. I am just an immigrant. Although I have run a small business, the profit is far from this level. In less than a year, I have already fallen into in the midst of the economic crisis. Some people cannot make ends meet, so they can only think about ways to make money. After Martin Li finished speaking, he paused and breathed a sigh of relief. So you put your target on me? Li Ji asked. When did you learn about my identity? I knew who you were the first time I saw you at Parker's house. I am a big fan of the Coney Island hot dog eating contest, said Martin Li. Damn Warren. Li Ji cursed in his heart. If Warren hadn't leaked his information to his family's media, I'm afraid not many people would know about the relationship between Li Ji and Tony. Although Peppo usually controls public opinion, as long as you are willing to investigate, you can find out without much effort. Actually, my initial choice was not you, but Peter's other good friend, Harry. However, during my long-term observation, Harry went in and out with Peter for more than a month, and Peter even lived in his house. In order not to expose my identity, I finally chose you, Martin Li said. Aren't you exposed? You took off the mask on your own initiative. Li Ji asked back. Li Ji's words made Martin Li suddenly feel dazed. He seemed to have really done something stupid. But then he thought about it and said, I didn't consider the situation of my mistake. Although I don't know how to vote, I think, you probably wouldn't spread such embarrassing stories to the public, right? Although Martin Li managed to make it through, his heart was beating fast. He was always cautious in doing things, but this time he was uncharacteristically cautious, which made him feel a little weird. Let's talk about other things, such as why you framed Thor. Isn't he your bodyguard? Before I target you, I will definitely disrupt your bodyguard's mentality. After all, Stark Industries is so rich, who knows if your bodyguard has any special abilities? Martin Li asked back. Bodyguard Li Ji was a little speechless. In fact, Li Ji was considered the nanny of Thor and Loki. It turns out that my plan is effective. You didn't bring your bodyguard with you when you traveled today. But what I didn't expect was that you actually have such a powerful power. It's hard to understand why you would hire a bodyguard. Martin Li could only admit defeat. Although New York is one of the areas with the highest concentration of superpowers in the world, it is unfortunate that Martin Li could choose Li Ji as the target of his kidnapping. Even if there were superpowers in New York, Martin Li would at least be among the top, and he just picked a kidnapping target who was consistently in the top 3. You can't imagine the happiness of rich people. Li Ji suddenly remembered a famous short video series from his previous life and mocked. Martin Li seemed a little surprised by Li Ji and was silent for a few seconds. Tell me again, how did you get the exam papers in advance? Li Ji asked. This Martin Li paused again. Why, is there anything you can't say? Li Ji's voice became serious. No, I was just recalling the name of the teacher who made the deal with me. It has been more than a week, and I can't remember his name. Martin Li quickly answered. A big suddenly appeared in Li Ji's head. The co-authored exam papers were not stolen by you, but bought by you. I remember, the teacher's name is Jamie, he is an Indian, you should be able to find it easily. I gave him $50,000, and he gave me the test papers, and asked me if I still want the test papers for next school year. If he wants, he will give me a % discount because I am a regular customer. Martin Li's words were enough to shock Li Ji for a whole year. Is it so easy to get the final exam questions? If he told Harry about this, he would probably be able to get all the papers for the 3 years of high school. In this case, Thor's suspicion of cheating will be cleared. Li Ji thought. As long as he finds Ren and makes him admit that he sold exam papers, then the school's senior officials, no matter how stupid they are, should understand that Thor has been framed. Could someone who bought the exam answers deliberately make mistakes? That person is Santo. The reason why he deliberately made mistakes was to frame Thor. Leaving the exam room early is the best proof. Does Ren know about Santo? Li Ji asked again for the sake of insurance. You know, in order to make that boy Santo keep his mouth shut, I took him with me when I went to Ren's place to get the test papers. Martin Li said. That's it. In this case, Li Ji has no worries at all. Since you confessed honestly, I'll let you go this time, but you should know that misfortune comes from words. Li Ji lowered his head and asked with a smile. I will definitely keep everything secret, including your identity and your abilities. Martin Li said quickly. I will let Tony pay attention to the information about me. If my information is exposed, no matter who exposes it, I will be the first to trouble you. Li Ji threatened. Understood. Although Martin Li was a little unwilling to accept it, there was nothing he could do. His life was at stake. Santo's side is also up to you. Remember, don't hurt his life, and don't threaten his family. Li Ji looked at the dilapidated house of Santo's family. Although there was no pity in his heart, there was a bit of a sigh of relief. Okay. Martin Li felt a little embarrassed, but he still agreed to Li Ji's request. After all, his life was still in Li Ji's hands. By the way, you also need to ask the school to revoke Santo's punishment so that he can enroll normally next semester. Li Ji suddenly remembered what he said when he deceived Gwen. If Li Ji was asked to go to the school to mediate, Li Ji would not do such a thankless job, but now that Martin Li is working as a coolie, Li Ji doesn't mind giving him a favor. Okay. Martin Li's voice was drawn out. The sky is getting late, the cool breeze is blowing, and there is a bit more of a bleak taste of winter, plus a bit of the stench of garbage. Li Ji frowned slightly and left the mountain of garbage. Out of Brownsville, Li Ji drove home. The rumbling sound of the engine exploded from the street to the end of the street. This made Li Ji a little impatient. Why was the Lamborghini's engine so noisy? You have to take a shower immediately after you get back. Although there were no fierce battles in Brownsville, and Li Ji didn't even shed a drop of sweat, Li Ji always felt a little uncomfortable. When I got home, I went straight to the bathroom and took a nice hot bath. Comfortable. Li Ji walked out of the bathroom. Finally, there was no smell on his body that annoyed him. Of course, the smell Li Ji smelled was probably just his psychological effect. By the way, Thor is fine, I have to tell him. Li Ji wanted to go back to his room, but after thinking about it, he knocked on Thor and Loki's door. But Li Ji waited at the door for half a minute, but no one came to open the door, and he didn't even hear any movement in the room. Is no one here? Li Ji tried to sense the anger of Thor and Loki. Now that Li Ji's strength has improved again, even ordinary people can sense his chi as long as they are within 100 meters of Li Ji. Just now, because Martin Li merged into the negative space, Li Ji didn't feel his energy. Not here. Li Ji frowned a little. Thor and Loki didn't have the right to go out on their own, but now that they were not in the room, Li Ji suddenly thought of some unfriendly possibilities. Not good. Li Ji walked back to the room and turned on the computer. He installed several invisible monitors in the villa just to keep track of Thor and Loki's movements. It's just that they have always been obedient and never caused trouble, so they have never used it. The progress bar pulls quickly. After all, you only need to see what happens after you go out. 3 minutes after Li Ji went out, a group of familiar guests came to the villa. Fondrel, Hogon, Vistok, Sif. Li Ji thought about many possibilities, but never thought that these people would come to Earth. Oh, by the way, I remember that in Thor, these people came to the Earth. But it wasn't because Heimdall deliberately let these people come to the Earth after he discovered that Loki was a spy for Asgard. There was no protection. The powerful Thor. Li Ji frowned. But now, Loki and Thor are both on Earth, and Li Ji can't figure out Heimdall's motive for sending these people to Earth. Since it was an invisible camera, it naturally had no recording function. Li Ji could only watch a few people discussing for a while, and then Thor and Loki left with the 4 of them, and then disappeared without a trace. Probably not returning to Asgard. Li Ji speculated. By the way, they have a phone. Li Ji took out his cell phone and dialed Thor's phone number. It rang once and was immediately hung up on. Since there is still a signal, it should not have left the Earth. Li Ji frowned. What on earth do these people come to Earth for? I left the house with 1 foot, and these people came in with the other. If there is no connection between the two, I don't believe it. Li Ji thought for a while, and returned to room, picked up the keys to another car, and drove out. In the heart of Greenwich Village, 177 A Brick Street, home of the New York Sanctuary, Li Ji knocked on the door of the sanctuary. Sheecliff Luther quickly opened the door. Come in. Li Ji has been to the sanctuary many times, and Sheecliff Luther and Li Ji are also considered acquaintances. When Li Ji went to Norway before, Sheecliff Luther sent him there. Mr. Luther, I need to contact Asgard. Do you have any idea? Li Ji asked. Sheecliff Luther is a very powerful mage. According to Li Ji's induction, he is not even weaker than Guyi under normal circumstances. Of course, if Ancient One invokes the power of the Dark Dimension, there will definitely be no comparison. Asgard? I'm already on their blacklist. Sheecliff Luther smiled. When he was young, he went to Asgard to flirt with a few Asgard girls, and he has been on the list ever since. Entered Asgard's blacklist. That Li Ji was a little anxious. Do you want to know the information about the Asgards who came to New York from Asgard today? Sheecliff Luther saw Li Ji's difficulty. Yep. It's not difficult. Sif, Fondrel, Hogon, and Vistak have arrived at the place you mentioned. You haven't told me why you came to Midgard. Now Asgard has opened up Midgard. Is it a travel project? Thor asked with some confusion. Thor, listen carefully. Don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next. Sif held down Thor. As one of the most famous female warriors in Asgard, she is now more powerful than Thor is too powerful. She held Thor's shoulders, and Thor became a little unable to move. I'm not afraid. I'm Thor. I won't be afraid. But Sev, can you let go first? Thor's voice contained a hint of torment. Sorry. Sif quickly admitted her mistake. She forgot that Thor was just an ordinary person now. Tell me, what are you doing in Midgard? Thor asked. Let's have a drink first. Vodak smiled. He was addicted to alcohol again. No, I only drink carbonated drinks now, Thor said seriously. Carbonated drink? Vodak looked doubtful. Okay, hurry up and tell me you're coming. Before Thor could finish his words, his phone suddenly rang. Thor wanted to answer the phone, but Loki pushed it down. It's not polite to answer the phone when chatting with friends. Thor glared at Loki, but ultimately said nothing. He could probably guess that it was Li Ji's call. If he answered the call, he probably wouldn't know how to answer Li Ji's question. It would be easier if he didn't answer the call. Thor, Loki, do you know that Asgard has undergone earth-shaking changes when you were not in Asgard? Sif wanted to speak, but Fondrel spoke first. What an earth-shaking change. Did Asgard attack Jotunheim? Thor frowned. Lord Odin has allied with all the forces in the Nine Realms to deal with a mysterious enemy, including Laufey and Surtur. Lord Odin has allied with them, Fondrel said. I'm afraid this alliance won't do any good. He is the heavenly father of the Nine Realms. Whoever can be an enemy of him in the Nine Realms needs to make an alliance with others. Thor thought of Hela's experience, and his expression was a little complicated. Don't you know the reason why Lord Odin entered Odin's sleep early? Hogon asked a little strangely. Isn't that enemy banished? Thor looked at Hogon. Yes, he was indeed exiled, but no one knows how long it will take for him to come back. Silver said word by word. Then let's banish him again. Thor disagreed. Thor, you take it too much for granted. Loki suddenly laughed. What did you say? Thor looked at Loki. How many more times do you think my father can banish that enemy? The last time he was banished, he lost a lot of power and made his father enter Odin's sleep state in advance. How long can his body sustain it? Loki asked. This Thor was suddenly speechless. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. I am no longer an Asgardian god. I am Thor, a Midgardian. Loki, you are also a Midgardian. Your war is a fight between gods and gods. We mortals can't get involved. The trustee shook his head. Thor, as long as you are willing to go back to Asgard with us, Heimdall said he will find someone to help you restore your divine power, Vistak said. Oh, you are actually sent by Heimdall. No wonder the clothes you wear are all the costumes of the earth. It turned out to be Heimdall who taught you. This secret place was also told to you by Heimdall, right? What happened in Asgard? Tell me what you are hiding. Loki suddenly became very majestic. Vodak, it's all your fault, Sif said bitterly. Okay, we admit that we have something to hide. Heimdall wants us to find you for a reason. Fondrel gave in at first. You haven't seen each other for such a short time, and our relationship is already so strange. You actually lied to me. Thor looked at the four of them in confusion. Sorry, this is what Lord Heimdall requested. At the critical moment, only Heimdall can take the blame. Tell me, this is your last chance. Tell me the real reason why you came to Midgard. Hela was released by Odin. Vodak's short words immediately made the scene cool down. Although Thor and Loki have never seen Hela's true appearance, they also know Hela's identity. The former executioner of Asgard, captain of the expeditionary vanguard, and a pioneer who opened up territory and made great achievements for Asgard. At the same time, he is also the first descendant of Odin. Hi, Hela has been released. It's good. Isn't Asgard lacking combat power now? Hela is strong enough to fight for Asgard. Thor said insincerely. What he said maybe he didn't even want to believe it himself. Yes, her strength is indeed very powerful, and her strength is still growing. The source of her strength comes from Asgard. As long as she stays in Asgard for one day, her strength will grow one day. Loki said. Isn't it good to let Hela stay in Asgard longer? Maybe she can grow to the level of the ancient mage. No, I mean, it's possible that Thor was a little incoherent. Thor, if father releases Hela, the inheritance of Asgard will not be yours. Loki suddenly laughed. The inheritance of Asgard is really interesting. What was he pursuing before? It doesn't matter. I am no longer a god in Asgard. I will stay in Midgard. I will study first, then get admitted to a good university. After graduation, I will find a job, marry a wife and have children, and live a happy life. This is much better than life in Asgard, isn't it? Thor asked. Thor, do you really think so? Fandral didn't understand. No, that's not what he thinks. His eyes are evasive. The Thor I know always looks forward firmly, Hogun said. Thor, ask your own heart and tell me your true intention. Sif placed his hand on Thor's heart, and Thor's heart was beating rapidly and powerfully. I'm sorry. Thor moved away Sif's hand. I'm just a mortal now. Besides, I can't even be a mortal, so how can I be a god? Thor said slowly. Sif lost his voice. Sev, please stop trying to persuade him. Thor also has his own difficulties. Loki rarely spoke for Thor, but he sounded a little bitter. Thor, Asgard needs you. This is what Heimdall said. Vistak said loudly. No, Asgard doesn't need me. They need a more powerful heir, not Thor. Thor shouted. Do you remember our battle at Jotunheim? Of course I remember. Everyone said in unison. I remember that we were in a hard fight, and many people were injured. If Liji hadn't come, we would have been buried in Jotunheim. Think about that battle, Thor said. The crowd was silent. What would happen if Hela led you to invade Jotunheim? Thor said again. If it's Hela, even if she can't capture Jotunheim, I'm afraid she can escape unscathed. Sif did not belittle Hela's strength. Hela's power is indeed unparalleled. Asgard is facing a threat now. What will happen if I go back? Can I solve the threat if I go back? If I go back, I will only become Hela's enemy and make her no longer trust Asgard. You say, for the sake of Asgard should I go back? Thor asked. Thor, although Hela has great power, she is not a good heir to Asgard. She is cruel and violent. It is hard to imagine what the future Asgard will be like if it is controlled by Hela. Vadak said. Thor was silent for a long time before spitting out 4 months. It has nothing to do with me. Loki looked at Thor and then at the others. Go back and tell Heimdall. We won't go back for the time being. Thor stood up, followed by Loki, and left the room. Thor's expression was solemn. He didn't know what he was thinking, and Loki didn't look good either. Thor, did you mean what you just said? Loki asked. Yes. Thor replied. The two walked to the intersection, and a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them. It's time to go back. Thor, what are you doing? You're leaving for Tony's house. Li Ji kicked open Thor's door. Sorry, Li, wait until I finish calculating this problem. It will be soon, only 20 minutes. Thor did not look back, still immersed in calculation. After Martin, I became a question-answering maniac. Li Ji was very dissatisfied with the school's handling. Thor had already been cleared of suspicion, and the school still wanted to test him. This made it clear that they suspected Li Ji of using some shady means. After all, from the school's point of view, as a member of the Stark family, it is not a big problem to find a few scapegoats. Although Li Ji did use some means, he was just looking for the truth. Mr. Negative Martin Li is so dangerous. After Li Ji had a life and death battle with him, he barely gained the upper hand and regained the justice that belonged to Thor. However, the school still doubted Li Ji, which made Li Ji very unhappy. However, it was impossible for Li Ji to blow up the school, so he vented all his dissatisfaction on Thor. Li Ji walked forward, held Thor by the back of his collar, and pulled him out of the room without paying any attention to the pen in his hand. Today is Christmas Eve. We have to spend the night at Tony's house. I'm worried about leaving you two alone at home. Don't let it be like last time. As soon as I go out, you don't know where to go and you don't even answer my phone calls. So I might as well drive you over. Li Ji started the car. You clearly knew where we were last time, Thor said with a dissatisfied look, as if he was losing his temper. Don't worry about these details. Li Ji stopped suddenly, and Thor almost knocked his head. Do you have a similar festival in Asgard? Li Ji asked while driving. Asgardians have long lifespans and do not have this kind of annual festival. However, every 100 years, there is the Holy Spring Festival, which is not as grand as the festival on Midgard. Thor said. Is the Holy Spring Festival similar to Christmas? Li Ji was very interested. Absolutely. In fact, Thor didn't have a deep impression of the Holy Fountain Festival. The Holy Fountain Festival was celebrated for a month. During this month, there was enough food and wine. Thor usually drinks until he passes out drunk, and rarely participates in the activities of the Holy Spring Festival. Didn't you Asgard set up a Christmas based on Odin's birthday? Li Ji smiled. Thor suddenly stopped talking, and Loki took over. Every Wednesday is Odin's day. Asgard doesn't take birthdays that seriously, so we only need to sing the praises of Odin's glory in our hearts on Wednesdays. That's it. Li Ji raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, you are the only one who still praises Odin's glory. It would be great if you don't curse Odin to die early. Oh, a rare guest is here, but there are 2 followers who came with him. Tony was actually waiting for Li Ji in the parking lot, which made Li Ji a little touched. Tony, are you waiting here specially for me? Li Ji said with a smile. Oh, no, I was just sent here by Pep. Tony also smiled. Thor, Loki, this is Tony, it's mine. Li Ji suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He's your handsome and intelligent brother. Tony helped Li Ji finish the next sentence and added a few adjectives to himself. Hello, Tony. Thor and Loki have heard of Tony for a long time, but they have never met him in person. You don't have to be polite to me, two visitors from Northern Europe. Tony said. Although I don't have a good impression of you, today is Christmas Eve and tomorrow is Christmas. I will entertain you warmly. As long as you don't dance in my villa. Tony said to Li Ji that the two of them there was actually quite a bit of criticism about bringing them. After all, Christmas should be a holiday spent with family, so Tony was a little unhappy with the addition of two people. He doesn't seem to like us very much, or else we will, Thor whispered. It's okay, Tony is a talker, so you can rest assured. Li Ji smiled, not worried at all. Tony, I brought them here to help you kill turkeys. Do you remember how embarrassed you were when you killed turkeys last year? Li Ji shouted to Tony. I've asked Jarvis to help me upgrade my new method for butchering turkeys. Take a good look and I'll show you what a clean turkey knife is.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.